You want to say something? Good morning and welcome everyone. It is now 10 a.m. and I would like to formally open Specific Issue Hearing 2 or SIH2 for the Mooir Vannin Offshore Wind Farm project. Before we introduce ourselves, just a few housekeeping matters. Can I just confirm everyone can hear me? Thank you. And can I just confirm people online can hear me? Raise your hand. Well. Can I also confirm that the live stream and recording has started? Yeah. Okay. Everyone present in your room, if you can put your devices to silent, please. Okay, toilets are to my right through the double doors. There are no planned fire drills during this event, so if you hear an alarm, please leave the building by the nearest fire exit and collect in the car park. Okay, on to panel introductions. I'm Ms. Sahai. I have been appointed under Section 27 of the Marine Infrastructure Management Act 2016, or MEMA for short, to chair the panel of examiners for this application. Together, we are known as the examining body. I confirm that I've made a conflict of interest declaration as part of my appointment, and I'm a chartered member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, which means I'm bound by their code of professional conduct. My declaration of interest and that of my panel colleagues was discussed at the preliminary meeting held on the 3rd of March. Anyone who wishes to do so may review the published recording for that event. A written note of the preliminary meeting is in preparation and will be published as soon as possible. I will now hand over to my fellow panel members to introduce themselves.
Morning, everybody. My name is Frances Fernandez, and I am a member of the panel appointed pursuant to Section 27 of MEMA. Can you all hear me okay at the back? Thank you. I confirm that I have made a conflict of interest declaration as part of my appointment, and I am also a fellow of the Royal Town Planning Institute, which means I am bound by the Code of Professional Conduct. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ms. Pownall. I'm a member of the panel appointed pursuant to Section 27 of MEMA,
And I can also confirm that I made a conflict of interest declaration as part of my appointment. And I'm also a chartered member of the RTPI, which means I'm bound by a code of professional conduct. I hand over to Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Panel. My name is Ryn Smith, and I am also a panel member appointed pursuant to Section 27 of MEMA. I also have made a conflict of interest declaration as part of my appointment, and am also a chartered member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, which means that I too am bound by its code of professional conduct in the same manner as it applies to my panel member colleagues.
I do see a hand up virtually. Just to make sure that people can hear me, I'm just going to allow this interruption. Mr. Sam Taylor.
Good morning, Madam. Just to clarify that the quality is not great on my end hearing you, and I have also as a colleague Mr. Leoguthert, who also is struggling to hear you. So I don't know whether it's something we can pick up with the case team, please. It seems to be improving. Someone can help it now.
We can hear you very clearly, but could I just ask you, is it the volume or is it just quality?
Breaking up, but equally, colleague wasn't able to hear you at all, so he's going to redial in, but just not sure whether it's your end or our end. But,
so on our end, the
need to make you aware.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, the sound quality on our end is actually pretty good. We can hear you really well. We've also been told that the live stream quality of sound is very good. So can I request, while I'm doing my introductions, if you might actually dial out and dial back in, and let's hopefully, and just as a backup, are you able to actually see the transcript that's coming up on the screen on Teams?
It's too small, I'm afraid. But well, we'll both dial back in.
Okay, and I'm going to leave you in the hands of our case team and the AV company, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good. Back to introductions. Just to quickly introduce our case team, our Cabinet Office case team, notably Mr. Tom Randall, who will provide procedural support throughout the examination process, and the audiovisual services provided by Energy Media Limited. Just a few words about how I intend to run the meeting today and the purpose of the meeting. Today's meeting is being undertaken in a hybrid way, meaning some of you are present with us at the venue, and some of you are joining us virtually through Microsoft Teams. Some people have chosen to watch the live stream, and additionally, there will also be a recording of today's meeting, which will be made available on the MEMA website as soon as practicable after the meeting has finished. With that in mind, please ensure that you speak clearly into a microphone, stating your name and the organisation that you're representing each time before you speak. If you're not at a table with a microphone, there are roving microphones, so please wait for one of these to be brought to you before you start speaking. Just a few words about personal information. When speaking, do think carefully about your personal information. If you feel a need to refer to something of a personal or confidential nature, please remember that anything that you do say will be included in published recording. The Cabinet Office is administering the consenting process for applications made under MEMA, and in that regard, it will process personal data in accordance with the Data Protection Act 2018 and GDPR and LED Implementing Regulations 2018. Further information relating to data protection can be found in the Cabinet Office's privacy notice. A link to the Cabinet Office's privacy notice was provided in the Regulation 32 letter published on the 6th of February. I assume that everyone here today has familiarised themselves with this document. Please speak to Mr. Randall if you have any questions. Just a few words about the purpose of the hearing. Under Section 31 of MEMA and Regulations 31 and 34 of the Marine Infrastructure Regulations 2024, the examining body can hold specific issue hearing if we think it is necessary to ensure that one or more issues is properly examined and the principal stakeholders have an adequate opportunity to state their case. The examining body notified parties of its intention to hold specific issue hearing 2 or SIH 2 on environmental matters in its Regulation 32 letter issued on the 6th of February 2026. The agenda for SIH 1 was issued on February 20th, on 20th of February 2026. A revised agenda was reissued on Thursday, the 26th of February. It is that revised agenda that we will be following today. It is a full agenda, so we will keep timings under review, and we may decide to hold over some matters for written questions if we are running over. We will do that as we go. The examination under MEMA is an inquisitorial process, and it is for the examining body to lead the questioning in order to test the evidence before us. For the purpose of this hearing, I will not allow cross-questioning between parties. If parties consider that further points need to be explored, they should indicate this to the panel, and we will decide whether those matters should be pursued here today at the hearing, or whether we explore some of those matters through written questions from the applicant. Okay, I will now move on to introductions from attendees. And I just want to welcome and thank everyone for coming today once more. Several parties have registered to speak. It will help me to know who's actually present generally, so I will do a roll call essentially and take very quick introductions where necessary. So let's just start with the applicant. If you can identify the person who's leading today, and others can introduce themselves when they come forward.
Yes, good morning, madam. My name is Amy Sterling. I'm a senior associate solicitor at St Masons, and I'll be leading from the applicant today. You will hear less from me today as we have in previous days. So I do have other consultants in person, but also online, and also another 4 people who are due to join after lunch online to speak to the specifics of the, for example, marine mammal assessment. So, as you said, they can introduce themselves at the appropriate point.
Okay, so sound quality online is quite essential, but as you can see, sound quality here is fairly good. So if you can check with your consultants how they're doing as we go, that would be great. Okay, so starting with Department of Infrastructure, I've got Blair Atchison, Emma Rowan, Ian Brooks, Kevin Almond, and Celine Skinner. Does that cover your team, Department of Infrastructure? Okay. From DEFRA, I've got Aileen Thomas, Dr. Richard Selman, Gavin Cleater, Ken Milne, Neil Milsom, Peter Duncan, and Richard Armitage.
Yes,
that covers the DEFRA team. Okay. I've got Manx Fish Producers Organisation, David Beard. Okay. Thank you. Manx Wildlife Trust, David Bellamy. Okay, noted, thank you. Manx BirdLife, Alison Leonard. Thank you. And then from Garth Commissioners, I've got Martin Droyle and Miranda Farragher. Okay, thank you. I don't believe, no offshore turbines for Isle of Man. Do we have a representative? Thank you. And this is from memory, your Miss Georgina O'Sullivan. Okay, thank you. I do have a few other attendees here listed today in attendance. So I'll just go through the names, and if you're representing an organisation, if you could specify that, that'd be very helpful. Alan Desmond? Not present. Okay. Kevin Wormsley? No. Lara Howe? Amy Farragher? No. Anne Crane? David Crane? Patricia Newton. Are you representing an organisation, Ms. Newton, or are you representing yourself?
No, I'm actually may not wish to speak. Could I explain?
Sure, please. Microphone's on its way to you.
Thank you. I registered to speak because it was environment, and I'm afraid having been off the island, I missed the detailed agenda. I really thought environment would, like the Aval-Emor hearings, cover seascape, landscape, visual, cultural, heritage, social, economic. So that is why I registered to speak. I just hope that maybe you'll have a separate hearing on such issues at a later date. But apart from that, unless I want to speak on anything cumulative, which I've talked about before, I'm just here to listen.
Thanks for that clarification, Ms. Newton, and just to reassure you that yes, we will be covering those matters later on at future hearings. Alan Davidson. Are you representing an organisation, Mr. Davidson? Okay, that's fine. Julian Barton. And ask for the microphone, Mr. Barton, if you're representing an organisation. But
I'm not.
Okay, good. Craig Walsoncroft. Okay, and Diane Brown. Welcome. Is there anybody here who is wishing to speak, has registered to speak, and I haven't called their name? I've noted you.
It's Kevin Wells from the Manx-Back Group.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. I'm just going to double check if anybody here is present, Manx-Back Group, from Douglas City Council. If the lady could have a microphone just to introduce herself.
Dana Einan, representing Douglas City Council. We have not registered to speak, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody representing the Joint Nature Conservation Council? No. Marine Management Organisation? No. Manx BirdLife? I think that was... just your name, please, madam.
I'm Alison Leonard. You've already you've got me in there twice.
Yes. Yep. And anyone from Manx Nature Alliance? Okay, I think that completes it. And I'm just going to double check if anyone registered to speak that I haven't already called out. No, and I don't see any hands up on Teams. That completes attendance for today. Any members of press attending? There are no hands up. Good. That concludes this agenda item. We'll swiftly move on to agenda item 3, and I'll hand over to Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you, Ms. Sahai. Okay, so agenda item 3 on the agenda today is, she says, quickly finding her agenda, is looking at the landfall assessment process. And just to explain briefly the purpose of agenda item 3, The examining body's starting point is that we are probing and testing the applications so that we can prepare a report and a recommendation to the Council of Ministers. And we're looking at many different angles, understanding how the likely significant effects of the project have been assessed. Specifically, the environmental impact assessment regulations, which are applied in the Manx context by the Climate Change Order 2024, require environmental impact assessments to identify, describe and assess in an appropriate manner, in light of each individual case, the direct and indirect significant effects of the proposed development. Therefore, the description of the proposed development is key to this requirement. And so agenda item 3 focuses on a description of the elements of the proposed development as it approaches and makes landfall. And so that we can understand whether the design envelope as defined is sufficient to allow an assessment of the effects of the proposed development, we will be asking you the applicant to present the detail of what is happening at landfall. So the application includes 2 separate landfall zones where landfall points are proposed. We would like to hear from the applicant in relation to the specific activities, sequence of works, and the proposed programme for these works. We touched on this yesterday at specific issue hearing 1, and I know that yesterday the applicant expressed concern over the level of detail that they could provide at this stage. So we will be hopeful that you can provide us with more detail than we have seen so far. And we do understand that the examination is an iterative process, and we are just at the start of the 6 months. But for the examining body to understand the potential effects of the application, positive, negative, neutral, we do need a more developed understanding of the parameters that have been relied upon for the assessment in the environmental statement. We would very much like then the applicant to take us through the presentation at agenda item 3, and we will listen and we will ask questions at the end of your presentation. And then we will ask other people if they would like to ask any questions in the room today. So, Ms. Sterling, over to your team, please.
Thank you, Madam. Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. I will pass you to Dr. Carolan, who has prepared the presentation, which I'm confident will give you more detail than we were able to do yesterday. Also over to Dr. Carolan.
Good morning. Dr. Julian Kjorn on behalf of the applicant. I've prepared a short presentation to provide some clarification on the landfall assessment process. So if we can just go to the first slide. So this first slide shows the offshore export cable as it approaches landfall of the Isle of Man. And we have some detail from the from our draft MIC in relation to Schedule 1 of the authorised projects, setting out what the works are for the various different works numbers. And just important in relation to the landfall here are works 3, particularly works 3A and 3B, which is for up to 2 cable circuits and any associated ducting for a trenchless technique for entry or exit pits and associated cofferdams. And that's shown as a shaded area in close proximity to the shore, that you can see. The onshore works is set out within works number 6, and they're listed there, but we'll go on to them in further detail as we progress. Looking at the specific landfall areas, we have 2. This is the first one that we'll look at today, Groudle landfall. So the image on the left presents the works plans for Groudle, and the image on the right presents the site plan. So yesterday there was some concern that the works plans obscured the area and the receptors underneath them. So we have presented both in this slide, and we've got a further merge. We merge these later on to try and bring some further clarity. But for the purposes now, we're just showing the works plan and the site plan so that you can see the works in relation to the site. a little bit more clearly. And the works plans for reference are at APP 184 and the site plan at APP 183. The next slide. This is the Port Skillion landfall, and again just repeating the same as for Groudle. So we have the works plan on the left hand side and an indication of the site plan, so the order limits on the image on the right. The next slide, please. So what we have done as request from the examining body yesterday was to merge the site plan and the works plan to give some degree of transparency of what the works look like in relation to the site. So this combination, you can see at Groudle we've got two. This is the Groudle landfall zone, and it comprises two landfall sites. We have the Groudle beach, which is the area to the south and to the left, and we have the Groudle field, which is the area to the north and to the right. Work number 6 comprises those elements that are 6A all the way through to F, and they're labelled on the works plan. And what we've attempted to do is to provide some further clarity to that. So as a standard practice in most DCOs, at this stage of project development, it's not possible to detail the exact location of a transition joint bay, or where the ducting will be, or the entry or exit pits. That will be defined at a later date once we have detailed geotechnical investigation for the site. When we've got consent, we've appointed principal contractors, and all of that information comes together. We're then in a position to discharge all our pre-construction requirements in relation to that. But for the purposes of providing some additional clarity today, if we could show the next slide. What we've attempted to do in this is to delineate within the works area where those works numbers could occur. So if you look at works number 6, you can see the landfall associated with assets in connection to works A, which is up to 4 trenchless technique entry and exit pits. So at the field, they are most likely to occur in the area towards the back of the field. The reason being is that we need the maximum permittable area for which to make the drill from the offshore into the field. So that would be as far back from the cliff as is reasonably possible. So that area is where we would have the entry and exit pits, and that would also be the location of works D, which would be up to 2 transition joint bays. We would take access to the right hand side of the field, and that access would predominantly run down the side to a logistics and construction compound, which is marked at E, and the areas marked at C would be the area that would comprise the ducting. This is just put up for illustrative purposes, so that it gives you a better idea of what the indicative works could comprise within the works area. All of this has been set out within the maximum design scenario for the impact assessment, and has been assessed accordingly within the ES, and I'll come on to that. So for the Groudle beach, the image to at the lower left, we can see at that part we also have the open cut, so that there is represented by works number 6B. So the installation method at the field is HDD, or a trenchless technique only, and for the beach it will be open cut only. So when we refer to Groudle as a landfall zone in the whole, both options are available, but when we speak about the landfall sites, they're differentiated, that one is a trenchless technique and the other one is an open cut technique, and the open cut being at the beach. And again, you can see on this one where we have zoned to show where the location of the logistics and construction compounds would be to the south of the site, and the entry and exit pits and the transition joint bays to the north of the site. I hope that gives some further clarity in relation to the request yesterday. So the sequence of activities on the programme, or the same sequence of activities and programmes applicable to both sites. It's a 2-year construction programme for all of the landfall works within a 3-year construction programme for the entire project. And the sequence of activities are set out in 1 to 11. So we would basically have the pre-construction activities, so there'll be any surveys, geoscience surveys that I spoke about previously in terms of getting the geotechnical information. We would identify and demarc any existing utilities. We would set up the compound and set up the perimeter fencing. We would mobilise work teams and equipment to site for setup. We would do the enabling work such as connection to water, sewage and ground preparation. We would start the construction of the transition joint bays. We would install then the cables. We would backfill the transition joint bays, reinstate, and then we would demobilise, and all of that would occur within the 2 years of the landfall construction works. The next slide. So the parameters, including location, scale, footprint and construction assumptions that are assessed. So this is taken from table 32 of the project description, which is available at APP 041. And this sets out the maximum design scenario for landfall construction, transition joint bays and temporary construction compounds. And it sets it out for Groudle and Port Skillion. The parameters are roughly the same. Sometimes they're just doubled for what they are at Groudle, because at Port Skillion we have one landfall compound, one transition joint bay, one cable, while at Groudle we're speaking about Groudle in the whole, so we've got 2 sites, so it's almost double for most parameters. In some instances there's a variation, but relatively speaking generally it's double. On the next slide. The next slide then gives the number of temporary access roads at Groudle and Port Skillion. So we'll need 3 at Groudle, 2 at Port Skillion. We have the lengths, the number, the width of the road, and that is all set out within the maximum design scenario. So all of those parameters are set out within the project description, which gives the examining body clarity and sufficient level of detail to know what the applicant has used to inform the impact assessment. On the next slide presents just one example of the maximum design scenario for an onshore impact assessment, and this one is for ecology. So this is for impact assessment ID ECC01, and this is for lighting effects and disturbance to habitats and species. And you can see within the landfall definition, the maximum design scenario clearly sets out the open cut, the HDD approach for the landfall at both areas. It sets out the construction program, it sets out the noise, it sets the working hours, the construction traffic requirements, and it provides justification and distinction for that maximum design scenario and how it's differentiated between Port Skillion and Groudle, what the receptors are and what the commitments are that are embedded within the design for the project at an early stage. And that forms the impact assessment to inform the EIA. And that concludes oh, sorry, I might have one more slide. Is it one more? That's it. Thank you.
And Port Skillion?
Port Skillion, I just went through Groudle just for an example, but Port Skillion represents exactly the same. So
we would very much like.
So if we can go back to the maximum design scenario, the maximum design.
Sorry, Dr. Carolyn. Could we go back, please, to the map which had the ABCDs and indicated the joint transition bays and so forth? Let's have a look at that, because we did ask you for Port Skillion, Groudle Bay and Groudle Field. So not to have Port Skillion does seem rather an omission, but let's go back to what you have done, please. I think we need to go back up to the beginning of the presentation. Thank you. And I'm conscious that people at the back of the room can't see this, but it will be published in the examination library very soon, maybe lunchtime, but I don't want to overpromise, but I think it will be very soon. So where is the Port Skillion equivalent of this, please?
I didn't prepare Port Skillion, I just prepared the Groudle one as a worked example. I wasn't aware, it wasn't clear to me that I needed to present both worked examples for these. The maximum design scenario...
Dr. Carolyn, may I pause you there?
Yeah.
So we, as an examining body, we spend quite a lot of time thinking about the hearings ahead of us, and we put out detailed agendas with some care and thought early to allow everyone to read, and particularly if we've asked for presentations on certain things, for you to all prepare. And one of the questions was to explain in relation to Port Skillion exactly the same level of detail. So I'm slightly confused as to why you haven't done that.
Okay, it was an oversight on my part. I thought that I would present an indicative layout to give some further detail, and I would have a worked example of that. The works plans that are presented for in this presentation for Port Skillion, so the very first 2 and 3 slides represent the works plans on the site plan for Groudle and for Portskillion. Just for this work example, in relation to your request specifically yesterday for the transparency, I thought I would do this one worked example. I didn't have time to do that all of yesterday evening for both sites, so I was working yesterday evening to get that ready. So I thought I would take Groudle as a worked example, and if you find that that is sufficient detail, then I can work up the other one and submit it into examination.
I would like you to do so. That is an action. I'm just wondering about the timescale, actually, because can we put that in at deadline 1 for now? Let me discuss that with my colleagues, but deadline 1 for now, please. Okay, thank you for running that through. So, turning to my questions on this particularly, the application identifies 3 landing sites with materially different environmental impacts, but lacks clarity on the criteria and process for selecting between them. So, what will determine the 3 landfall sites? Why are there 3 separate landfall sites identified, and why are there 2 separate landfall sites identified at Groudle Bay? That's some elucidation on that would be helpful, please.
Dr. Julian Kjorn on behalf of the applicant. Very early in the pre-application phase, as we were speaking with Manx Utilities yesterday, and as they alluded, we had a wider search area for site selection and consideration of alternatives. And at that, we were considering landfall zones from Portskillion up to Groudle Bay. Early in that communication, one of our preferred sites from a technical perspective, from an Ørsted perspective, was the same site as the Manx 1 interconnector landing at Portskillion. So that was one of our preferred. As we were discussing with Manx Utilities on preferred landfalls, they're also in the process of developing. They're in the early stages, maybe more advanced stages now. They can speak on this themselves. In looking for the Manx 2 interconnector site. The Manx 2 interconnector site was doing an evaluation of Portskillion, and Manx Utility said that from their consideration it looked like a suitable landfall area. So they suggested it was maybe something that we wanted to have a look at. When we looked at Portskillion from a technical perspective, it's quite constrained by the presence of the interconnector cable there, so we could only ever get 1 cable in there, and the maximum design scenario is for 2 cables, so we need an alternative site. So it was decided then to bring in Groudle Bay into the equation. At Groudle initially we were looking at the field, but then through some evaluation it became apparent that there was actually the potential to develop that site, and that we could get 2, and we could then we could deliver the entire project in it. And then now at this stage, having gone through the pre-application phase, got the consultation feedback, had that continued engagement with Manx Utilities, we're now in a position that we feel that we can concentrate all our development consent activities on Groudle, and Portskillion can fall away as such due to the significant environmental constraint at that site.
And we're conscious in the development of the project that Groudle Bay was in and then out and then back in again. Is there any potential likelihood that some of the environmental effects were not assessed during the period of time when Groudle Bay was not in consideration?
I don't believe that we have missed any environmental effects. So Groudle has always been there through the pre-application stage where we have had consultation on the scoping. It was within the scoping boundary. We set out all the impacts. The scoping opinion didn't allude to anything. Our PEI didn't allude to anything. Our statutory consultation didn't allude to anything. Impacts through all the consultation, through the evidence plan process, on the baseline, on the likely significant effects, on the assessment methodologies, assessment outcomes, didn't allude to the fact that we had missed anything. So the applicant's confident that we've done a full and complete assessment at Groudle.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Carolan. I'm just turning to colleagues in the room. Does anybody have any specific questions on this agenda item before I move to item 4? And I'm going to start with my panel colleagues.
I just wondered if you could explain then, if Portskillion was so constrained, which you've quite carefully explained, and you developed 2 landings at Groudle, why did you just not go with the 2 landings at Groudle? Why did you leave the 3rd alternative for Portskillion in the application?
So in the discussions with Manx Utilities, and these are still coming to fruition, so we know that our grid connection now, as Manx Utilities clarified yesterday, is most likely to be at Middle River or Pulrose. So therefore, Portskillion, there is an option that we do not deliver up to 100 megawatts and we only need 1 cable. Therefore, in line with good practice in terms of route planning site selection, Portskillion still would remain the shortest, most direct, least environmentally damaging route in terms of its length. So it has remained in until we can conclude with Manx Utilities what the total capacity is, and we can design the project to be either 1 or 2 cables. If it was only going to be 1 and we were connecting somewhere else, then perhaps the option may fall away. But at the minute we have 2, so 2 is not compatible at Portskillion, so we need to have the additional site.
So you just said that Portskillion was the least environmentally...
No, I said if you're in terms of route planning, site selection, you want to always develop the shortest route. Right. So therefore, Portskillion would still remain the shortest route to grid connection at Pulrose. So therefore, being the shortest route, you would assume it's the least environmentally damaging, the most cost effective. So it ticks the boxes. Even though it is constrained environmentally, we would assume it's less constrained than a longer route through greenfield area, which would be much more extensive
and
in terms of...
Sorry. And least environmentally damaging?
Yeah.
Okay.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant, if I may just jump in here. Of course, the consultation feedback we've received on the MIC application suggests otherwise. I think the point Dr. Carolan is making is you would assume the shortest route is less environmentally impactful, which is a matter of essentially good design. Consultation feedback on the MIC application has indicated a strong preference from many stakeholders to avoid Portskillion, which has driven the applicant's change request. I think it's also helpful just at this point because there is a lot of information in the examination library for anyone who's wishes to read more, as it were, about landfall site selection. Section 6.4 of the selection and refinement of offshore and landfall infrastructure, which is application reference APP 071, provides more information on the iterative approach to identifying the landfall zones.
Thank you, Ms. Sterling. And just again for help for people in the room, the agenda includes a long list of documents that the examining body has focused on specifically in relation to the hearing today. So if you are wondering where we're putting quite a lot of the discussion, those documents are referenced at the beginning of the agenda, including the one you said, but thank you for that reminder. I think it's helpful just to let people know what references we're working to, so thank you for that. Just a general observation to the applicant. We know, and we're coming to it later on the agenda, that you have made a change request in relation to Portskillion. Please do not in any way take a view that we have made a view on that change request. My reason for saying this is that, Dr. Carolan, I understand you were burning the midnight oil to get those diagrams ready. The fact that you haven't included Portskillion makes us a little bit concerned that you are in somehow prejudging what we are thinking. So I'm sure that's not the case, but that is how it's coming across to us.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant, your point is taken, it is noted. We are committed to responding to your questions on Portskillion. We do also note you have to consult on the change request before you decide whether or not to accept it. It was purely a matter of time. Many of the other slides did deal with Portskillion, but yeah, we take the point and we'll ensure that we respond on Portskillion sufficiently in future.
Thank you, and I won't labour it any further. Is there any other comments from any of the colleagues that have asked? I haven't had anybody specifically asked to speak on this item, but let me just check. And online? Yes, I've got CMS Celine Skinner online. And if you would, when you join us, introduce yourself, as I'm sure you will, and who you're representing, that would be great.
Good morning, I'm Celine Skinner on behalf of the Department of Infrastructure. One point that I just wanted to clarify before I get into the department's position on this is I think some previous legislation which has been revoked was just referenced earlier, but just wanted to clarify that for the EIA it's Part 4 and the associated Schedule 3 of the 2024 Marine Infrastructure Consenting Process Regulations, which the applicant must be in compliance with. The previous Climate Change Infrastructure Planning Environmental Impact Assessment Application Order 2024 was revoked by a revocation order in 2025. So I just wanted to clarify that. Sorry for the very long, wordy titles of the legislation. There was just 2 points that we wanted to raise in relation to this agenda item. The department has provided detailed comments on the draft MIC and associated EIA within its consultation response, which is PCR 171, and has of course reviewed the applicant's responses to those comments. Overall, the department just wants to maintain that, in its view, the applicant has not yet provided sufficient evidence to demonstrate that there is a safe and suitable access to either landfall site, and that overall, we're not quite comfortable yet that there's enough evidence to support clear construction feasibility. And there's 2 key points to this, which I will take in turn. So
Ms.
the first
Skinner,
is in relation to...
Ms. Skinner,
yeah.
I do believe we're coming to that under the next item, item 4C, where we're looking at construction and accesses. But I would very much like to hear from you at that point. But if I may just follow the agenda, but I will be asking you specifically on that point if you would provide us with your commentary, please. So if I can just hold you on that point, that would be really helpful. Was your other point related to that, or was it different?
No, they're both just in relation to the EIA.
Yeah, okay, thank you. But I will be calling you back in shortly. Thank you.
No worries.
Dr. Carolyn, just going back to that diagram that you had for Growler Bay, and you said that it is not possible to show locations, specific locations for some of the structures at the moment, or the location of the joint transition bays, etc., because it will rely on geotechnical survey. My question is that you've made certain assumptions which has led you to that site. You've made certain assumptions that has meant that you can draw a boundary around it in terms of, which is the order limits in the application. Based on those assumptions, you can assume a certain location, a certain size for some of these things. And I think when Mr. Pownell yesterday talked about what is the realistic scheme that you're thinking about building, that is what we would like before us, simply to be able to test whether that's even possible on the site. Because at the moment, we have absolutely no idea. What we've got is blocks in front of us. And when we visit the site in our unaccompanied site inspections, that was one of the questions that came to us, which is, where will it go? That clarity is something we need. We were really hoping to see some of that clarity with these presentations and in the agendas that we had provided. So whether it is something that you give us in a presentation or whether it's something that we, secured through written questions, that will need to come to us in order for us to form a view at some point, early, possibly.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. I think if I'm understanding correctly, I think that you don't necessarily need to see how exactly it will work, because we're not able to provide that commitment now, but you want to see an example of how it could work to ensure that it is deliverable. And I think that is something we can take away. It will require, we don't have that level of design at the moment. We will need to involve other colleagues within the business. I don't think it's something we'll be able to present tomorrow, for example, but it's certainly something we could take away and endeavour to provide for deadline 1.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that we were discussing yesterday was the topography, which is particularly significant at both of those landfall zones. And Dr. Carolyn, whilst your combined plan was certainly more helpful, even more helpful would be to have the topography, as I think we did in fact refer to, because that does illustrate pretty easily and quickly that the environment within which you're working, which is constrained and has some pretty significant features that are not going to be moving anytime soon. So explaining that and showing us how you will be navigating those immovable objects, such as coastline and railway and so forth, is going to be extremely helpful.
Dr. Kieran, on behalf of the applicant, just in relation to installation technology, as I pointed out yesterday, we have extensive experience of delivering these types of projects globally and within the UK. Our technical team and our HDD team have confirmed that this is a technically feasible site. We do these types of drills with regular occurrence. We wouldn't select the site if it wasn't feasible. We've got some indication as well from Manx Utilities that Port Skillion is a feasible landfall because it is where the Manx 1 interconnector makes landfall. So it's a feasible site.
We understand that well enough, but the question we're asking is just help us out a little bit here by being a bit more explicit about the geography and some of the decisions that will drive.
Okay. If I could just point one last comment just in relation to something that was pointed out. So the constraint of 250 metres for the site isn't something that Ørsted decided to impose upon ourselves. That is imposed on us by MEMA. So left to our own devices, if this was under a Planning Act application, then there would be more extensive information. We would be going back much further to make that drill, but we're constrained by the boundary of 250 metres. So everything must be squeezed into that within this application. So while that is feasible for us to do, it's basically looking at this. It's difficult to compare it with what we're used to looking at from a Planning Act application because we don't have that level of detail, we don't have that space where you would see all of that information that would normally be available.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. If I may, we understand essentially you don't want to just take our word for it that this is feasible. You want us to help you understand that it is feasible. The point is taken, we'll take it away and we'll respond at deadline 1. That was...
Sorry. Dr. Carolyn, can I just follow up on that last point? So understanding that MEMA extends 250 metres landward, so what elements would you have chosen not to squeeze in? I think it was maybe not your exact wording. What elements would you have chosen to put beyond that 250 metre constriction?
Well, we would probably have taken more land if it was available to us. We would have then maybe had a larger logistics and laydown compound. We could have then demonstrated much clearer what the access situation was coming off all of the neighbouring highway. That wasn't possible for us, so we could only show access requirements. The project is only for, and I say only, it is for a transition joint bay for 2 cables in a field. It's not beyond that, there's no other infrastructure, so it is essentially a drill from offshore to pop up into a field into a transition joint bay. So from an offshore wind farm development perspective, it's quite a small piece of work, notwithstanding the local impact within that small area.
Indeed, and an early part of the project development, the 250 metre boundary was not something that held you back, and equally under a TCPA application there's nothing to prevent you from developing that application in parallel with this one. So whilst you might be constrained to some extent, why would you not have developed the TCPA application more fully so that we can see the interface very clearly, as opposed to the strategy which I think you're adopting of saying we are not providing more detail in relation to the TCPA application because we're still in discussion with Manx Utilities or so forth. Whereas my question back would be, what is the impediment to you making progress?
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. It's that point that you raised at the end of the Manx Utilities. The applicant was originally progressing and at scoping on the assumption that it would be designing and consenting the onshore connection through subsequent discussions with Manx Utilities. That assumption was proven false. Essentially, Manx Utilities wish to deliver the onshore connection as they discussed yesterday. Therefore, those discussions and with Manx Utilities, the technical design work that they need to do needs to progress. So we wouldn't at this stage be able to progress that town and country planning at application. I think the point that Dr. Callahan was referencing was in particular to service the construction compound at the transition jointway, and particularly the position on access, which I'm sure we'll get onto shortly. Is if we had a broader area, we may have been able to include more by the way of access, for example, rather than relying on future consents.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sterling. Then I'm going to turn now to the next item on the agenda, which is item 4, approach to securing mitigation. And we have asked at item 4A for the applicant to set out its approach to securing mitigation in relation to the landfall zones and the principles applied. I will be inviting DOI and DEFA to then come in and speak to the points around construction, traffic, and indeed I've got a question around heritage. But if I may ask the applicant to just set out its approach as indeed we've asked in the agenda. Thank you.
Toby Yates on behalf of the applicant. I'm an associate solicitor at Pinsent Masons, speaking on behalf of the applicant today. So firstly, just touching on the sort of general approach to securing mitigation. This is explained in the commitments register, which is APP-066 and APP-067. It's an Excel spreadsheet or a PDF. And that explains that the applicants adopted a primary, secondary and tertiary commitments approach. And effectively the way that's split is the primary is the embedded features of design in relation to the infrastructure that is set out in the maximum design scenarios in the project description chapter of APP-041. The secondary mitigation is the measures that are effectively site-specific and respond to the environmental impact assessment in order to reduce the likely significant effects. And at the end of this, I'll sort of come on to how we're going to bolster what's currently in front of the examination. And then the tertiary mitigation is effectively measures that are best practice measures that are either required by legislation or will be secured under the various management plans that are routinely offered to reflect the nature of the development more generally. And you'll see in the commitments register that explains how each of those commitments are secured and where they're secured, including, for example, the ecological commitments that Dr. Carolan shared on screen before, but obviously there's many others in that commitments register as well. I'm conscious as well that the examining body wanted some examples yesterday, and given we've just talked about landfall, I'll use landfall as an example. And again, Dr. Carolan shared on screen table 32, setting out the maximum design scenarios in relation to landfall, and that's from the project description chapter. And some indicative examples within that. So one is that it sets out that the total number of landfall construction compounds is 2, and the number of transition joint bays is up to 2. And it's just to explain that using those examples, you'll see at work number 6D of Schedule 1 of the Draft Marine Infrastructure Consent, which is APP 191, that only seeks consenting powers for up to 2 transition joint bays or 2 temporary construction compounds. Therefore, the scope of the consent is inherently limited because the consent doesn't seek any greater than the maximum design scenario. It's therefore not necessary to have a requirement limiting it because the scope of the consent itself is limited. So that's an example of a primary measure. And then in terms of a tertiary measure, you've got requirement 27 of the draft MIC. That's in Schedule 2 of the draft MIC, and that's a commitment to the Code of Construction Practice, and an outline of that document is available at APP-193. And amongst other things, you'll see that that includes a commitment to an outline construction traffic management plan, which I think is relevant for the follow-on questions that you'll have. In addition to what's set out in that commitments register and specific to landfall, you'll also see in the draft marine infrastructure consent that it secures requirements 25 and 26. And what that secures at requirement 25, firstly, is specific detailed parameters onshore. So that's another example of the primary mitigation. And then requirement 26 ensures a process for detailed design approval, and there's various factors that will be considered, including layout, scale, etc. And what that means is there's an element of control retained by the Department of Infrastructure because final details will need to be submitted before the onshore works are carried out. That's quite a general approach with some examples in relation to landfall. And following the discussions yesterday, we appreciate that there is some maximum design scenario set out in that table that Dr. Carolan shared that hasn't been included either in the order or through the management plans. And we also note that DEFRA raised some discrepancies in those maximum design scenarios and what's been secured. So we've taken the action to update the outline management plans, and also we'll take away to reconsider the draft marine infrastructure consent to see which other maximum design scenarios may need to be secured in either of those mechanisms.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. That's a helpful overview. And I think quite a lot of the conversation yesterday did come back to the outline management plans and control documents generally, and our feedback to you is that we were slightly underwhelmed. And please, can you put some effort into those quite quickly. So I'm not going to go through the detail of those as per item 4B today, because we will ask you quite a lot of detailed questions, written questions about that. But the reason I wanted to raise that is there is a frustration that has been caused by those documents not being as detailed. And in some of our preparation and reading of the documents, I'm thinking about PCR 173, which is from the Department of Enterprise, and that's talking about things like visitor communication plans, quiet hours, beach access diversions, reinstatement, all of these details, which ordinarily could have been provided at this point in those control documents. It's just one example. There are many, many others. And so we really just emphasize that point. Please do make good progress on those documents, because that is, in effect, holding up some of our ability to examine this application.
To be it's on behalf of the applicant, that point's understood, and we'll be working on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me then turn to item 4C in relation to landfall, construction compounds, temporary access roads, and so forth. I would like just to ask the Department of Infrastructure if they would like to come in at this point in relation to traffic, construction, compounds, and so forth.
Thank you very much. Celine Skinner on behalf of the Department of Infrastructure. So as alluded to just previously, the department does maintain that the applicant hasn't yet provided sufficient evidence to demonstrate that there is safe and suitable access to either of the landfall sites, and that overall there's not sufficient evidence at this stage to support that there is clear construction feasibility. So there's two key points that I'll raise in relation to this. The first is on traffic survey data, and the second is future onshore work. So I'll take these in turn. In relation to survey data, a key element of the department's concern is that the baseline traffic surveys had not initially been undertaken for 4 of the critical roads that are needed to access the landfall sites. So these were Fort Anne Road, South Quay, Groudle Old Road, and Ballymena Road. And the department has, of course, made detailed comments on the extent of highway information and the assessment undertaken within its consultation response. In terms of an update, the department has discussed this with the applicant in meetings on 21st of January and 12th of February, and welcomes the applicant's engagement on this point. It's important just to clarify that these meetings were mostly focused on the Groudle landfall, and the department wishes to note that it has not discussed the access to the Port Skillion landfall in detail with the applicant, on the basis that the applicant had made the department aware that they were only going to be pursuing the Groudle landfall. Further to these discussions, the department has provided collision data to the applicant, which covered a 5-year period, and has arranged automatic traffic data counts at a number of locations. And the department expects to receive an updated transport assessment further to the provision of this data, which should include a swept path analysis. But again, just to emphasise that this data did focus on the Groudle area, and obviously, as has been discussed during the hearings, until the change request has been accepted, we are hopeful that the applicant can continue to engage in relation to the Port Skillion landfall as well. We're hopeful that this will be covered in a first draft of the Statement of Common Ground, which we're expecting to receive by the 9th of March. However, this will of course be contingent on the information provided, and we do understand that it might predate the provision of more substantive information into the examination process. The other point, which again, I know that this was covered in quite a lot of detail yesterday regarding the future onshore works, and we appreciate the applicant has acknowledged yesterday and provided updates on the engagement with Manx utilities in terms of the progression for those onshore works. But a related point to this that we'd wanted to raise was the environmental impact assessment and the need to consider the broader cumulative impacts of the whole project for EIA purposes. Now, the methodology chapter for the ES, which is APP 073, does include a section on the whole project assessment, which is at section 8 of this chapter. And this acknowledges a need for the consideration of the whole project within the scope of the assessment. And paragraph 8.1.1.6 specifically notes that the applicant has satisfied this need, and I'll quote from the chapter here, by including the elements of the whole project that do not comprise the proposed development.
Ms. Skinner,
yeah.
Could I just ask you to speak slightly slower? Because it's quite hard to follow you. And
no worries.
Despite my best efforts, you are going quite fast.
So it was just in relation to the methodology chapter. So that was APP 073, which includes a section on the whole project assessment at section 8 of that chapter, within that section, the applicant has acknowledged a need for consideration of the whole project within the scope of its assessment. And paragraph 8.1.1.6 notes that the applicant has satisfied this need, and I'll quote a bit from the chapter here. It says they've satisfied this by including the elements of the whole project that do not comprise the proposed development, namely the East Irish Sea transmission assets, as a key focus of the cumulative effects assessment. And we just wanted to highlight that this does not seem to account for the onshore connection works. And from a review of the environmental statement, we can't see that this has been considered within the technical chapters. Now, of course, we acknowledge that a full detailed assessment of these would not be reasonable or indeed possible here on the basis that the detailed nature of the rest of the onshore works is not yet known. However, we do think that it would be appropriate for the applicant to provide a high-level consideration of the potential cumulative impacts of all of the onshore works, particularly regarding traffic and transport, in order to satisfy and understand the whole project impacts for the Isle of Man specifically. I do have other points to raise on mitigation, but I'll perhaps let the applicant respond on
Maybe
those
get your
first,
breath back.
Come back to those.
Thank you. And I don't mean to be flippant, but yeah, thank you. So there are quite a number of detail points set out by DOI. We are very heartened to hear that you are in conversation, and that I think you've had another meeting even since the last deadline, so I think in the beginning of February. Oh, anyway. But you are planning to respond to the DOI's points, but please can you just set out your response today from what you've heard from Ms. Skinner from CMS?
Yes. Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. I will pass to my colleague Dr. Carolan, and we do have our transport consultant online, Mr. Sam Taylor, Associate Director at Sconing, who can speak to any specific matters on access. Yes, engagement is ongoing on a regular basis. We have another call set up for Friday of next week to discuss the Statement of Common Ground, the draft MIC and other topics. I'm slightly surprised at Ms Skinner's submission, particularly around the whole project, when Mr Garden of CMS just yesterday said the department was broadly content with the approach to the whole project assessment within the environmental impact. That seems to have changed overnight. We spent quite a lot of time discussing the whole project assessment yesterday, the approach to tiering and why we were unable to carry out a meaningful, as Ms Skinner has identified, cumulative effects assessment with the onshore works, given the lack of information on it. Manx Utilities also corroborated that position. So I will note that. Yeah, I think it's only really now to turn to Dr. Carolan, who can give you an overview of the position on access, passing to Mr. Taylor online if necessary.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Dr. Julian Kjorn on behalf of the applicant. I can go through, I don't know if it's to your benefit to go through what has been assessed in the EIA in terms of access, logistics and things like that, or whether we just want to accept the position as summarised by DOI, and in which case I would just refer to my transport colleague who's online, who can speak to more detail about how we're going to resolve the issues moving forward.
Yes, I think that it's the second version, please, because we've read and you and DOI are clearly in conversation about that, so it's the next step really that we're most interested in.
Okay, I'll hand over to my colleague Sam Taylor, who is online, I believe. or not?
The online. Yeah, he's there.
Yeah.
Good morning, man. My name is Sam Taylor. I'm a transport planner with Housekeeping and here on behalf of the applicant. In terms of the survey data, as Ms. Skinner has spoken to, we are working with the Department of Industry to acquire some additional data for a number of the minor links. It's probably just important to set some context around that. So the onshore impact assessment, it did undertake a wide assessment of all the key links within the traffic and transport study area, and with regard to the landfall at Groundle, that is King Edward Road link 10, and with Skillion, that would be South Quay, which then lead on to a number of sort of minor links that Ms. Skinner was talking about. Those links have been assigned a level of sensitivity and have been assessed for a range of effects: pedestrian delay, amenity, driver delay, accidents and safety. Obviously, the applicant notes the Department of Industry's comments following the submission of the application and has agreed that additional data will be sourced for those links. The applicant would note that initial observations of traffic flows along those local links identify that there are very low baseline of traffic, and in that instance the focus is on mitigation and how traffic is managed along those links, and that as and options for managing traffic along those links have been discussed with DOI, and options that we've been discussing include the use of things like banksmen or escort vehicles to manage that conflict, and that the use of those types of those measures allows for the potential for conflict with non-motorised users, oncoming traffic, road safety to be managed. So those updates will be included within the updates to the construction traffic management plan, which has been alluded to earlier, and that is Annex A of the outline Code of Construction Practice. That final form of traffic management would also be agreed, need to be agreed with the Department of DOI as part of finalising the CTMP. In terms of access, again, probably just take it back a step. Obviously, the accesses sit beyond 250 metres, or that access options sit beyond 250 metres of mean high water springs, so would need to come forward via a Town and Country Planning Act application.
Mr. Taylor, may I pause you there?
Of course.
So the problem we have here is that there is a very slim-looking construction traffic management plan, and what we're talking about is an overview of how much progress are you making, and some of the concerns that we have around access, not so much about traffic flow, it's about the narrowness and the bends and so forth on the roads.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just broke a glass. But so, are you having those conversations with DOI, and are you making progress in relation to it? And whether or not this MIC extends 250 metres, vehicles still need to come from somewhere, which will be much further than 250 metres. So therefore, it's imperative that we understand where are vehicles coming from and how are they accessing the site, be it beyond 250 metres. It will be beyond 250 metres. Did you understand the question?
That's correct. I'll try and take it in multiple
but
parts.
If I could ask you to be concise.
To that.
Could I ask you to be concise, please?
I'll try my best. Yeah. So in terms of Sam Taylor on behalf of the applicant, in terms of the routes to site, we are undertaking swept path analysis of those routes, and we have shared work in progress with with the DOI on screen, and that will be submitted into the application. So that will show how access to the sites can be taken for a range of vehicle types. We are also developing outline concepts that will show how safe access can be taken from the public highway to the sites. And again, those will be submitted as part of the updates to the construction traffic management plan. I take the points on the outline construction traffic management plan, and we are working to bolster that, addressing all of the points that DOI have made. I can run through each of their sort of
I do not need you to run through each
points
of them, no. But what I would ask you to do then is to spend a lot of time, as I've already mentioned to Ms. Sterling, on that construction traffic management plan. And for us, receiving a one-page document with no detail on the construction traffic management plan is just frankly not good enough. So I can leave that message with you and ask you to do something quite radical with the content and work with DOI on that, please.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. Yeah, the point is noted. I think in summary, Mr. Taylor's point is that we're making good progress with the Department of Infrastructure on the access strategy. I appreciate that information isn't before you. We will endeavour to get as much information to you for deadline 1 as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Mr.
One
Taylor,
question.
I've got one very specific question. Have you or a colleague in preparation of the outline plan visited either Groudle Bay or Portskillion prior to the preparation of the material that's been placed in front of us? And I'm asking that simply from the perspective of practicability in terms of possible traffic access.
Sam Taylor, on behalf of the applicant, can answer that quickly. Yes, I have visited the sites. We've taken critical path measurements and photographs, which are informing, for example, the swept path analysis. What I would say is we do appreciate the complexity of accessing these sites, but that's not unusual for landfall sites, and there are a range of tried and tested options that are available. The focus as part of these updates is to the construction traffic management plan is on defining the types of vehicles that can access those sites. So that's about ensuring that we use appropriately sized vehicles. So in direct answer to your question, yes, I have. That's answered everything.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. The applicant, is there anything else you'd like to say on this particular part?
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant, no.
Okay. Then let me ask DEFA if a specific question in relation to your public consultation response. You refer to archaeology and cultural assessment, and you discuss that the assessment of registered buildings seems to have been based on regional importance, ignoring the importance of such buildings to the island and needs to be reviewed. Can you explain a little bit more about what you were driving at there, please?
Ken Milne, representing DEFA. I think our written response highlights why we feel that these are perhaps not regionally significant, but for an Isle of Man context they are very significant. They are heritage sites for us. And these sites in our submission was all in relation to the Portskillion onshore part. I think if you need further clarification, I think I'll have to take a bit away to come back in written response, because I don't have any colleagues to dealing with that heritage site here today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Milne. Applicant, any comments on that specific point? And then yes, Mr. Milne, if you would come back with a little bit more detail at the next deadline, that would be extremely helpful.
Yes.
I'm conscious of time, so I'm now going to move on to item 4D in relation to trenchless techniques. What we have been looking for, if I may put this question to the applicant, is what is the appraisal that has been done of different techniques for trenchless crossings or bringing in the cable undershore? So we talk about HDD, direct pipe, so forth. Would you please explain what comparative assessment has been undertaken so far of those different techniques?
Dr. Kieran on behalf of the applicant. Details of the trenchless techniques including HDD, direct pipe, thrust bore, micro tunnelling are described in paragraph 49212 and 49213 of the project description, APP 041, which explains in a bit more detail what is involved. And figure 17 in the project description shows an indicative HDD layout. The works assessed within the landfall construction effects for trenchless techniques. And the most likely scenario is that the ducts will be pulled into the bore from offshore to onshore, and then they'll be fused into a single string. The alternative scenario would be required is that the ducts be pulled from onshore to offshore, but that's highly unlikely. What our technical team have done is they've provided a detailed review of all of the various different techniques, and the reason for their inclusion is due to unconfirmed ground conditions at all of the landfall sites. So you'll appreciate a project of this scale doesn't take geotechnical investigations which can cost tens of millions of pounds until post-consent. So they're typically done pre-construction. So what we do is our internal HDD engineering department, based on the ground model information that we currently have available, have an array of techniques that they need to have within the design envelope to ensure that we can deliver the project. They set out those various different techniques that are required. Once we confirm the ground conditions pre-construction, we will then be able to refine the exact technique that is required. But in terms of the ducts most likely will be from an offshore rig and then pulled onshore.
So APP 041 4.9.2.14 does mention trenchless techniques other than HDD, but that is the only reference to it. Yeah. What our concern is, are there significantly different environmental effects from the different trenchless techniques? And perhaps we would ask you to take that away and come back at the next deadline with a comparative analysis of the different techniques so that we are assured that we have before us an assessment of the worst environmental effects, if I can put it that way.
So the maximum design scenario was set out for trenchless techniques, incorporates all techniques. So our assessment within the EIA gives us the flexibility to choose whichever one. So some techniques will not require the installation of cofferdams offshore, but we include cofferdams in the maximum design scenario. Other techniques will not require ducting, but that ducting is included within the maximum design scenario. So all of the various different techniques have component parts that form the MDS for the whole of the trenchless technique installation. But we can provide further detail to you in that deadline one.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant, and just to confirm, we're confident, and it does state in the final sentence of that paragraph you've referred to, that the techniques other than horizontal directional drilling would not result in any additional impacts beyond what is specified in the MDS for HDD. Again, you don't want to just take our word for it in that sentence. We'll provide you with more detail on that comparative analysis, as Dr. Caroline suggested.
Thank you, Ms. Sterling.
I just had a follow-up question, if that's all right. Sorry. So the Marine Drive protected site at Portskillion, I think you make an observation in the submission documents that part of it is in the site boundary, the red line boundary, but that you will be able to avoid it. Mm-hmm. So this comes back to my colleague's comments on the different types of construction methodology, but also lends back to what you can fit where within the construction areas. Yeah. So are you saying that you can commit to avoid protected sites, even less the local designated sites, at all three locations?
So, Dr. Kieran, on behalf of the applicant, at Port Skillion is highly constrained, so we have significant designated sites there, both for nature and for heritage. We can apply significant buffers to them to protect them during the construction phase and still deliver the project. But the constraint at Port Skillion is significant, but is not insurmountable. Groudle, it presents much less constraint in relation to ecology, to heritage and the residential receptors, so it's got much more freedom, and having 2 sites there and a potential for maybe 1 cable allows us to optimise the project delivery at Groudle more than at Port Skillion. But yes, we can deliver 1 cable at Port Skillion and 2 cables at Groudle. I can confirm that, yeah. And it may be helpful. What we would plan to do, a little will come out, and I appreciate it's lacking in detail now due to the development of the plans, but all of the mitigations that we would be required to ensure no likely significant effect, what we would do is apply the appropriate buffer, map them up, and ultimately in the pre-construction discharge, we would be looking to refine that site down and demark exactly where the transition joint bay would be, where the access would be, where the mitigation measures would be. So, but it would all be within that order limit. So, yeah.
Thank you. I'm just looking for some clarification and confidence that you can avoid such sites as Marine Drive. It does talk about alternative methods to go underneath it.
Yeah.
So I think we're looking at understanding these protected sites, designations, and other issues like heritage in these constrained areas, and how it is actually possible to avoid them in some cases, like Marine Drive, and also navigate them with buffer zones in other cases. So it's just an observation. I'm not asking for you to respond now, but I think it's implicit in what we've asked for from my colleague here and in terms of the management plans.
Yeah, it's something we're critically aware of, and hence why we've submitted the non-material change to drop Port Skillion, because it's highly constrained. And I think with the application of all of the mitigation buffers and everything that would be required at Port Skillion, it's going to be challenging to get a logistics compound in there. We could do it, but it would be unfavourable. So the best option would most likely involve additional TCPA application to move some of the infrastructure further back, and hence some of the reasoning why we don't prefer that site, because of the constraint at it. It's initially in there because we thought it represented a good opportunity for shared infrastructure with the Manx 1 interconnector and for its shortest route. But as we have come through the development phase, it's apparent that's no longer a favourable site. But we can confirm we can deliver it, but would prefer not to. Yeah.
Just to follow up on that, Dr. Carolyn, I think going back to one of the hearing actions, which was about producing, an indicative layout of how you could deliver and where, I think what Ms. Pownell has just said means that the analysis and the assumptions that you have made in relation to some of these constraints would to underpin some of those indicative locations would be extremely helpful. So I'm going to add that to the hearing action. And what this is turning into in my head is not similar to almost a design justification statement, and a layout plan. But let's not give it a name right now. We have very clear outputs that we need to see there.
We're happy to produce something like that. It was our intention at the beginning, if you have read the proportionate approach to EIA position paper, that we wanted to have a design vision statement that was produced very early before we dropped the onshore substation and the terrestrial export cable, and it was always our intention to produce such a document which brought all of that information together to present it in one coherent package. Just because of the nature of the project now having been sliced down to what it is, then it didn't seem appropriate. But if you feel it's informative, then we're happy to bring something like that forward again. Yeah.
Dr. Carolyn, what will become very clear tomorrow is that with an array of this size, that document remains pertinent.
Okay. Anything further the applicant wants to add on this point? And so because we want to ensure we have time to look at the change request, my other questions in relation to the other items on this agenda item can be held over to written questions. What I would ask now is that, again, with the use of plans and visual aid, to take a few minutes to explain the detail of the proposed change request, please.
Dr. Kieran on behalf of the applicant. I'm going to stop speaking shortly, so it's okay. Change request is a very brief summary. If we could just go to the next slide, please, Tom. So our non-material change request, we have an image on the left-hand side which shows a comparison of the order limits. So what is before you in terms of our application is the red and the blue. So the offshore export cable corridor to landfall at both Groudle and Port Skillion. What we are proposing is to no longer progress with Port Skillion as a landfall option. So that would have the effect of removing a portion of the offshore export cable corridor from the array to Port Skillion and removing the landfall as demonstrated in the works plan on the right hand side. That's quite simply what the non-material change request is. That still allows us to bring forth a project that delivers up to 2 cables as a maximum design scenario and 100 megawatts for the island link. So it allows us to fulfill our aspiration, our commercial aspiration for the project while minimising environmental impacts. The next slide. So the landfall, we presented this previously, but the landfall indicative sequence of works remains exactly the same. The only change really in the non-material change is there's a spatial component. So all of the works are required at the same location. So Port Skillion was an open cut and the field was HDD at Groudle. So both open cut and HDD remain because both of those installation technologies are applicable at Groudle. The maximum design scenario, which is 2 TJBs and 2 compounds, remains the maximum design scenario. It's just both of those would be at Groudle as opposed to one at Groudle and one at Port Skillion. So the landfall indicative sequence of works remains exactly the same from the pre-construction all the way through to the reinstatement works and the demobilisation. Everything remains exactly as is set out and assessed in the EIA. So there is no material change to the impact assessments as presented. And the change is just to remove Port Skillion. We've had some early consultation feedback from DOI, from DEFA and from other stakeholders who have looked favourably upon that non-material change request, and it is done specifically in response to a number of feedbacks that we've had from stakeholders in response to their consultation response. So DEFA in relation to impacts associated with landfall works on designated sites and non-designated heritage assets at Port Skillion. The Isle of Man Fungus Group for concerns in relation to grassland habitat supporting important fungi species at Port Skillion. Manx Wildlife Trust feel that Groudle should be prioritised over Port Skillion, as Port Skillion will negatively impact 2 designated marine nature reserves and potentially the Marine Drive ASSI. The Department of Infrastructure has concerns of traffic flow increases and access limitations at Port Skillion, particularly at Fort Anne Road. So the non-material change request is put before you to allay or to materially address those concerns from stakeholders.
Thank you for explaining that to us. What I would just caution is you might consider it's a non-material change. We have made no view of whether it is or isn't, so probably the language would be a change request, and then we will, in the course of our deliberation, decide whether it's material or not. What we are concerned about is that there may well be unintended consequences and effects on the project that perhaps are not obvious from an initial glance. And what we will be doing soon, as reasonable, is to issue a direction for you to provide more information on that change request. And then from there we will take forward our deliberations in the way that we see appropriate for that change request. So at this stage, thank you for setting that out. We are very much in thinking mode. As to materiality, it's way too soon to say anything further on that. Okay, thank you. Is there anything else anybody wants to raise on the matter of the change request? In which case, let's break now for 15 minutes and come back a little after 1:45 12. Thank you.
Okay, should we make a start then? Is everyone ready? Okay. So it's 11:49 precisely, and we'll start the rest of the morning sessions. So we're on agenda item 6, which is approach to the EIA, and the aim of this part of the hearing is to give the examining body a good overview of the approach to assessment with the uniquely Manx focus. So we're going to go on to agenda item 7 after that, which is protective species and designations. But if people could bear in mind that we're going to get into the detail of the species in the afternoon, so this session before lunch is about the approach, not the species themselves, just for the audience. So before I start, with that in mind, is there anyone that wants to speak to the various agenda items for the rest of the morning? So 6, 7, 8. Sir, could you just make yourself known? Is there a microphone, gentlemen? If you just tell me which agenda item you want to speak to, I'd be grateful so I can call you in.
Good morning, David Bellamy from the Manx Wildlife Trust. Just wanted to speak later, if I may, on 6.
On 6. Which part of 6? A, B or C?
Overarching, thank you.
Overarching. I'm sorry to catch your name, sir.
It's David Bellamy.
David Bellamy. Okay. Thank you so much. So it is a full agenda, and the MMO and the JNCC have not registered to attend. So if it's all right with everybody, I'm going to move agenda item 10 to written questions. Anyone has any problems with that? And I also might move 9, depending on how we go, because we covered a lot of 9 yesterday, and there's an overlap. So there is an overlap, so I'll pause on that and see how we go with that. So I'm so sorry, is there another hand up? I do apologise, I didn't see you.
Yeah, hello, my name's David Beard from the Manx Fish Producers. I'd probably like to speak after 6A, after DEFRA have been invited to comment.
So what was your name, sir?
David Beard.
David Beard, right. Anybody else that I missed? One more person. So David Beard on 9, David Bellamy on all of the first section of 6. Okay.
Hi, I'm Julian Barton. I'd like to talk on item 6, overarching, please.
Item 6, overarching as well. Julian Barton.
Correct, yes.
I don't know if there's 3 chairs at the table. Have we got 3 chairs? Do you want to come forward so you can participate? We don't have time going backwards and forwards. If you're participating in 6, would the 3 gentlemen like to come forward and grab a chair? I'm sure we can field microphones at that point. Just so you can form part of the conversation then as we go forwards. So I am going to be mindful of time. And we will move forwards, if that's all right with everyone. Okay. So is everybody comfortable? So I'm going to give a very short introduction to this uniquely Manx section, and then I'm going to hand over to the applicant, who I'm hoping has prepared a really brief summary of their approach. Is that right? Yeah, okay. And then I'm going to hand over to DEFRA for a response, brief response, hopefully, and then we'll move on to some questions I have, and perhaps the gentleman at the table might also have, if that's all right with everybody. Everybody comfortable? Yeah? Okay. So the applicant has recognised, I think, the Isle of Man wildlife and protective designations and created this uniquely Manx approach to assessment. So I think it's been observed by a number of bodies in their consultation responses, and the applicant has put it at the end of each assessment chapter. I think they've stated that it's been progressed using an approach that's proportionate EIA and uniquely Manx, to ensure the process and outputs are efficient, focused and effective as possible. I think that's right. And they've also said in their response to some consultation comments that the baseline for the EIA has drawn upon Manx data where this is available, and the EIA has assessed impacts to Manx populations and sites where these are available. And that's in PDR 04, PCR 17715. My earlier reference was to APP 043. So a number of stakeholders have commented, and as I understand it, the Evidence Process Report, APP 179, paragraph 1312, states that the topic, tags and stages of the Mooir Vannin EPP have been agreed in consultation with the three main government departments, and that format adopts a uniquely Manx approach. So I'm going along the lines that the applicant has adopted this uniquely Manx approach to assessment, and that it was discussed as part of the evidence plan process, and that the government departments bought into it. That's what it says in the documentation, but the government departments are going to respond shortly. So on that note, if I could perhaps hand to the applicant to explain their approach, and then we'll turn to DEFRA with a response, if that's all right with everybody. So applicant.
Dr. Julian Kieran on behalf of the applicant. The applicant has provided clarification on the term uniquely Manx in our Regulation 31.9 public consultation response to DEFRA, which is PDR 005, and specifically in responses PCR 177-1307, PCR 177-15, and in PCR 177-136. So the use of the term uniquely Manx. The applicant would seek to clarify the use of the term uniquely Manx is first stated in the introduction chapter of the EIS at APP 039, and it's stated in paragraph 5.1.1.5 that the EIA has been progressed using a proportionate approach that is uniquely Manx to ensure the process and outputs are as efficient and focused and effective as possible. In the site selection and consideration of alternatives chapter at APP 042, the applicant states the applicant has progressed a proportionate approach to undertaking the EIA in light of both Planning Inspectorate Advice Note 6 and industry guidance set out by the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment, IEMA, in an approach that is uniquely Manx. The EIA chapter reiterates that statement at 5.1.1.5 of the introduction, that uniquely Manx, that the EIA has been progressed using a proportionate approach that is uniquely Manx to ensure the process and outputs are as efficient, focused and effective as possible. And the statement is repeated again in the consultation chapter. The term uniquely Manx was developed by the applicant in response to stakeholder feedback received during the early stage of pre-application consultation. It was developed in support of the island's unique approach to matters pertaining to development consent. The uniquely Manx approach is an approach voluntarily taken by the applicant for certain elements of the EIA and evidence plan process. It did not substitute any requirements for the EIA or consultation process set out in legislation, policy or guidance. The term uniquely Manx refers to, amongst other things, the proportionate approach to EIA, the assessment of shipping and navigation via a navigational risk assessment as opposed to a standard EIS chapter, the merging of commercial fisheries with fish ecology chapters following a suggestion from DEFRA to reflect the inherent connection between the two topics, the form and function of the evidence plan process, so the renaming of the technical working groups to technical advisory groups, so as to demonstrate to the wider public that statutory stakeholders were advising and not working with the applicant, the inclusion of tertiary non-statutory consultees, such as Manx Wildlife Trust, in the evidence plan process, the production of a preliminary environmental information as opposed to preliminary environmental information report, and the Mooir Vannin biodiversity strategy for net positive impact. These aspects are what the applicant refers to as uniquely Manx. And there appears to be some challenge from stakeholders to the term uniquely Manx to mean other than the applicant's intention. Consultation responses indicate this to be the assessment of the uniquely Manx population of fish, mammals, birds, etc. And the applicant has responded to these comments in our public consultation responses to the respective organisations at PDR.
It was a brief explanation, so are you drawing to a close now of that?
Yeah.
You're going to finish it? Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah, and what the term uniquely Manx is not. It's not a unique approach to EIA that deviates from standard EIA practice, nor is it a bespoke Manx population-only approach to EIA. In the absence of Isle of Man specific guidance as recommended by the Department of Infrastructure, the approach to EIA adopted by Mooir Vannin is consistent with all nationally significant infrastructure projects in the UK. The Mooir Vannin EIA methodology draws upon several best practice documents. So the Assessment of Environmental Impact of Offshore Wind Farms, OSPAR 2008, Guidelines for Environmental Impact Assessment at IEMA 2004, and the Planning Inspectorate Advice Note 7.
That's okay. Thank you so much for clarifying. Okay. Could I hand over to DEFRA? Are you able to provide a short response?
Ken Mill, representing DEFRA. The term uniquely Manx was one coined by the developer to describe their approach to the EIA. DEFRA was not responsible for defining this term or requiring such an approach. There does seem to be some confusion over the use of the term, particularly when it's specified that the EIA is following UK guidance. We do, however, acknowledge that some of the modifications have been made, such as combining the commercial fisheries and fish ecology into one chapter, which was welcomed. The approach to consider such things as the Manx breeding populations for birds is also welcome, but this approach doesn't seem to have been extended to other sectors such as marine mammals or commercial fisheries. With regard to evaluation of receptor sensitivity, DEFRA's view is that in many instances the evaluation doesn't seem to have been tailored for the Isle of Man and is inconsistent across these topics. In some areas, for example, marine mammals, APP 049, fisheries, APP 050, and physical processes, APP 046. The approach differs from similar UK projects in such a way as to potentially downgrade the assessment of significance and risk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The gentleman at the table, do you want to come forward and respond, or would you like to just comment as the process goes forward?
I'll come forward if you like.
Sure, if you've got a response to make.
Am I allowed to ask a question, or is it merely a statement?
You can ask a question of me,
Right.
but could you name yourself and the organisation you're from before you
So
start?
Julian Barton, just representing the Isle of Man, I suppose.
Okay.
What's going to hit the environmental issues is that customarily, within the 12-mile territorial kind of range, all other UK wind farms are only up to about 170 metres tall. So these are going to be over double that, and they're going to encompass about 6 times the size in terms of swept area. I'd like to know, why is that not being addressed in terms of the environmental impact with birds and all the rest? The thing we're here for today, why is the Isle of Man almost looking like a test bed when normally this size of turbine, the large ones, are at least 70 miles away from shore?
Okay, I understand your point. I think that lends more towards a landscape assessment. It's a technical comment you're making. If I could just defer to my colleagues.
Yes, thank you. So today we aren't specifically focusing on landscape and visual impact, although we will be asking questions about it when we issue our first written questions. So we will be drilling down into the detail of that at that point. But today we're looking more at the approach and what does the word uniquely Manx mean and how has it been interpreted. So,
I mean, it is uniquely Manx in that sense, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I understand the point you're making, absolutely, and it will be addressed at another hearing further into the examination. Is that okay? But thank you very much for making your point.
Can I just check on that point? Because obviously in relation to height and road swept area, avian life is a dimension that might be picked up in this hearing. We're not talking there about visual impact. We're talking about bird life.
Which is picked up later on today.
Which is picked up later on today. So
It's one of my concerns.
Bear with us.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
The second gentleman, I'm so sorry I don't catch your name.
Dr. David Beard, from Chief Executive of the Manx Fish Producers Organisation. I actually prepared a statement to describe how we see commercial fisheries in the Territorial Sea as uniquely Manx. Is that okay if I go through that?
Can I ask you, Mr. Beard, I mean, I trust and hope you're going to attend tomorrow.
Yes.
What we do need to try and do today is to remain focused in essentially the specifics of the agenda. Now, fisheries with a view to considering shipping and navigation is going to emerge tomorrow. I think it's probably also worth reflecting on the fact that we will have later rounds of both written questions and hearings, and it's distinctly possible that we may need to be inquiring into the detail of some of the matters that you may raise at later rounds. I think if you're speaking specifically to the subject matters of today's agenda and this agenda item, then yes, by all means.
Well, it depends on if you understand our approach to fishing here and how it is what we consider to be uniquely Manx. And if you don't, then I think perhaps you might need the background.
I suspect that will be picked up later in the examination. I think what we're focusing on in this particular agenda item is the process,
okay,
rather than the actual species, if that's all right. We are doing fish ecology after lunch towards the end of the day, so if you want to remain at the hearing and attend that session, then perhaps your contributions might be valuable at that stage.
Okay.
Is that all right? We do welcome your views, though.
Yes, okay.
Is that okay? And the third gentleman?
Thank you and good morning. David Bellamy, Head of Conservation and Land at Manx Wildlife Trust. Before I make my brief comments, given this is the first time Manx Wildlife Trust has spoken at the inquiry, may I please very briefly just outline our organisation? Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
So we are the largest environmental non-government organisation on the Isle of Man. We have a membership of about 1,200 Isle of Man residents. We are a member of the Manx Nature Alliance, and we are a land-owning organisation. We have 34 nature reserves on the Isle of Man, covering about 1,100 hectares, which is about 2% of the island's territorial area, and makes us the largest non-government landowner on the island. In terms of my specific points, Manx Wildlife Trust has been welcomed as part of the evidence plan process throughout. And throughout that, we've consistently made the message that the Isle of Man should be treated as a nation in our own right in terms of the EIA, because we are, and we have our own laws, and very significantly, we have our own biodiversity strategy. Throughout the EIA, the impacts, while many ecological adverse impacts were noted, all of these have been classed as having no significant effects, largely because that determination has been made upon an assessment at vast biogeographical regions, often looking at half of Britain and Ireland, for example, and of course we're one very small island amongst that. We believe, and we've consistently said this throughout, that while that approach does make sense in many ways, the Isle of Man should have specifically been given more weight at a local level, noting on the Isle of Man that local and national are really interchangeable terms. I'll give one very brief example for this in terms of ornithology. The EIA, through its modelling, predicts that 47 kittiwakes will be killed by collision each year, and that's not significant. The Isle of Man official and Isle of Man government approved population assessment for kittiwakes in winter is only 50. So that is recommending that the entire Manx population of kittiwake will be wiped out on an annual basis. So therefore, representing a Manx national organisation, that must be significant.
I understand. A lot of those points we're picking up this afternoon are species-specific sessions.
Thank you.
Do you have anything to contribute to the uniquely Manx approach
Absolutely.
at this stage? Okay.
One
If you
final
keep
point.
It succinct, if that's all right.
Thank you. So, of course, the Isle of Man has its own biodiversity strategy, a national document endorsed by Tynwald, and this requires that all development will have no net loss of biodiversity. However, the EIA is only looking to mitigate and compensate where adverse ecological effects have been determined to be significant. That's contrary to Isle of Man government policy that actually states all adverse impacts must be mitigated in full.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, that's fine. So there seems to be a conflagration of two processes here. So the applicant talks about a proportionate, uniquely Manx approach to assessment. And those are two different things. So I understand the IEMA reference, I think we're all very familiar with that, and the paper 9 by the Planning Inspectorate. And proportionate EIA is understood as a way of streamlining an environmental process. So you don't assess resources that are 10 miles away if you don't need to, that you condense the reporting, that you approach the right stakeholders. So that's a process. But the applicant refers to proportionate and uniquely Manx in the same context. I think this is two agenda items in one. Now, I understand the steps you've taken for proportionate EIA, so condensing fisheries and fish into one chapter was a good example, for streamlining your evidence process and reporting it efficiently with the methodological approach to the meetings and the tag groups. That's another example. What I'm trying to understand here is the applicant also touches on, in responses and in assessments, the detail of the species, which is what the people on the right-hand side of the table are raising. And in your response to DEFRA, to their consultation response, you do that. You say that in some examples you looked at the species at a Manx level. So there's a third aspect to this, which is also that the applicant saying we're not only assessing, I don't know what the phrases were, not unique, not only Manx, I think was the phraseology that was used. And I understand it can't be only Manx, it's within a region, there's other areas that you need to take into consideration. So that's not the question I'm asking. Should it have been only Manx? I'm asking what is uniquely Manx for the purposes of this examination. Does that make sense, the question I'm asking? So I mean, the government departments and the applicant discussed the process. Now, after consultation, it appears that the stakeholders are raising the issues of regionality, local assessment, which is what the gentlemen at the table are raising also, and how that's been addressed. So I think if I go to the applicant first, within that context, and the difference between proportionate EIA, and I don't need to talk about that, I think we all understand what that means, and uniquely Manx approach to assessment, and also the reference you make in some of your responses to the species that you've addressed as uniquely Manx. Thank you.
Dr. Carroll, on behalf of the applicant, I think in relation to the uniquely Manx approach in this, there's conflating a number of issues, and our interpretation of it is that it means the Manx Island assessment, so that unique population is what the ASNCBs and the nature, those representing nature, it seems to be what people refer to as the uniquely Manx approach. There's no guidance from the Isle of Man government on how this should be undertaken. We've asked DEFRA if they could provide guidance on how this approach to EIA should deviate from other nationally significant infrastructure projects, and hasn't been forthcoming. Maybe DEFRA could produce something into the examination so we could take up that uniquely Manx approach. But our assessment, the EIA assesses local and regional scale effects, and where data pertaining to the Isle of Man has been obtained via baseline data acquisition through request and consultation in the pre-application phase through the evidence plan process, it has been included in the baseline and assessed accordingly. For example, marine mammals, Manx data has been used to inform the assessment. So where the data has been made available to us, we have made use of it. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of, that phrase, where the data was available, we made use of it. So if I could just turn to DEFRA in response, because your consultation response to the uniquely Manx approach was asking that question, or two questions actually. One was on unique data, which is Isle of Man, and the second was the local assessment, which is what I think that you've raised, Mr. Bellamy. So do you have a response to that?
Yeah, Ken Milne, representing DEFRA. Yes, obviously it was as I said before, it was the applicant that coined this, and they have taken, it seems to be consistencies across the approach as I mentioned earlier. For some species, like some of the bird species, they have taken that local impact and looked at those small ones which didn't get captured in this sort of larger regional assessments, which they wouldn't be. But then for other species, we seem to not be.
So could I draw the other gentleman at the table? Do you have a comment on that, perhaps? Mr. Beard, Mr. Bellamy, because those are the issues you're raising.
My only further comment would be...
Could you introduce yourself before you speak?
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust. My only further comment would be that these aren't comments we're making suddenly at this stage, that these have been presented all the way through the evidence plan process and then the public consultation.
Okay. So what we're getting to the bottom of is that stakeholders have been raising Manx local level assessment and Manx local species, not to make the assessment Manx only, but to take that into consideration as part of the work. So what I'm trying to find out is how we move this forwards, because there's been a lot of stakeholder comments on this issue, and it's the beginning of the examination, and we need to get to the bottom of where this takes us, really, over the course of the examination. So a question to DEFRA then. Do we need to look at the environmental statement and look at each chapter and look at what it considered? I mean, it's easy to take each chapter and say mammals did this and birds did that, and the data wasn't available for bats, so we didn't do bats. But it would be really nice, I think, for the panel to see it in a broad context. So is it possible, I think, is that something you're seeking, just an overview of what this looks like?
Ken Mill, represented DEFRA. Yes, that's part of it. I think it's also, we acknowledge some of these species are perhaps below limited detection almost in some of the studies they're detecting, but for an Isle of Man context, these are still very important species, and to make sure they are. Understood,
okay. I think that's the point the applicant's making, that in some cases there just isn't the available data. I think we can get onto that this afternoon because we're going through the different species. So is it possible, and this is a request to the applicant, to do a very simple table across each of the EIA topics? I'm not intending to go down into species and numbers or anything like that, and just look at, for each topic, I appreciate for geology and geomorphology it's not relevant, but to look at, I think we're clear on what species were assessed. So it's another question to my colleagues on the right hand of it. I think the right species were assessed, but it wasn't at a local level. Is that the main point that stakeholders are raising? Notwithstanding bats. I appreciate that bats weren't included, and we will talk about that this afternoon. But is that the point we're raising?
Ken Mill, represented DEFRA, yes, that's the point we're raising, yes.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation. So is it possible to just go by each topic chapter and look at whether the species and designations, I think, because your Wildlife Act 1990 protects both, so whether they were assessed at the local level. Is there any misunderstanding of what the local level means at the table? No, okay. Does everyone nod? They know what local means?
Dr. Kieran, on behalf of the applicant, yeah, we can happily pull together a list of the various different receptor chapters and outline the baseline. Where the local information isn't available, we have drawn on biogeographical populations, which is standard industry practice. Yeah.
That's fine. It has to be possible. As DEFRA has said, if it's not available, then you can't assess it. And I'm not asking for only Manx assessment. Yeah. So could we have a simple table which says the species, the protected area, whether it was assessed at a local level, if it wasn't, what you did do, and why?
Yeah, we can provide that.
Is that all right? Yeah. Is that happy? Is everyone else comfortable in the room with that? Go ahead, please, Mr. Beard.
Yeah, Dr. David Beard.
Sorry, Dr. Beard. I do apologise.
From the Manx fish producers. As far as fisheries is concerned, Manx data, it said about using Manx data whether it's available. On commercial fisheries, the data on the Isle of Man is extensive. It's way in advance of anything that the UK offers. Okay. And this is one of the things I wanted to explain. It's extensive, it's up to date, and it's available, and it's often live because we use smartphone apps from the commercial fishermen.
I've read this in your response.
Data out. So much of the data used on the fisheries analysis has been based on a population level or wider study area level, which includes areas outside the territorial sea and sometimes out to the Celtic Sea. This has no relevance to the impact this is having on commercial fishes, or could have on commercial fish species. We consider that much of it's outdated, irrelevant, and in some cases just plainly incorrect.
Okay.
And I could provide written examples of that if you wish.
If you'd like to introduce written examples of that into the examination, you can do that. Yes.
Yeah. Can I just ask, how do we provide written?
You liaise with the Cabinet Office and the case team, who will instruct you on how to submit things and how to process them.
Thank you, because quite a few people in the audience have asked the same question.
Hopefully that's well understood now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So, sorry, just to clarify that point, we have in the examination there are a number of deadlines, and we ask for certain things at certain deadlines. So, for example, after a hearing such as this, we usually say, please, can you provide your representation at deadline? The first one happens to be deadline 1. I think that's the end of March from recollection. And so that's a way for us to manage the information, and also for you to know that that's when new information will be coming into the examination at the library, as opposed to willy-nilly publicising things as and when they arrive. So it's deadline 1, and Tom Randall will help you understand how to do that.
Yes, go ahead, sir. And then I'll turn to my colleagues who also have questions. So.
Hi, Julian Barton. Just
Yeah.
one other little point. I spoke about the scale of the turbines above the water.
Yeah.
But the foundations, because of the leverage, the huge leverage, the foundations will have to be about 4 times larger than the largest that are in the world at the moment.
Okay.
I also understand that sediment is sprayed around during the drilling process. So you've got Bahama Bank very close there with, I believe, scallops, etc. Is that going to be another environmental issue in fishing as well?
Understood. And we are addressing benthic ecology this afternoon and
Great.
fishing. So we will be touching on those issues then.
Great, thank you very much.
That's okay. Could I just hand to my colleagues who I think want to make a point? So, Mr. Smith, I think you want to make a point?
Thank you very much. Noting the proposition that we are going to have a table prepared by the applicant that is dealing with this point of the existence of data and assessment at the local stroke national Manx scale, I just wanted to turn briefly back to DEFA, because part of this mix clearly then relates to the existence and then assessment against relevant formal objectives in statutory or policy terms, and noting the points that have arisen from Manx Wildlife Trust. We do have to consider the operation of the biodiversity strategy and its associated delivery plan, and indeed I will then broaden that out to ask for an equivalent thought process in relation to any other relevant policy, including from the strategic plan, that might be brought to bear in terms of setting objectives which the applicant might reasonably use then to form a view about the nature of impact and whether that impact is likely adverse at a significant level at the Manx national stroke local scale. Now, I think that's something that the applicant is going to need help on from a government instrumentality, from DEFA. So what I was going to suggest, I'm very happy to hear a submission back on this point before we turn it into a formal action, but what I was going to suggest was that in order to inform that applicant's table at deadline 1, and this therefore means this would need to happen quite quickly, that we have put in a source breakdown, which can equally be a table, of relevant policies setting biodiversity objectives, what their source is and what their status is, so that essentially the target that the applicant is then looking at, and also the appraisal framework that we might then use, is as clear as it can possibly be.
Mill representative DEFA to respond, if that's okay, Chair. We have had a request from the panel to provide all our policies for deadline 1 already, and we are aiming to do that, which will hopefully set some of the scene. And I think we'll obviously, if you give us a written question on this, we can follow it up with further information for deadline 1 as well, that are relevant for the applicant.
I'm just thinking about the virtue of the timing of it in relation to the task that we've set for the applicant, that's all. We'll ponder on that one.
Did the applicant want to respond to that?
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. Yes, just to reassure Mr Smith, we are engaged with DEFA, of course, through the Statement of Common Ground process. So this is a matter we're intending to discuss as part of that draft Statement of Common Ground to be submitted at deadline 1, so we can pick up the discussion on the approach to assessment through that vehicle.
So as long as there's a vehicle, I'm content.
Okay, so if no one else has any comments on that stage, we're going to move across to the evidence plan process. Because, so did you have another comment, Mr. B?
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust. One final brief comment, if I may. In terms of this proposed table, would it be possible for the statements of no significant effect as they are currently proposed to be broken down both at the national Manx level and at the wider transboundary level, as has often been the case in terms of the assessment to date?
That's a slightly more complex question than a simple table. I think, could we have a think about that? And I might introduce that in written questions for the applicant, if that's all right. Thank you.
Mr. Bellamy, can I just take you back to something you said earlier about the evidence plan process, and that you had been raising some of these concerns during the course of the technical advisory groups, and your characterisation that that fell on deaf ears. Can you just explain a little bit more about what you were saying there?
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust. To be fair to the applicant, they have listened, and through the process they did accept Manx data where we could provide that, and assessments have been made. But I don't feel that overall assessment has really had that uniquely Manx approach to it. And so all the way through they did note our concerns or objections, and they are minuted. But where it was easy enough, that they were factored into the process. But I don't think that the basic crux of the matter was addressed throughout. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that does. And is the table that my colleague is discussing now, would that work to address the question that you were concerned about?
I think so, especially in terms of the impact. And I think because this is an unusual EIA, given the Isle of Man is a nation, there has been confusion that a lot of these assessments, where they're using wider biogeographical data, should have actually formed part of the transboundary section, rather than the single topic impacts themselves.
Sorry, is there any more questions on that agenda item? So I'm just going to move on to the next one. Now I'm going to skip proportional EIA because I think we've dealt with that. So I'm going to move on to 6C, which is in fact the issues that have been raised by Manx Wildlife Trust on the evidence-led approach. So I think we did initially put in the agenda item that the applicant would do a brief explanation, but I think given time, if it's all right with the applicant, would that be all right with you? I'll just move on to questions. Is that okay? Thank you so much. So it was the Manx Wildlife Trust's point on the evidence-led process that I was actually going to start with. So I believe in your consultation response, you've said that you don't feel the evidence plan process was conducted as expected. There are many areas of disagreement. The applicant often ignored the views, sometimes unanimous, of the stakeholders. We do not feel that the process had value where it should have done, and we cannot agree with many of the stated no significant assessment impact conclusions. So I think, I don't want to dwell on this, but I think there's two main themes I wanted to explore with the applicant, if that's all right. The first one was that the process, the logs that you have submitted as part of the application, conclude that the majority of the issues have been agreed and they're shaded green, or there's a yellow follow-up. So I just wanted to ask, I think the panel are interested to find out whether, given the public consultation responses, and I've just quoted one from the Wildlife Trust, what level of confidence can the panel have in the evidence plan process, given that they're mostly green with a couple of yellows? To the applicant.
Dr. Kieran, on behalf of the applicant, would you like me to set out some detail on the evidence plan, or just to answer that query specifically in relation to our confidence?
I think if you answer the query, because I think we know what the process is, you've got a lot of documentation in the application that describes it, so if you just have a response to that point, it would be really helpful.
All actions within the evidence plan were, so through the evidence plan process, we sought to agree what the impacts were, agree on what was likely significant effect, no likely significant effect, then to characterise, to agree the baseline, methodology, assessment outcomes, monitoring and mitigation. We didn't always get through those things, but we always submitted a position paper in advance saying what we wanted to discuss. All discussions were minuted and signed, so all the agreements that are set out in the evidence plan process where baseline characterisation was agreed or signed. They're signed by Manx Wildlife Trust, they're signed by DEFA, they're signed by others. That's all evidence, it's all within the evidence plan process. You can go and see it. Just on behalf of the applicant in relation to the evidence plan process, the evidence plan process isn't there to agree every last single thing with any stakeholder. It's applicant led, it's voluntary. So we take we take the advice, and it's up to us really to decide which parts of that we want to incorporate. Yeah.
Thank you, that's understood. Defa, do you have any response to that?
Ken Milne, representing DEFA. As in relation to the mitigation and monitoring part of it, as far as we're aware, we didn't really reach any decisions for some of these aspects in the TAG process. We didn't actually discuss the impacts or any details. We didn't get plume modelling, sound modelling, etc. So we got part of the way through the process, but I don't think we got as far as we'd have all liked, both parties.
So I think that's an interesting point. It's my next question, actually. So I might have this wrong, but as I understand it, the TAG group sessions finished in October 24, around that time, and the application was submitted almost a year later. So there's a heavy reliance on the mitigation plans that you've been discussing and you're producing at Deadline 1 on management of effects. How much mitigation monitoring was discussed as part of the TAG process, given that it stopped a year before submission?
Dr. Kjorn, on behalf of the applicant. So, as I think it'd be really useful. I can provide a summary of this into examination. The status of all technical advisory group agreements. So it was the areas were no likely significant effect, baseline, methodology, outcomes, and monitoring and mitigation. Some of those, through some tags, those were advanced much more than in others, and in some tags we were still talking about baseline at the point of application. We stopped in October to allow us time to finalise our application for submission in March. So the consultation ceased for us to update. We had some consultation meetings with DEFA and with DOI on assessment outcomes on things like ornithology and fish, where we had quite limited input, so we didn't have time to update the monitoring and mitigation plans, and hence the state that they're in. When we submitted, the application wasn't accepted, and then we had to resubmit. There had to be regulations put in place. Consultation with a number of the stakeholders ceased because they wouldn't engage with us until the application had been formally accepted by the Council of Ministers and put on the Cabinet Office website. So there was no material progress made with anything. We tried to establish the pre-examination consultation in relation to mitigation, and we
that's
were
really
refused.
helpful. Thank you. No, I made it clear. I think that's very helpful. I think, unless my colleagues have any questions on this aspect? No? Okay. Did you want to go?
So I think what would help assist us here in terms of an action is if you could provide just a simple timeline from your understanding of how the evidence plan process worked and why to address Ms. Pownall's question, why from certainly our reading of the documentation it seemed to cease, and an understanding from your perspective of why that was the case. I think that would be helpful for us. Thank you. And by Deadline 1.
Yeah, happy to do that.
Thank you very much. I think, given time, I'm going to move agenda item 9 to written questions, and I'm just going to go on to the next agenda item, which is complex. So I think we're going to move on to that agenda item now. If the gentleman, do you have any comments to make on the next agenda item, or would you?
No, the one that we just.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's just a very brief comment. We've had many discussions with the applicant throughout this process, and some have been fruitful, some have not. They've said they're committed to mitigation and monitoring, but as has been said elsewhere, we've got no detail at all on either of those.
I understand.
And it really is frustrating that we're taking this forward and we're getting nowhere.
That point's been addressed yesterday, and the applicant has been asked to address that and produce the mitigation plans in a much fuller form for Deadline 1. So before I close this item out, could I just ask DEFA to provide the same timeline for the evidence plan process that the applicant's producing?
Yep, I confirm that.
Perfect, thanks so much. So as I just said, I'm going to finish after the next agenda item because I think it's quite a knotty one, and I think it'll take a little bit of time. It's unfortunate it's before lunch, but I think it's inevitable that we have to get through it as efficiently as we possibly can. So if we move on to the next agenda item, if that's all right. So this is about protected species and designations, and it's about the process for protecting, for want of another word, protected species and designations, and the role of MEMA in that process, and the role of the marine infrastructure consent in that process underneath MEMA. So I think if DEFA starts, if that's all right, DEFA, I know you've raised that you would like a license or a license equivalent, perhaps a schedule, as part of the marine infrastructure consent. So if you'd like to explain your thinking on that and why you think it can be accommodated in the Marine Infrastructure Management Act.
Ken Milne, representing DEFA. Yeah, I think there's possibly some confusion over our use of the term deemed wildlife licence in the comments. I think it suggests something akin to a marine licence in the UK. What we recognise is a licence is not possible under MEMA, and that we have to capture this in the marine infrastructure consent, as you said, as a schedule. So what we're looking for is all those things we would have seen in traditionally in a terrestrial application being captured in the schedule in the MIC that will require all the DEFA input and approvals. And it would, if they could be collated into one schedule, then that would make it easier for us to aid us in clarity for ourselves and the applicant in discharging those requirements as when subsequent approvals are required in the future.
So the question, I understand the principle and how it sits alongside the wildlife licence process under the 1990 Act. The question is how? How do you think that that would be accommodated in the legislation that is MEMA as part of a MIC?
Ken Milne from representing DEFA, we understand that will be captured as a schedule, so we'll have it in the MIC itself. All those plans, procedures, processes, strategies, etc. will be captured there under a schedule specifically for us in DEFA.
Okay, I understand what you're saying now. So I might just pass to the applicant, if that's possible, to respond on this request.
Toby Yates on behalf of the applicant. Yes, just to start the response, I think it'd be useful just to remind everyone that's not familiar with the context of the legislative framework that we're working in here. So section 9.4 of MEMA 2016 sets out that carrying out controlled marine activities or associated marine activities in the controlled marine area in accordance with a marine infrastructure consent does not require permission, consent or approval under any of the consenting regimes, and that's confirmed on the face of the order at Article 5 subparagraph 2. Section 9 subparagraph 5 subparagraph G of MEMA then confirms that those consenting regimes includes the Wildlife Act of 1990. And then section 62 of MEMA continues to make reference to amendments to various pieces of legislation that are set out in Schedule 2 of MEMA. Paragraph 3 of Schedule 2 of MEMA explains an amendment to be made in the Wildlife Act 1990, which is to say that nothing in this Act, i.e. the Wildlife Act, applies to the carrying out of controlled marine activities or associated marine activities in the controlled marine area within the meaning of MEMA 2016. And that effectively confirms that any need for a licence under the 1990 Act is disapplied for the purposes of a marine infrastructure consent. And again, that's reflected on the face of the order at Article 7, subparagraph 2. So effectively where you get to is that any obligation that would ordinarily arise for an undertaker to obtain a wildlife licence doesn't arise in the context of this development. And all of the administration and provision in relation to matters that would ordinarily be addressed through that licence is therefore to be addressed under the MIC. So the key point that we get to, and I think we're aligned with DEFA here, is how that MIC then secures the mitigation and monitoring that would otherwise be protected through the Wildlife Act regime. And that's confirmed in section 37, subparagraph 3, subparagraph A of MEMA, which then explains that requirements of an MIC may include requirements corresponding to conditions which could have been imposed on the grant of any permission, consent or approval under any of the consenting regimes. So that explains that the requirements through the MIC effectively replace what would otherwise condition activities dealt with through the Wildlife Act. The applicant's position is that the current draft marine infrastructure consent is sufficient to secure that necessary mitigation, and that's because of the existing set of requirements that we've got included at Schedule 2 of the draft MIC. So the question then becomes what detail needs to be included through those mechanisms that are already secured, and the applicant absolutely welcomes engagement from DEFRA. We've not heard to date on what detail DEFRA would like to see that they would otherwise see through the Wildlife Act, and the applicant will engage with DEFRA on that, and the detail will come forward as part of the updated outline plans that will be submitted into examination.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. So I think we're talking about two things here. One, whether a licence or schedule can be inserted into the MIC, and two, if it cannot, what represents the protection that the licence that DEFRA are seeking, how would that be represented in the marine infrastructure consent? I think there's two different issues here, and I think it is important that we cross the first one off before we get to the second one. Does that make sense? Can DEFRA respond to that?
Ken Milne, representing DEFRA. Yeah, as the applicant's lawyer, legal representative, has explained it far more concisely and elaborately than I could ever do. That's our understanding as well, that it's the schedule in the MIC that would capture all these mitigation plans, etc., that need to be there to give us the reassurance.
I think what the applicant's saying is the requirements in the MIC would cover those, the management plans in that.
Yes, obviously we lack the detail in those management plans at the stage, which we've obviously previously discussed on.
That's right, yes. I think my colleague wants to step in.
You've sort of answered the questions that I was saying. One is that what do you think a schedule can achieve that a requirement cannot? And I think you've kind of agreed that requirements would be adequate to secure some of those protections and controls that you're seeking. One of the points that Mr. Yates just made is that so far we are lacking the detail of the protections and the additional controls that you need. And I think you've sort of answered that as well, that you are in fact lacking the controls and mitigation measures that the applicant is going to propose in order to seek further assurance that those have been things. So with the back and forth, I think the ball has landed in your court, Mr. Yates, which is that once we see further details of the mitigation measures outlined in the management plans and control documents, I think DEFRA is going to take a view of whether they are adequate. I think it's just worth highlighting, just taking a step back, that there are a few steps even before we get to the mitigation where, for instance, the baseline surveys, etc., which Ms. Pownell has already identified, that we need to be assured that those are adequate for the purposes of determining those things. But ultimately, it's about getting the right mitigations proposed and secured. Does that satisfy?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
So if I just turn to DEFRA to be really clear,
yes.
Are you comfortable that the marine infrastructure consent provides the protection that you're seeking with your request for a licence or a schedule? Or would you like to come back on that point?
Ken Milne, representing DEFRA. I'd like to come back on that in written, if that's okay. Because, it's very hard to say until we've seen all the detail. But certainly
that's a different issue. So I'm talking about the process first.
So the process, as far as I'm aware, the requirements under the MIC and the schedule, and then those requirements can be discharged as the procedure, as the project progresses. Yeah.
I just want to tick that box that you're comfortable that the requirements perform the same function as the schedule you were requesting.
Yes.
Okay. So we can tick that box because I said there was two issues here. So that's the first box. The second box is whether what's in the marine infrastructure consent adequately protects the designations and species and provides the assurance that you are seeking. And I think the whole session yesterday was the panel exploring that, and the panel are not comfortable. And so the panel have requested a lot of work from the applicant to fill those gaps. This is a process, so we will look at what comes on the first deadline. We will review that. You will review that as well, the other government departments and the stakeholders, and we will then take a view and move it forward. So I think the second box is subject to that moving forwards, but have we all understood and are clear on the process now? Are we in agreement?
Yes, I believe we're in agreement.
I just want to check with my colleagues whether they have any comments to add. So, does the applicant have anything further to add on that?
No, thank you.
No, okay. So, are we comfortable to move on to the next agenda item? Did you have I'm so sorry, I didn't see.
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust.
Thank you.
As we've heard from Toby, under the Marine Infrastructure Consent and MEMA itself, of course, it does override in many ways several other pieces of Manx legislation. One that it doesn't is the Douglas Head Act of the year 2000, which prohibits all development and construction on Douglas Head itself. So that's probably an oversight when MEMA was drafted, but I just wanted at this stage to raise that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's correct. Yes, well noted, and we've observed that also.
And we are covering that in written questions, so there's a fair bit that's coming forward.
Okay. So if I could move on to the next agenda item, if everyone's comfortable. Okay. So, given the principles we've just established, that the marine infrastructure consent stands and the requirements support protection of species and designations, it's how then is the question, isn't it? And what policies stand that you test against to ensure that the environmental assessment and then the requirements and the protection plans support and underpin the whole process. Is everyone comfortable with that concept? Because I think that's where I'm going next. Okay. So I'm looking to both sides of the table to discuss the Isle of Man Strategic Plan 2016 and what that puts in place to manage this process. So that sets out, I'm not going to quote the whole thing in Policy 4, but it basically sets the principles that a development cannot adversely affect protected species and habitats of international and national importance. I'm going to take it separately from Policy 5 because that performs a slightly different test. So we'll stay on Policy 4 at the moment. The panel are reading that as a principle against which effects are tested. I'm going to look across the room and see if DEFA are comfortable with that first. Do you agree that Policy 4 stands as a test for protected species and designations in this process?
Ken Milne, representing DEFA. Yes, it does.
Okay.
But I'm also conscious this is for terrestrial. It's Town and Country Planning Act orientated. I think the concept is appropriate for the marine.
That's a really important point. So can you confirm that? Because we've taken it to cover marine because of what's written in it. It refers to marine nature reserves. So we've taken it that it covers the Isle of Man territory.
I would have,
Okay.
Ken Milne from DEF, I'd have to go back and clarify that with my colleagues. But our colleagues in DOI want to come in, if that's okay.
Ian Brooks, Department of Infrastructure. Just for, obviously, from background, I am a Chartered Town Planner. I've worked with the Isle of Man Strategic Plan, and I've worked within development control in my former life within the government departments. So the Isle of Man Strategic Plan only applies in terms for the Town and Country Planning Act. Obviously, that takes it down to the low mean water mark. So the application of the Isle of Man Strategic Plan to territorial sea does not apply, and obviously through the Town and Country Plan Act there is a sort of specific disapplication in the Act that's saying that the Act does not apply to the territorial sea unless by order as well. So there isn't any application of the Town and Country Plan Act to the territorial sea. This is where part of the basis why MEMA was developed in the first place, in terms of trying to provide a consenting regime for controlled marine activities. So in terms of the policies then, the policies are only relating to the territorial, the on-island works. So aspects in terms of the development above low water mark and the landfall sites, I think it would be appropriate for the town and country, the strategic plan to be assessed for those parts of the development, but in terms of the application of the strategic plan for the territorial sea, it's not, because it doesn't apply.
So reference to marine nature reserves is historical then? Because it says it protects marine nature reserves. I'm assuming they fall below the watermark.
I'm now having to go back to... I think it was probably developed back in when the strategic plan was developed back in the early 2000s, and therefore there could have been a misinterpretation, but I can't comment on that.
Okay.
Can I just add?
Of
Sorry,
course,
everyone
yeah.
for Department of Infrastructure. I think probably what we'll do is we will just double check our site and we will submit in written questions.
I think I'm going
to.
Okay.
And that is part of our deadline anyway by the end.
Understood.
Yeah.
Because there's
Thank
a
you.
question that follows this one, if this is correct. I'm going to hand to the applicant and ask for their interpretation of Policy 4.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. Before I turn to Policy 4, I just wanted to address, I guess, the relevance of the Isle of Man Strategic Plan generally to the application. I think the applicant considers that the Isle of Man Strategic Plan could be a material consideration within decision making. I think it's important to address Article 36 of MEMA, a decision on examiners or panel's recommendation. Section 36 (4) says that in making a decision, the Council of Ministers must have regard to and sets the relevant list of policy. That includes any marine plan or any relevant marine policy statement, of which we are not aware there are any. It also says, or any prescribed matters. Again, we aren't aware there are any. However, 4D says any other matter which the Council of Ministers considers relevant and important. And we believe that the Isle of Man Strategic Plan could be a matter which the Council of Ministers, in determining the application, considers is relevant and important to the application. And we are therefore providing our evidence on the Isle of Man Strategic Plan on that basis.
Thank you for that. Relevant and important is a crucial phrase. Yes, we're aware. I think it would be helpful if DEFRA can take this back and consider the points. Because my next question is, if we're not using the 2016 plan, it's not relevant and important to the protection of everything in the sea, then we need to look at what we are considering as relevant and important to test the application. So I just wanted to confirm the colleagues in terms of a deadline for that response. If you could do that by deadline 1, that would be incredibly helpful. It is at the end of March, I believe, so I think that we can factor in DEFRA's response to that. I think it's good if DEFRA, as part of that response, can consider what that policy says, because it focuses on adversely affects. Policy 4 says that a development which adversely affects protected species and habitats of international and national importance is not permitted. And then it goes through all the different protections and explanation of what that means. And the next conversation I wanted to have was what adversely affects means, and whether it means significant effect in EIA terms, or whether it's interpreted as something different in a protected species and designations context, which comes back to the 1990 Wildlife Act, which is disapplied, which we've agreed is disapplied from the helpful applicant explanation. So I'd like you to give some thought and an explanation of your understanding of what that means. Excuse me. Because as we go through the ES chapters, we need to look at what the applicant's done on protected species, their protected species assessment, their assessment within each individual chapter, and where that takes us in terms of significant effects. Does DEFRA understand the question?
Ken Milne from DEFRA. Yeah, I understand
Okay.
the question.
So if I could just take you then on to Policy 5, because Policy 5 states the development will be permitted in exceptional circumstances. It will be permitted in exceptional circumstances where there are exceptional circumstances. Sorry, twice. So I need DEFRA to think about that and how they think that would be applied within this context. Is that all right? Could you provide a full explanation on your understanding of that? I think it would also be helpful within this context of this conversation for the applicant to explain that also. Policy 4 and Policy 5. Would that be all right?
Yes. Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. Yes, of course. Our view is that environmental policy 4 is not so broad as to capture any adverse significant effects that are identified in EIA terms. I think it's important to read policy as a whole. Environment Policy 4 sits within Section 7.8, Wildlife and Nature Conservation of the Isle of Man Strategic Plan, and the very preceding paragraph to Environment Policy 4 sets the context, in our view, of that policy. And in that paragraph it says development which would affect any proposed or other recognised site of conservation value will only be permitted where it demonstrates that the proposed development will not compromise the conservation objectives of the site or unacceptably harm its conservation value or its overall integrity. And it's our position that it is that context which then frames Environment Policy 4. In order to sort of fall foul of Environment Policy 4, as it were, you'd have to be compromising the conservation objectives of the site, value or integrity, and our position is that that is not the case for this development.
Understood. And I know that's your conclusions of your assessment of this development, and that's the next question I have leading on from this. But if you could also explain what you understand by adversely affect and the context of the preceding paragraph to Policy 4, that would be really helpful. I think we have a written question on it already in terms of protected species assessment and how that's viewed within the context of this policy. Sorry, you had a question.
Thank you. David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust. Environment Policy 4 is really important because it recognises something that is uniquely Manx in terms of our lack of progress of designated sites. And there's a very significant word in there. It talks about proposed sites rather than just designated sites. Very briefly for background, we've only got 25 terrestrial protected areas on the Isle of Man. There are 117 candidate sites. We calculate we're 142 years away from finishing the designations as we started in 1990. Owing to lack of resource, and therefore the Isle of Man has the lowest proportion of protected areas in Europe if we exclude the Vatican City and Monaco. And therefore that Act also, the Environment Policy 4 covers all proposed and candidate sites of which there is a formal list, and it also covers sites that are owned by the Manx Museum and National Trust, which are protected in law by the Manx Museum and National Trust Acts. And therefore, through the EPP process, MWT were very consistent, that's Manx Wildlife Trust, that sites that aren't formally given statutory protection, like the Calf of Man, the Chasms, which is our most important seabird colony on the Isle of Man, our important bird areas and our candidate Ramsar sites should have been given equal weight to fully statutory protected sites, because that is the purpose of EP4. So therefore, treating candidate sites as designated sites is Isle of Man best practice, expectations, and our local industry best standard.
Would you be able to produce a small statement for Deadline 4, which outlines that? Because I think
Absolutely.
that would be very helpful. I think I have another question to DEFRA on the back of the applicant's response, and that is about conservation objectives. I know this was raised in the EPP process, and the applicant actually asked DEFRA to explain and provide conservation objectives for marine nature reserves. So as part of the response, could DEFRA think through conservation objectives for marine nature reserves, and where there aren't any, what DEFRA would use within that context?
Ken Mill, representing DEFRA. For each of our marine nature reserves, it very clearly sets out what the key habitats are and how they were protected for those particular sites. So that's habitats are all captured in each of the designations, which are also unique for each MNR. But certainly we will come back to answer your questions in Britain.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful. Go ahead.
Emma Rowan for DOI. Can I just provide a little bit of clarity? We understand that the intention behind the policy was that it meant that any development on land which would adversely affect a marine nature reserve, rather than the policy dictating over the marine nature reserve. But I think we can, between DOI and DEFA and our colleagues in Cabo, we can get some clarity on the planning policy. So we will liaise with our planning policy colleagues to understand that. It's probably fair to say as well that the strategic plan is undergoing, there is a programme of works for updating the strategic plan. So I believe the papers, the first stage of the formal plan process, the papers have been issued a while ago, but we can provide an update as part of that between ourselves and DEFA and Cabo, if that would be helpful.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of what you were just saying in terms of the relevance.
In terms, we understand that the intention behind the policy and the strategic plan was that it meant that if there was any development on land that would adversely affect a marine nature reserve,
Yes.
that was the intention behind that policy.
I understood. Okay.
Thank
so
you.
That's no problem. You're comfortable with what you're going to respond with, though?
Yes, we believe so.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, Julian Barton. As Orsted are kind of saying that Port Skillion is sort of going off the table, that does leave the point that you've got, because the word terrestrial was mentioned, you've got 5 miles odd to get the cable from Groudle down to where you need it at the power station area. So what are the ramifications, not only who's going to pay for it, but also the environmental impact of all of that? Because the fact that they're choosing to not go to Port Skillion kind of puts the onus on us, does it? I don't know. Thank you.
So we were asking questions earlier today, as I'm sure you saw if you were here, about what are the proposals, and that whilst the applicant has submitted a change request, the examining body hasn't come to any view about the merits or otherwise of that change request. And we are asking for an awful lot more detail about what they have assessed and what they haven't assessed. So that will come out, I think, in our first written questions. So again, just let's see, what we're asking and what the applicant's response is to that point.
I just want to hand over to the chair as well, who has a point to make.
It's just, I think the clarification that both DEFA and DOI are going to come back to us on the relevance of the strategic plan, and in particular policies 4 and 5, is welcome and will be helpful. But it's just worth highlighting that the relevance of that policy to this examination, whilst not determined by the examining body yet, it is for the examining body to determine how relevant and important those policies are, or indeed any policies, because in the absence of a marine plan, in line with section 36(4)(d), it is for the examining body to give its recommendation in line with whatever it considers relevant and important. So it's just worth highlighting that. However, your views on that matter will be a consideration for us to determine that.
Does anyone else have anything to add to the conversations this morning? Applicant, go ahead.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. Is just to confirm to you, Ms Pownall, that we will be updating our planning support statement at deadline 1 to specifically deal with the strategic plan, but also specifically environment policies 4 and 5, so you'll have the applicant's position.
Perfect,
there.
Thanks very much. That's really helpful. We've noted yesterday that you're updating the planning statement. No other comments from anybody? I think it's been a heavy old morning. It's probably a good time to stop for lunch. So if you take a break for an hour, back at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for all your help. Thank you. Is everybody ready? Should we start? Is that better? Can everyone hear me? Yeah. So it's 2:00. We'll start the afternoon session. As before, I just wanted to find out who wants to speak the afternoon session. So that's 11, 12, 13 and 14. So is anyone here, other than those at the table, who wants to speak? Would you like to come forward, sir? Which sessions did you want to speak at?
We're scheduled to be speaking in one of these for the Manx Back Group.
Back group, okay.
Yep.
So that's 12, session 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I take your name?
Kevin Wells.
Kevin
Wells.
Wells. Is Manx Wildlife Trust not here? Did you want to come forward? Hi, Mr. Bellamy, welcome back. I'm assuming you'd want to be at the table.
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust. As you'll be aware, we made 11 written representations. I've got nothing further to add to those, so I'm just here if you've got any questions.
Okay. Well, a lot of your stakeholder responses are yours, so it's perhaps helpful to have you at the table. Okay. So if there's no one else... Oh, hello, sir.
David Beard, but not till later, not till the later one.
Which one did you want to attend?
13, 14.
Do you want to come forward now and listen in? You might have some helpful comments to add. That's Dr. Beard, is it? Yeah. Or you could come up after the break if that suits you better, as you're on after the break. Should we leave it at that? Okay. It's a bit tight at the top table here. Okay. Right. So if we start with session 11, marine mammals. Is everyone ready? Okay. Applicant, if you have the right people at the table? Okay. Is there anyone online that's representing this session? Could you just let me know who's online?
Yes. Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. From the applicant in the room, Mr. Ryan McManus, who's a principal consultant at Gobi Consultants, will be leading this afternoon session. Okay. We have several technical topic leads online. We have Mr. Freddie Leith, who's a senior ornithological consultant at Gobi.
Sorry, Mr. McManus, was it?
Hello. Yes.
Okay. McManus.
Yes.
Sorry, just so I get
no problem.
And who?
Then we have a Mr. Leith online. Leith. The place just outside Edinburgh.
And what's he doing?
He's a senior ornithological consultant. Yes.
Mr. Leith.
Yes.
Okay.
We also have a Miss Sarah Browder.
And what's she doing?
Senior marine mammal consultant at APEM.
Miss
Sorry, I'm going in the list I've been given rather than agenda. Apologies.
Miss
Browder.
Miss Browder, okay.
Yeah. And then I have Mr. Nicodic.
Nicodic, and what's he doing?
Senior marine ecologist for Gobi Consultants. He'll be Benthic.
Okay, Mr. Nicodic.
And then I have a Miss Pfeiffer, who's a senior consultant at Gobi Consultants, and that's for fish ecology.
Fish ecology. Miss Pfeiffer.
Yes. We also have Mr. Leo Gubert, who's a principal ecologist at Housekeeping.
Mr. who, sorry?
Gubert, G-U-B-E-R-T.
Gubert.
Yes.
And he's for?
Well, he's just a general principal
A general, okay.
Yeah, so Mr. McManus will call on him if needed.
So we've got Mr. Browder and Mr. Gilbert, who are general, and then a specialist for each discipline.
Mr. Mc... Yes, we don't expect to call him Mr. Gilbert. He's more focused on onshore ecology, but he's available if any of the questions come up. We don't expect him to.
Okay.
Mr. McManus will lead the session this afternoon, calling on the marine mammal, fish, benthic and ornithology technical specialists as required.
Did these people register with the...
Yes.
Okay, perfect. You might have to remind me who's online and who's...
Yes,
I can't see the screen very well.
No problem. Mr. McManus will direct you as appropriate. Okay. So if you direct your questions to him in the first instance, he can let you know when required.
Can you hear me? Is it working, this? Doesn't feel like it's working. It's on. It's on. No? Is that better? Okay. Right, so let's get started. So we're into marine mammals, and that is
I'm sorry, do give me the name. Mr. McManus?
Ryan McManus, yes.
Okay, yes, great. So there's been a lot of stakeholder responses across all the topic disciplines, as to be expected, I think. So I'm going to do my best to go through the topics. We've got roughly 3/4 of an hour for each, with less at the end, because we've got our finishing statements. So I think the most sensible thing is for me to just travel through the agenda items and then probably switch to the next topic if I don't quite make it, because otherwise we're going to end up doing 2 disciplines and not doing any at the back. But I promise that what I haven't asked and is on the agenda, it will be a written question. Is that happy with everybody? Okay, so I don't want to lose fish at the end. I'll fall off the table otherwise. Okay, so if we just start with marine mammals and the comment from DEFA, which is PCR 177588. And it's coming back to this issue that we talked about earlier, which was the local versus regional assessment. And that DEFA have specifically highlighted the approach uses a regional generic population approach, it states it may dilute potential impacts, which would have been stronger at the local, territorial, Isle of Man level. And it qualifies this by saying, and I think this is a seasonal thing, that there's especially high seasonality of some mammals. For the Isle of Man, I think it quotes rhesus dolphins from April to September and bottlenose dolphins from October to March. So I think the first question's for DEFA. Who am I directing my conversations to at DEFA? I should have asked that, I'm so sorry. What's your name, sir?
Peter Duncan, representing DEFA.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Duncan. I do apologise for not asking. Are you doing all the 4 topics or any one specific ones?
Peter's doing topics 11, a bit of 13 and 14.
11, 13 and 14?
Yeah, and we've got Dr. Richard Selman for item number 12.
Dr. who, sorry?
Richard Selman.
Selman,
Yeah.
Welcome. Sorry, Peter. Right, you have to forgive me if I get the wrong names in the wrong places, but I will do my very best. So we're talking about the regional approach to dolphins, and so it's a question for DEFA, for Mr. Peter. It's acknowledged that there are marine mammal management units, and that's a standard way of looking at the assessment of marine mammals. But you were concerned about doing it at a local scale. So I think the question for you is that achievable? And if it is, what methodology would you have used?
Peter Duncan, representing DEFA. I understand that the management unit spatial scale is typical. I would argue that given the applicant is applying to do works within a smaller spatial scale, then they might reasonably propose how they would go about making that assessment, given that there was data available and considered in relation to characterising those local groups.
So what you're saying is they could have done a local assessment because there is available data, or you're asking them to come up with an assessment method?
There's certainly local data, and as specialists, I would reasonably expect them to come up with a method of incorporating that, rather than limiting it to a very small spatial scale and a very, very large spatial scale, neither of which DEFA believes adequately considers what's relevant to the Isle of Man.
Okay, understood. So if I could put that back to the applicant, please.
Ryan McManus on behalf of the applicant. Firstly, I would say that, yeah, as you've noted, that all the impacts have been assessed with reference to the management unit populations, and that is as per established best practice, because there are no reliable estimates of population size using at the smaller Manx specific scale. Those management units are set by the Interagency Marine Mammal Working Group and are defined as geographical areas in which cetacean species are found, and management of human activities are applied to. And due to the wide-ranging nature of marine mammals and connectivity between different geographic regions, those population estimates are considered to be the most appropriate scales for assessment. And while local data sources have been really helpful in providing some local context about seasonal abundances, seasonal occurrences of particular marine mammal species, the assessment doesn't consider them to be to represent discrete marine mammal Manx-specific populations. They're all part of the wider geographic population at the management unit scale. With reference to specific local data sources that have been considered within the assessment, we have some talks through some information on what local data sources have been provided by DEFA and other consultees and how they've been used in the assessment, if that would be helpful.
I think rather than going down to actual data sources, I think it's the concepts we're talking about here, almost the philosophy of what could have been looked at. Yep. So are we saying that if you didn't use marine management units, you would have to have a new understanding, new data on the Isle of Man waters? Is that what we're saying you would need to be able to do this type of assessment?
Brian McManus on behalf of the applicant. So I think there's probably two parts to this.
Okay.
What the management unit is relevant for defining the relevant marine mammal population, and that's what the management unit, in terms of the numbers of animals that are considered to be part of that population. The assessment is based on, uses a density-based approach, yes, which considers both local and regional data sources. So we undertook site-specific digital aerial surveys within the proposed development area, plus a 4-kilometre buffer over 24 months, to gather information on site-specific abundances and densities of marine mammal species, in addition to other desk-based sources such as the scans surveys, which are done across the Irish Sea, in addition to modelled density estimates using other sources as well.
Okay, so and back to DEFA then. This comes back to the table, doesn't it, that we asked for in the last session, of exactly what you did, and if you didn't use local data, what you did do instead. Is there anything that DEFA want to add on top of that solution that we've come up with this morning, to just looking across the topics and seeing what can and can't be done?
Peter Duncan, representing DEFA. I might worry that we would end up with a characterisation exactly the same as we currently have, which is very large scale and very small scale.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off. So, okay, so when you get this table, then I think I would ask you to look at the table and respond if you have an alternative solution that could have been used. And in considering that, could you think about mitigation? And perhaps there's a way of addressing this through mitigation. I think you've mentioned seasonality and high populations during the seasons, whether that's something you could use in terms of where the high populations are during a season and perhaps mitigating around that. I'm just looking at an alternative solution to being Manx specific, rather than relying on the regional population assessment for mitigation. So could you take that away and think about it? Would that be all right once you get this table? Okay, is that, you comfortable with that, applicant?
Brian McManus on behalf of the applicant. Just to confirm, the assessment hasn't identified the need for any kind of seasonal mitigation.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to find out whether there is a compromise, some kind of solution. Go ahead, DEFA.
Peter Duncan, representing DEFA. And I think therein lies the issue that, based on the current assessment methodology, there is no population level relevance, and so mitigation doesn't come into it. As a solution to it, I would agree that it could be a potential solution under a precautionary principle.
Okay, so could we leave that topic, that particular subtopic of the topic there? Would that be all right? Okay, so we're going to look at the table, digest the table, come back after some analysis. Okay, so we go on to the next one, C, which is adequacy of baseline with reference to use of local data. We're going to keep coming back to this local data scenario, I think, but I think it's important to go through it so that we're all comfortable. We've really interrogated the issues and looked at it properly. So Manx Wildlife Trust and DEFA have raised that baseline and assessment currently exclude key Manx data sets, such as local seal surveys, East Coast seasonal cetacean aggregations, recent sightings, and known juvenile occurrences, even though this data was available, and a relevant species to the vulnerability of Manx species in Manx waters. So, to the applicant, can you explain why that data, I know you don't have vast volumes of that data for quantitative analysis, but could it quantitatively been used, the data you do have and you had access to?
Ryan McManus on behalf of the applicant. So in addition to the data sources that I mentioned earlier, we have reviewed data sources that have been provided by DEFRA and the Manx Whale and Dolphin Watch, which are based on, but the Manx Whale and Dolphin Watch data specifically is based on vessel-based and land-based surveys, in addition to sightings from members of the public. We have incorporated that information into the description of the baseline environment for marine mammals. It's been used to provide Manx-specific context on the ecology and distribution of occurrence of those particular species. In terms of how that data can be used numerically or quantitatively, those surveys themselves are not designed as effort-based surveys, and so it's not possible to calculate specific densities of marine mammals using that data. And Manx Whale and Dolphin Watch themselves acknowledge that it's not possible to do that from the data they collect.
Okay. So, DEFRA, do you have a response to that?
Peter Duncan, representing DEFRA. Yeah, I would acknowledge that the data sets, and we have discussed this previously in TAG meetings, the data sets have been provided and looked at, but it's how they are then taken on, as the applicant just mentioned. And I'd argue that that only takes into account population level impacts and not local impacts. And therein lies the problem. It's the translation from what we know about the local populations to where we end up with as an EIDA relevance.
Okay.
And it drops out at each level.
So are you saying that it can't be done?
I don't know. I get back to my original point that
so
the need to everyone understands the temporal and spatial distribution of the organisms. It's that does not appear to be able to be accommodated within the current system. But we recognise that there is an impact, and therefore the lacking is in the system, not in the...
So I think this comes back again to the same table, doesn't it? So I think the table has to be expanded to include the species and how they were considered at local level. And if they weren't, then why not? It's the same table we talked about earlier. So that's being delivered for deadline 1, and DEFRA are going to review it and add to it. If I could just defer for a deadline for your response. I think the panel are thinking about a joint position statement. I think that comes into your statement of common ground slightly. So let's hold with the table for now and DEFRA reviewing it. I'm just not sure about the deadline for that one. Okay. I think what we're talking about is whether the table could be produced for deadline 1 with both parties working on it, almost alongside the statement of common ground. I think that sounds like a more reasonable solution. Does that work? Because you're talking about it anyway. Go ahead.
Dr. Kjordan on behalf of the applicant. I think there's been significant discussion between ourselves and DEFRA and Manx Wildlife Trust for a long period of time on this issue of local population and whether we can do an assessment, and we don't believe we can do an adequate assessment. DEFRA believe that is what is missing, and I think we've been given this significant thought internally, and what we would like to do is appoint an independent, internationally recognised marine mammal cetacean expert to basically review what we've presented into examination, to take then DEFRA's consultation response in relation to the issue, give it to them, and then have them report back independently to the examination, and maybe to consult with DEFRA as well to get a joint statement on how we bring our application in line with their aspiration. Because we don't feel we can do it.
That sounds sensible. I think DEFRA are raising reasonable concerns. I think if you could still work on this table alongside your SOCG together. I think this is going to come up across all 4 topics, but I think the panel are really keen to get to the bottom of how much could be done on Manx species and Manx data as part of the overall EIA. So if we could just take that as a given that you're going to work on this paper, this table. Okay, if we just move on to the next one then, bearing in mind. So I'm just going to hand over to my colleague.
Dr. Carolan, can you just explain how you are looking to appoint an independent expert? I maybe just didn't catch the beginning of what you said. Thank you.
It's a good question. So what we would do is look within the offshore wind consenting arena and see who had consented or which other consultants had worked on similar assessments, and then approach them and see if they would be willing to come forth and do an independent piece of work. So that would be trying to balance our position with what DEFRA's aspiration is and see if this is actually something that can be produced. So someone that just springs to mind, we don't know if it's just as an example. So the Sea Mammal Research Unit in Scotland, they could do this type of work. So they're internationally recognised as probably the leaders in this field. So we could approach them and see if it's something that they'd be willing to do, see if they can reconcile, or else we could take other suggestions from DEFRA or from others.
Yes, Ms. Sterling, please go on.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. Yeah, this is definitely just something that's arisen over the last few days whilst we've all been working together. If it's something we'll discuss with DEFRA through the Statement of Common Ground process, essentially we've reached a bit of an impasse, as it were, on this issue, and we're trying to break the impasse. The intention would be that any such appointment may be, for example, a joint appointment between the applicant and DEFRA. It wouldn't be intended to be an applicant piece of work, as it were. We're still to sort of finalise those arrangements with DEFRA, who agree between ourselves who we might want to appoint, and obviously check the timescales that work could be delivered in. But we think it's something that might help.
Okay, and I'm sure DEFRA can speak for themselves, but to some extent, how you organise yourselves and produce a joint statement is not for us to have a view on. We look forward to receiving the joint statement. Probably that's what we would say. And DEFRA, I assume that the applicant's suggestion is music to your ears?
Ken Milne representing DEFRA. Yes, we're happy with that approach.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so if we move on to the next stage. So, future population trends. I think this has been raised by a number of stakeholders. So in terms of the predicted proportions of animals affected are extremely high, whilst there have been justifications provided in the text as to say why the conclusions have been reached. In Table 8, the magnitude table refers, of APP 049, the magnitude table refers to long-term viability of the population, and that there was no population modelling for the future undertaken to support the conclusions where no population level effects were concluded. So I think I'll just ask the applicant to explain, in the absence of such evidence, how the applicant can be confident on the conclusions of magnitude, particularly in the sight of such a large populations potentially disturbed.
Ryan McMahon. Because the conclusion of the EIA was that there was no significant population level effect.
Okay.
If IP cod modelling were to be done, and I know it has been done on other applications, that would be a supplementary exercise to essentially add weight and confirm that conclusion. It wasn't deemed to be necessary at the time due to the conclusion of no significant effect.
Okay. I'm going to pass that to DEFRA for a response.
Peter Duncan, representing DEFRA. I don't actually have that point in my agenda. Apologies.
Okay. I think it's important to, as you've said, it's something that's done for other applications. I think it's important to pick this up if you can.
Okay, Ryan McManus for the applicant. Yeah, I think for the majority of applications where this has been done, it's primarily been related to projects in the southern North Sea, where there is an element of interaction with the harbour porpoise, southern North Sea, SAC, and a habitats regulations issue specific to that site.
I understand.
I understand how this could help, and would we have...
I think, could you discuss this with DEFRA as part of your statement of common ground process, please? And agree whether it's necessary, and if it is necessary, can you pick that point up? Is that all right with DEFRA? Okay. So if we move on to the next point, it's the approach to monitoring and mitigation. So a lot of stakeholders have raised, DEFRA and Manx Wildlife Trust, multiple stakeholders have raised concerns about the lack of detail in the monitoring. And I think this is something we've touched on quite a lot yesterday, and we're going to keep touching on. So they've raised concerns about the lack of detail in the outline underwater noise management strategy and the outline marine mammal mitigation plan. So there's no clear framework in these documents, and I know you're going to pick this up, and I know that's something you're dealing with, but I think it's important to just get the issues on the table as part of that process so you're aware of what it actually needs to include. There's no clear framework which sets out how the mitigation will be implemented to ensure management of impacts. So I think it's a question to the applicant as part of that process of refreshing these plans or producing them in some cases. Whilst it's understood that some aspects of the project are still to be confirmed, like hammer types, which will influence the mitigation required, such as noise abatement, how can the applicant assure the examining body that the impacts and effects will be mitigated? And I think we're looking to the framework you produce to give us assurance that that can be done. So I've got a few bullets here. I'm not asking you to respond to them now, but perhaps you'll take them away and consider that you might include them in the plan when it comes back to us. And I think I then going to pass it to DEFRA to see if there's anything else that they'd like to see included in these refreshed plans. So I'm going to mention the JNCC guidance for real-time marine mammal observers, passive acoustic monitoring and acoustic deterrent devices during piling and UXO. A commitment to updating the plan to include standard JNCC mitigation measures, including marine mammal observers and passive acoustic monitoring, committing possibly to low-order detonation techniques and to considering an implementation of noise abatement where possible. So I think what we're looking for is these plans to express the range of mitigation measures for the different types of impacts, and when it comes back, to see the level of commitment you're prepared to make to those mitigation measures, not just some bland set of bullet points with vague statements. So I think what I'd like to do is ask DEFRA if there's anything else that you think should be considered as part of this mitigation plan refresh, because you raised a lot of comments on the mitigation plans themselves.
Peter Duncan, representing DEFRA. And apologies, I misheard your previous point on part D, where you were referring to local populations. I must have missed the approach to assessment. I don't know whether we want to go back to that or deal with it as a separate question.
If we finish this one out, then we can come back. Is that all right?
Okay, yep, that's fine. I suppose that the main comment on this is, and it relates to all of the points that we've been discussing, monitoring and mitigation only come into play when there's a significance raised within the EIA process.
Yeah.
And as we've discussed, it drops out at each level, and so frequently we don't get to a point where mitigation and monitoring are applicable. Therefore, we have a fundamental issue with the start of that process.
I understand, and that brings it back to even more importance for you to look at this table, review it and feed in your comments on the local versus the regional assessment, the species and the density.
Indeed. And I suppose we would point back to that the lack of detail in the plans to this point, although we have no particular issue with the approach being taken, it's difficult for us to say because there's, well, the in-principle approach being taken, but since the mitigation and monitoring doesn't come through.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's noted.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. There's a couple of other points I wanted on mitigation. One was So the outline UNMS includes seasonal piling restrictions for herring, but no equivalent seasonal mitigation measures for marine mammals, despite, and I think I referred to it earlier, the well-documented high density of seasonal occurrence in Manx waters. So if you just note that, it'll be all on the transcript. So, and also seasonal restrictions. I mentioned earlier about seasonality perhaps being if you can't come up with these population figures and agree them, seasonality being a tool for mitigation. And whether that could work into the mitigation context and where the mammals are at certain times during construction. So I'm going to leave that with you. I'm not asking for a comment back now. This is just issues to perhaps consider. And the last one was on monitoring. I think at the moment the term where appropriate is used. And I think if you could consider what where appropriate means within the context of marine mammal monitoring, that would be really helpful. I think, did you want to go back then? Mr. Duncan.
Peter Duncan representing DEFA. Yeah, I will. And apologies for misunderstanding.
No, that's fine. Which item was it? 11?
It's a D.
D.
The approach to assessment. I think
okay.
did have a couple of items of concern or consideration, which leads back to it's all part of a process. As we've said, the approach doesn't seem to adequately deal with locally relevant groups versus the larger
which has been discussing.
There were some issues in relation to levels of sensitivity and the matrix that produced likely significant effects, and we felt that there was inconsistency between the general approach stated and some of the chapter-specific receptor approaches. So in some cases there were 4 levels of sensitivity, some cases there were 5, which would make it fundamentally, potentially different, at least difficult to achieve a level of sensitivity or impact that would then be triggered.
Yes.
And as we said before, the scales of spatial consideration, either very small and very large, and the inconsistency, if you like, between applying a more local approach with herring and birds, and why that wasn't possible with.
I understand. I think you're perhaps you're referring to your comments on the whole magnitude and sensitivity approach and the high numbers, the high percentages it's led to. So I think there's one of your comments here. So low sensitivity, low magnitude, low significance, despite high value receptors, no recoverability, and potentially large local impacts. For example, the percentage of population at risk of disturbance, 170% of bottlenose dolphins, is this the thing? Yeah, and 98% of harbour porpoises, which are very high proportions for the populations potentially at risk, and yet the applicants concluded them to be slight adverse and moderate. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. I think this has to be part of the same process. I think to explore how this was done, you're talking about bringing an expert in, the table, the baseline, the regional versus local. I think it has to come back to the same point, which you've been discussing for a while, I believe. But I think, could we leave it with you as part of that process?
For the applicant.
The action is the table and the joint response.
Yes, you can leave it with us. I think many of these points we are responding to in response to the detailed, and in response to DEFA's detailed public consultation response that we're providing at deadline 1 as well.
You are, and without having that response and it being leaped to deadline 1, it's quite hard for us to assess and understand what the issues are in terms of your response. So I think we'll just leave it there, if that's all right. We've come up with a solution, your SOCG, and alongside that, this table and joint statement for deadline 1. At the same time, we'll be getting a response to some of these comments. As I say, because you've held over a response for a lot of your responses to deadline 1, then it's been very difficult for the panel to interpret what's going on, but we've done our best job with the information we have. Is there any more comments on marine mammals? Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Karen, on behalf of the applicant, just in relation to the use of the matrix on magnitude and sensitivity, we reject outright DEFA's claims that we've downplayed sensitivity on the magnitude of the impacts. We've done a thorough review of offshore wind farm EIAs, and everything that we've done is in line with standard industry practice. We've had conversations with DEFA in relation to this, and we can't reconcile them comments. What we have in our approach is a standard 5x5 matrix, so 5 areas of magnitude, 5 areas of sensitivity. It follows the DMRB approach, so the magnitude and sensitivity is really clearly set out and defined. It's then adopted on a receptor by receptor basis to provide a consistent, coherent approach across the EIA, which is consistent with all other offshore wind farms. So we don't accept that it's been downplayed, and as a consequence of that, that's why we're not proposing. We're downplaying we're downplaying impact significance to somehow get away from monitoring and mitigation. That's simply not correct. And we can present that into the examination, that evidence, because that forms the basis of a lot of the comments that are coming and kind of undermines the applicant's EIA.
In fact, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And all we can do is look at what's before us. And we have the application, and we have the stakeholder responses. We have some of your responses to the stakeholder responses. And it's our job to get to the bottom of the facts and work through a solution to getting to the bottom of those facts. So I think that's what we've done now for marine mammals. We've worked through the issues. We've got a plan. I think DEFRA come with the plan. You come with the plan, Mr. Yeah, okay. And the applicant. Okay.
Just to the applicant, Ms. Sterling, there was a really comprehensive response to the public consultation from DEFRA. It came in quite a number of sections, and the applicant decided to respond at a deadline that was not set by us. And the problem with doing that, coming in at deadline 1 as opposed to when we'd asked for it. So the problem with doing that is it does throw out the examination timetable. So a question really is, what was the reasoning for delaying that response?
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. I wouldn't say that the applicant chose not to respond. The applicant had insufficient time to respond from receiving your request for the consultation responses and the deadline. The applicant had previously been under the impression, based on its previous discussions with government, that a full response to all consultation responses wouldn't be sought, and instead the examining body would interrogate the consultation responses and ask their own questions. That approach changed when we received your Regulation 31 letter, and therefore we were sort of starting from that position. And whilst we had someone internal response drafted, the administration of the response within the relatively short, I think it was 3 weeks timescale, perhaps less, meant that it wasn't possible to provide full and comprehensive response to the more technical aspects. So it was a timescale rather than a choice.
So accepting that as we're going along, we are kind of, this is new to many of us. Just if we could really observe deadlines as we go forward, that would be massively helpful to all involved. Thank you.
Yes, that's noted. Thank you.
So if we move on, are we all happy with marine mammals? Yeah, applicant? Okay, cool. And if we move on to ornithology, if that's all right. Which I seem to have lost. Okay. So, Dr. Selmer, is that right?
Yes, Dr. Selman, Richard Selman.
And Mr. Leith? Is Mr. Leith online or in present? Mr. Leith.
I'm Prime Minister on behalf of the applicant, so I will take the initial questions. And if, I may defer some of it to Mr. Leith, who's
Okay, you've got a
attending
backup
virtually.
plan. Okay, all right, let's go. Right, so the first one is about uniquely Manx. We're going to all get very clear with that word, I think. So this is about the scale of assessment for birds. Manx BirdLife were here. Did they want to join the conversation? No. Okay, that's fine. So Manx BirdLife continued to express concern about the uniquely Manx approach to cumulative collision impacts on certain species, like the kittiwake and the great black-backed gull. For example, the great black-backed black-backed gull was assessed at the Southwest and Channel Biologically Defined Minimum Population Scale, BDMPS, and additionally for the Southwest and Channel combined with the West of Scotland, BDMPS. This combined population of about 52,000 great black-backed gulls puts the assessment at a regional scale. I'm hoping we all agree that. Okay. So advice was given by DEFRA to use foraging distances, which is an Isle of Man scale, as opposed to these big BDMPS scales. The applicant didn't do that, and I think the question is why, given that DEFRA had recommended that approach, and also that approach is Isle of Man based. This is for cumulative effect. So this is the birds and all the other wind farms lumped together in terms of effect. So could I just put that question to the applicant first?
Ryan McManus on behalf of the applicant. So just to confirm, we haven't undertaken a cumulative assessment specifically to the Isle of Man colonies. We have undertaken a cumulative assessment with reference to the biogeographic regional populations, as you said. And this is the fact that we haven't done the cumulative assessment for the Isle of Man colonies is because the project's predicted contribution to those cumulative effects is very small. The highest impact is around 1.5 kittiwake mortalities per year, and most species are well below that. The Isle of Man colonies themselves are also relatively small compared to the wider regional populations, and so only a tiny portion of the birds in the assessment area are expected to originate from there and therefore be apportioned to those Isle of Man specific colonies. The proposed development is the only offshore wind farm in Manx territorial waters, proposed development in Manx territorial waters, and so already it's the main contributor to the impact specific to the Isle of Man seabird colonies. Other projects which are more distant from the Isle of Man add comparatively smaller impacts to the Isle of Man, and importantly on this point, no other project has produced a detailed cumulative assessment for the assessment of Isle of Man colonies and marine nature reserves. There's one exception, which is Owl Moor, which showed an impact of 0.1 mortalities per year.
I'm sorry to stop you, but
that's okay.
So no other Isle of Man project has done it, but that's a Welsh project you're talking about, and we're talking about a project in the Isle of Man waters. So what we're saying is that you've done the local assessment, and I know that, I've read it in great detail, but you haven't done a cumulative assessment with Isle of Man bird populations.
No, and I'm explaining why we haven't done that.
I understand why, and you're explaining that other projects don't do it, that it's not that Welsh doesn't do it, has done it, but
And so the data, in order to inform that cumulative assessment, is not available, is what I'm saying.
So, but DEFRA recommended using foraging distances. So we're saying that DEFRA, okay, it's a question to DEFRA then. So a foraging distance is not an appropriate tool to be able to use it to do this?
I'm wondering whether there's a crossing of issues here, whether the foraging distances was actually to do with another element of it, which I'm trying to bring to mind.
Let's wind it back a bit then.
Yeah,
so the applicant's saying they didn't do a cumulative assessment with Isle of Man bird population. So the questions to DEFRA, is that acceptable to you? Should they do it?
Richard Salmon for DEFRA. We've taken the view that they have taken a uniquely Manx approach in other ways, in that they have accepted that we have not designated all appropriate seabird colonies, the very key seabird colonies that aren't designated as ASSI or international sites, but they've taken them into account by looking at sections of the Manx coast and the Isle of Man seabird population as a whole, as well as apportioning species issues for the birds to sites. Specifically, coming to mind is kittiwakes and Macklehead, ASSI. We do accept that they haven't undertaken cumulative approach, as you suggested, and we have taken the view that that has not been the standard that people have been held to elsewhere. So
I think it's Nature's got guidance, isn't it, that establishes this process. So in the UK. So what are we saying then? You're not comfortable with the approach that's been taken? I mean, the applicant's saying that the impacts are so small that it's not actually worth doing, I think is what the applicants are saying.
Yeah, I don't have a quibble with the applicant's position on this.
Okay, let's move on then. So the next one is baseline and the bird surveys. So as I understand it, the so APP 78 paragraph 4.2.1.1 states the baseline data was collected for one survey season at Grudel Bay landfall zone and 2 survey seasons for Port Skillion. And in addition, the data was collected at Grudel Bay between February and May 25. However, that information was not included in the AS chapter. So I think the questions are, why was only one season survey done at Grudel Bay and 2 at Port Skillion, and whether this impacts the outcomes? And then why the additional survey data between February and May at Grudel Bay wasn't submitted and whether it will be submitted. So I think that's a question for the applicant first, and then back to DEFRA, whether they're comfortable with that.
Ryan McManus for the applicant. So I think we touched on this this morning around the timing of when Groudle versus Port Skillion were the kind of the preferred options, if you like. And so there's a discrepancy, well, not a discrepancy, the collection of data at Groudle and Port Skillion are staggered by 1 year, because at the time that the Port Skillion survey was taking place, that was considered to be the preferred landfall option. The decision was then obviously taken to bring Groudle Bay back in as a landfall option, but by that time the survey window had already passed for that season. Okay. So we then started the first year of data collection at Groudle Bay a year later than was started for Port Skillion. We're still undertaking surveys for the Groudle Bay site to get a full 2-year data set. One of those, the first year of that data has been collected, and we intend on submitting an addendum to the EIS to present that data and confirm that the conclusion of the EIA remains valid.
I have 2 observations. One is that they're not options. You have submitted an application with 3 offshore cable corridors, which should have all the data and all the analysis and the EIA for 3 offshore cable corridors, rather than playing one corridor against another. So that's my first observation. I think my colleagues might want to respond on that. And the second is, so I'm understanding that you're carrying out the lacking surveys now and that you will submit them at some stage in the process. Is that what we're saying? So if that's the case, does that impact the outcomes of the assessment? Because bird surveys, in my experience, are critical and underpin the whole of the bird analysis.
Ryan McManus on behalf of the applicant. So we have completed that first year of collection of bird survey data at Groudle Bay, and we have produced that addendum to the assessment, which does confirm that the assessment conclusion remains unchanged, and we will be submitting that into the examination at deadline 1.
Okay. Is DEFRA comfortable with that, with this stuff being submitted?
Richard Salmon, Fireman DEFRA. We have expressed our discomfort with the incomplete data that's been provided, but we do hear what you're saying, that it's coming forward, and we look forward to seeing that. We do expect to see 2 years of wintering data, and we have also asked why the migration periods of April, May and September have not been included too.
Okay, I'm going to hand to my colleague, I think wants to make a comment.
So, correct me if my understanding is not right. I thought you needed 2 years of baseline data, and whilst you referred to 1 year being complete, understanding the timing for bird surveys and the close of this examination, when would you anticipate the second year and the analysis that would drive the assessment of effects forward to be complete and allow parties involved in the examination time to receive, review and analyse those?
Dr. Kieran, on behalf of the applicant, we believe that we'll be able to submit that in by April, our current understanding is that the species assemblages and distribution that we were aware of through the pre-application consultation have been validated through the surveys collected, and that the surveys support the conclusions of the EIS. We will get that in as soon as possible. We can get the 1 year, I think, submitted to DEFA and into the application pretty quick, on the remaining as soon as the survey completes.
Sorry, and when is that survey complete? I don't think I quite understand.
I think it completes in the end of April.
Right. It would be quite handy in responding to this point if you would just provide us with a path to when you anticipate that would come in, so that we can think about how it would fit into our examination timetable. Thank you.
The addendum's being submitted at deadline 1, is that right?
First year.
Yes, of the first year. Okay.
Yeah.
The addendum that says there's no change to the outcomes.
Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah, based on the first year data collection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is everyone comfortable with that topic? Are we okay to move on to 12D? Okay. So 12D is about bats, and concerns have been raised by stakeholders that migratory bats were not assessed in the EIA. And the applicant has responded to say there was insufficient data on bat population density and site fidelity to undertake a meaningful assessment. That's PDR 005. And it's also in Table 1 of the consultation themes, where the applicant stated that. So I think my question is to the applicant to explain clearly what evidence and reasoning was missing to enable the conclusion that bats couldn't be surveyed and included, included. And I want to caveat that with them being a protected species under the Wildlife Act 1990. So if the applicant could answer, then I think, like, just one, okay.
Yeah, Dr. Kjorl on behalf of the applicant. In the scoping report submitted in October 23, we set out what the scope of the EIA should be, and we received the scoping opinion in, I think it was May the following year. Bats weren't included as a receptor group. There was nothing from any stakeholders in relation to the inclusion of migratory bats as a receptor that was missing from the EIA. Through the evidence plan process, we had no further indication of a requirement to conduct an assessment or do any survey work in relation to migratory bats. We are aware that it's an emerging area of assessment in offshore wind farms, and in Ireland they do assessment chapters on bats, but as yet within the UK or we have no guidance within the Isle of Man that was a requirement for us as we went through the pre-application consultation phase.
So relying on stakeholder responses to a scoping of an assessment seems a slightly reverse way of doing it. Isn't scoping and screening based on technical information and data and whether you can actually assess that topic and whether it should be assessed, so the likelihood of significant effects?
Yeah, and the information wasn't available for us.
That's what I'm asking then.
Yeah, so the information wasn't available for sufficient detail for us to quantify bot usage, bot populations, or to verify that we needed to bring that forth into an EIA.
Okay, so setting aside...
And also to rely on the stakeholder consultation in relation to the scoping opinion. If this SNCB is not raising it as an issue, then we're not going to bring it in as an assessment issue.
Regardless of stakeholder comment and feedback, the question was, what wasn't available to be able to assess it, given it's a protected species, and you've done an analysis of protected species and designations on what should and shouldn't be assessed, and if it's a species on the Isle of Man that's protected by the Wildlife Act, it suggests that it should be investigated. Just what was missing that you couldn't assess it specifically?
So we had no information on the frequency or abundance of the species. So we had nothing to inform that impact assessment.
Okay, so perhaps if I'd hand over, so if you state your name and...
We were not invited to put opinion or requirement at the stakeholder as a stakeholder for bat surveys, and Nethusius pipistrelles are known to migrate over water. It's quite common. They have been moving up from Europe across England, across to Ireland. We first found or had evidence of bats of Nethusius pipistrelles on the Isle of Man in 2018. We haven't.
So I've just been asked if you could speak closer to the microphone.
Sorry.
We're having trouble hearing you. Thank you so much.
So we first had recordings of bats of Nethusius pipistrelles in 2018 on the island. We have found no roosts, so we do not know whether they are resident on the island or travelling backward and forward. Nethusius are known to travel over long distances over water in one night. I have reports of travelling on average around 157 kilometres in one night over water. So our bats could actually be travelling backward and forward. Now, Nethusius pipistrelles are also red listed in the UK as near threatened, and that's in England, and in Scotland and Wales as vulnerable. So they should really be included.
Okay, well, including them is a separate thing. The question, I think, to you, as I've just asked the applicant, is there enough data and is there a methodology that can be used to assess them? I think that's the core of the issue here. I understand there are migratory bats.
We have a problem with supplying lots of data, as you know, we are only a small group on the island.
Okay.
And we have been studying, trying to find more and more, so we're finding more records all the time. But there are methodologies in place. For instance, there is a paper from the Dutch group for monitoring Nethusius pipistrelles on the oil rigs off the shore.
I understand that several offshore wind farms now monitor for bats. I appreciate that. So did the applicant want to come back? Was that, sorry, thank you.
Dr. Keogh on behalf of the applicant. Just refer to some comments made by Natural England. So as noted by Natural England, there's a current lack of evidence as to the effects of offshore wind farm development upon bat populations in British waters. And this represents an evidence gap which needs to be addressed, on which the applicant agrees. Bats are a relatively poorly understood receptor for EIS to inform marine renewable developments in British waters. Many evidence gaps remain on their occurrence in the offshore environment, including migration, their potential interactions with offshore wind farms, and little is known about bat migration ecology, the number of individuals migrating over the sea, the risk of mortality from interactions with offshore wind turbines, and this was supported by the lack of information provided by the Ecology Technical Advisory Group to the applicant during the pre-application evidence plan process. And this data void supports the scoping out of assessment on bats at the scoping stage of the EIA. And we still, to this point, would conclude that irrespective of the data available, would still conclude as no likely significant effect and will be disproportionate to assess it.
I think this is a moving industry, whatever the word is. So I think there are examples of offshore wind farms collecting base data. So I think the North Irish Sea Array, Oriel, Codling Wind Park, Dublin Array and Arlo Bank are all deployed in bat detection, and other offshores are collaborating in terms of adaptive curtailment strategies. So it's out there, it's an evolving process. So could I just ask DEFRA if they have any comments on this?
Richard Salmon for DEFRA. Yes, it's definitely a moving area, and I do recall that the scoping discussion actually started back in 2015, thereabouts, when data was first being pulled together, and then was revisited, obviously, for the current setup. And back in 2015, there were no records in the Nethusius pipistrelle. He has mentioned, was it 2018 that they came in? I do note now that from the Manx Bat Group's own website, they state there's been 26 Nethusius pipistrelle records to 2020 and then 3 in 2021. So we have a difficult to define number of migratory Nethusius pipistrelles. It may well be changing year to year. It looks like it's very variable year to year. It's something that needs looking at. And we see the opportunities if structures are put offshore to actually assessing the issue and having ongoing discussions about whether issues are arising in relation to that. But we also recognise that currently, because this is beyond 6 miles offshore, there is nothing in close proximity apart from using ships in order to attach detectors to.
Okay, thank you very much. That's really helpful. I think we've established that data is an issue to support an analysis and an assessment, but I think we'd like to take this away and think about it and get back to you. At the moment I'm thinking about perhaps a conversation as part of an SOCG just to work through the issue, but I think we'll take it back and think about it, if that's all right. Applicant.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. Yes, madam. Just to be clear, the projects that you quoted are in development projects in Ireland, which is an emerging offshore wind market. The Isle of Man government's policies that the UK should, the applicant should adopt UK, which is an established with many existing operational wind farms, many wind farms in construction and in development as best practice. So we don't consider the Irish examples to be comparable. Thank you.
I was just making the point that wind farms are making steps to look at bats and look at bat mitigation. So I understand that. Thank you. I think if you just hold on one, I'll just confirm with a colleague. Okay, we'll take it away and think about it. If we move on from bats, if everyone's comfortable. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand there. I do apologise.
Kevin Wells for the Manx Bat Group. There is evidence from using Motus recorders at Landguard and Minsmere of bats, Nethusius pipistrelles, migrating across the North Sea. That's over 115 kilometres in one night. And they are known to migrate spring and autumn. So, and this is not just over water, it's also across land. Yeah. So to say that you're just ignoring them because there's no evidence.
No, I understand. I think it's about a comprehensive database to be able to assess. Yeah. You actually asked for a statement of common ground. Did that happen with you and the applicant?
No, we haven't been.
No.
No, we were told not to do one.
Yeah, I think if you could progress a statement of common ground, just so you can understand the issues, the data available, whether it's possible to assess the data and assess bats, that might be a useful start point.
Further to the clarifications that we've just provided and what we've provided in the EIM, what's in the consultation report and what is in the evidence plan process document, meeting minutes,
yes,
decisions and everything, a statement of common ground.
I understand what you're saying, yes. I think it would be helpful just to close out the bat issue through a statement of common ground.
Okay.
Sorry. If we move on to the next, is everyone happy with enough conversation about bats? Yeah, move on. Okay. So if we move on to if we move on to quantitative thresholds, and I think this is a question for the applicant. So the applicant introduced quantitative thresholds. This is a very specific and technical comment for certain magnitude levels within the ornithology assessment, which is APP 043. So you've got a threshold for no change and a threshold for negligible, and you've applied less than 0.01% birds per year for no change, and negligible has a 1%. And I was just going to ask why these thresholds are not presented in the overarching assessment methodology and how you've reached those threshold values. Are they determined by some evidence?
Yes, Ryan McManus for the applicant. So is your question in relation to these thresholds, whether they are related to the overarching AI methodology or
both?
So they are specific to the offshore and intertidal ornithology assessment methodology, which is set out within the methodology section of that chapter.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying. So if we move on to sensitivity, sorry, unless Steph had anything to add to that. So in sensitivity, you've got a combined sensitivity matrix that merges vulnerability and conservation value. Can this matrix approach to sensitivity potentially lead to issues by combining both parameters? So high conservation value that can mask low vulnerability, and high vulnerability can mask low conservation value. It mixes conservation value, which is a policy judgment, with ecology judgments, almost a science judgment, together. Can you just explain why you've done that and whether it masks anything?
Ryan McManus for the applicant. So yes, in relation to ornithology sensitivities was determined using two components, which are the receptor's vulnerability to an impact pathway and its conservation value, as you've said. And we've used a matrix approach, which combines these two components to give the overall sensitivity score.
Yeah.
And that's in line with standard practice for an established practice for offshore wind farms. And the matrix approach is presented within the chapter to provide clear traceability on how the conservation value and vulnerability combine to produce that final sensitivity weighting. Acknowledge that it is a departure from the overarching DMRB guidance, but it does align with the principles set out in topic-specific guidance for ecology, such as through the SIEM guidelines 2019.
Okay.
Which advocate for expert-led evaluation, combining both receptor vulnerability and conservation value.
Okay. Does DEF have a response to that?
Richard Salmon for DEF. My only comment is that with specific regard to the black-back gull, we did note that there are judgments made which we don't necessarily agree with regard to, I think it was magnitude.
Yeah.
And the definition of recovery from the impact is predicted to be achieved in the medium term, i.e. no more than 1 year. So our judgments and their judgment might not necessarily agree, and obviously these have a bearing on how it comes through in the matrices.
Okay. Is that something you can pick up in your statement of common ground?
Yes, there is a detailed explanation in our comments.
Okay. Okay. So the next comment, how are we doing for time? Okay. Is in your significance matrix, and you have cells in the matrix where you allocate two conclusions of significance in the same cell. So you can either have minor magnitude and high sensitivity, which is slight, or moderate, which is significant, and it's in the same cell. So, for example, for the cumulative collision impacts on the great black-back gull, the significant matrix indicated the two possible outcomes, and it selected slight adverse. And I think the impact on the great black-back gull has been something a lot of stakeholders have responded on. So I just wanted to find out how you make that professional judgment on those two values in the same cell.
Ryan McManus on behalf of the applicant. So yes, in line with the overarching EIA methodology, which is guided by the DMRB approach, it does allow for expert judgment to be applied in making the final significance conclusion where two options are available within the same cell. That applies both in relation to where you can make a distinction between slight and negligible, which would both be non-significant, to significant effects being large or moderate, which would both be significant in EIA terms, and as you've said, in between slight and moderate, where there's obviously a key distinction between an impact being significant or non-significant.
Yes, that's it.
So where the expert judgment is applied, that is described within the assessment section in justifying what that justification is described within the significance conclusion. In relation to this particular species assessment, I might hand over to Mr. Freddie Leith online, who might be able to provide some justification for this particular assessment.
Is he online? Can we see him? Has he gone to make a cup of tea?
He needs to use his hand because Cabinet Office can't see which one he is.
Oh,
Oh,
I
there
see.
we go.
Okay.
Thanks.
Freddie Leith on behalf of the applicant. In terms of the conclusion for Great Black-backed Gull, that was largely based on the elements of precaution in the assessment, which are described within the Ornithology chapter, APP 047. One of the key aspects being the application of species-specific avoidance rates, which was not applied to other projects, but a scenario was provided for the proposed development. And another key factor in this conclusion was the very low contribution of the proposed development to the cumulative impact. So the maximum number of mortalities is predicted as 1.5 mortalities, and more realistically, based on modelling presented in the Ornithology chapter, this would be 0.2 mortalities or less. So those were the key factors underlying that conclusion.
Thank you. I'm going to hand to DEFRA for a response to that. Are you comfortable with that conclusion?
Richard Salmon for DEFRA. Can I just read the paragraph in specific relation to this that we wrote, which...
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Can I read out the paragraph in our submission that specifically relates to...
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
The magnitude then feeding into the significance, a high sensitivity and minor magnitude give slight adverse, i.e. not significant, or moderate, i.e. significant effect. And Orsted states, given the low contribution of the proposed development to the cumulative total and the low overall impact if species-specific avoidance rates were considered in the assessment for all projects, a conclusion of slight adverse is drawn, which is not significant in EIA terms. Now, with regard to that, we don't feel that the contribution of the current development towards the cumulative effect is actually relevant to the assessment of whether there is actually a cumulative effect. It is, however, in our view, very relevant to providing the context around any cumulative effect after recognising any such effect in order to determine whether this specific development is likely to add significantly to the issue that has been recognised as an Irish Sea scale and also wider from the literature issue.
Okay.
That basically draws together our feelings around this. It's the process of it.
Yeah.
We probably get to the same point at the end of it, but I think it's important to recognise the issues as the issues and not kind of gloss past them.
I think it's important to recognise the issues as the issues and also whether they affect the outcomes. So I think if the outcome's not affected by the decision that was made, are you comfortable with the process that's been used, even though it's not the same process that you would have used?
Richard Salmon for DEFRA. I think at the end of it, the outcome is the outcome, isn't it?
Well, okay, yeah. It's a very different outcome for the two different dimensions in the same cell, though, so, okay. Is this picked up as part of your statement of common ground process? Okay. So.
Well, I haven't seen that yet, but
no, but you're working on it.
It would be. So.
Okay. If we could move on then, if everyone's comfortable with that.
May I ask the examining body, from a point of ignorance, where and how we go about getting factual inaccuracies in the EIA corrected?
A submission, I would say 2 parallel submissions, one to the applicant so that they can respond to it quickly, but then at a suitable deadline to submit into examination as well so that it can be followed up. The reason I'm saying do it in parallel is just to speed up the process. If it is about inaccuracies, it's just worth highlighting one thing, that factual inaccuracies in the ES, of course, they must be corrected and highlighted, but they're relevant only to the extent that they have an impact on conclusions and ultimately the mitigation measures, which are finally then secured through the MIC. So just bear that in mind in terms of, the scope of what you're suggesting.
Okay. So if we move on to the last section on ornithology, if that's all right, and I think is tea at 3:30? The break at 3:30? No. Okay. So monitoring and mitigation, and we're coming back to this because we discussed it yesterday and we're reproducing the monitoring and mitigation plans, but I think it's just worth touching on what stakeholders have said to make sure that that's taken into consideration with this new iteration of the plans. So DEFRA and the Manx Wildlife Trust have both raised concerns regarding the outline project implementation and monitoring and mitigation plan and section 7 of that plan, which is the ornithological monitoring plan. So DEFRA has expressed issues, PCR 177121, regarding the purpose of the PIMMP, APP 207, and associated plans, the OMP, that they're unclear. It's not clear what the document's supposed to be. And in paragraph 1211, it states that this is just related to intertidal ornithology, but table 2 includes herring mitigation. If it's meant to cover all monitoring and mitigation, is it really only intended to implement mitigation and monitoring for herring ornithology? I think this was picked up by some of your responses, wasn't it? Did you want to respond to this, applicant?
Yes, Ryan McManus on behalf of the applicant. So Since DEFRA have submitted their public consultation response, we've had quite a few discussions with them, specifically in relation to the ornithology monitoring plan and the herring mitigation plan, and we're taking on their feedback in providing updated plans, which we said we'd do at a subsequent deadline.
Brilliant, okay. And that's going to address things like does not provide detail into the proposed mitigation and monitoring, which was DEFRA. And obviously that the OMP has no content other than a placeholder, which we've already discussed. So I think that's everything I had on monitoring and mitigation. Is there anything that DEFRA, Manx Wildlife Trust, want to raise on monitoring and mitigation?
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust. I guess this almost goes back to my other point. We did, thank you for the answers to the previous question I posed, we did let the applicant know of some factual errors in the EIA last year, and as far as I know they haven't been corrected, so I would have expected to see an addendum by this stage, and they do impact on the outcomes. An example is a red-throated diver is a specially protected Schedule 1 species on the Isle of Man, and the EIA states it's not. The EIA also states there's no protected areas for that species on the Isle of Man, and they're a specific designation feature for the West Coast Marine Nature Reserve. The same is the case for Manx shearwater, which is both a Schedule 1 species and a designation feature for the Calf of Man and Wart Bank Marine Nature Reserve. And in both of those cases, it does change the outcomes from moderate to... do give me a minute to find this in front of me, medium to very high in terms of the impacts. So I guess we can't really comment on monitoring because we don't really know what the impacts are because the EIA was flawed in itself. Thank you.
Mr. Bellamy, I do apologise. I did not realise that was the extent of the factual corrections you were talking about. So I think it's definitely worth bringing in the applicant to respond to that.
Dr. Kieran, on behalf of the applicant, we don't accept that the EIA was flawed. I'm sorry. If Manx Wildlife Trust could come back with specifics on the inaccuracy, we will address them in due course. That's all I've got to say.
But I believe Mr. Bellamy is saying that he's already submitted these to you.
It doesn't. We provided comments in relation to Manx Wildlife Trust comments. We have reviewed the EIA and we don't see that it materially changes anything in the EIA. So it's something we can follow up with Manx Wildlife Trust in our statement of common ground, but we stand by the conclusions of the EIA.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. I myself am a little confused from the discussion because the reference to red-throated diver being a potential Schedule 1 species, and that would go from a medium impact to a very high impact. The categorisation of a Schedule 1 species wouldn't affect the magnitude of impact at all. It would only affect conservation value, which in turn informs sensitivity. So there seems to be a bit of a mismatch, I guess, between ourselves and the Manx Wildlife Trust. I just suggest that we take this offline, discuss it with the Manx Wildlife Trust, and respond hopefully in an aligned position at deadline 1.
I think my colleague wants to come in on this.
I think there's two things here, aren't there? And I think perhaps we're getting them muddled slightly. One is, are there factual inaccuracies? And please, can you agree whether there are or are not? And the best way to do that, ideally, Manx Wildlife Trust would speak to the applicant and you would agree that these are factual inaccuracies or not. I think the second point, Mr. Bellamy, which you refer to, is moving perhaps into an applicant's assessment of that factual change and Manx Wildlife Trust, where I could see that there may be a difference of opinion. So probably let's just understand what the factual gaps are first, and then whether or not the applicant has an assessment that differs from yours, then that would be for us the two different submissions. So it's agree the facts and then your assessment of what those facts mean, which may be different from the applicant. So let's just keep those two things separate if we may, please.
Is there anything else on monitoring and mitigation? No. Applicant, nothing to raise? No. In that case, shall we break a little early for tea? Take the tea break now. I think we're all quite weary of bats and mammals. We've done them to quite some depth. So it's, I'm going to say 20 past now, so back at 22. Is everybody ready to start? Okay, excellent. So it's 3:49 and we'll start the last section of the day, and everyone a bit weary, so hopefully we'll battle on and get there. So if I could just see who we've got for the next two sessions. There was Mr. Nicodic, was it? From the applicant side on benthic ecology, and Mr. Peter, is that right? Yeah, on on DEFRA's side. And Mr. Peter on the last session on fish ecology, and Miss Pfeiffer, was that? Okay. And is there anybody? I've got some other people at the table at the front, so who have we got here? If you'd like to just call out your names and who you represent.
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust.
Lara Howe, Manx Wildlife Trust.
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
Lara Howe, Manx Wildlife Trust.
Oh, okay.
Julian Barton, just at Isle of Man.
David Beard, Manx Fish Producers.
Okay. So if we crack on with benthic ecology then. So, the first question is about the adequacy of baseline. I thought I'd skip to that. I think we've done enough uniquely Manx. I think we're all quite clear about the work that we need to do on uniquely Manx and the paper that, the joint position paper that the applicant and DEFRA are doing. So I've skipped over that bit. So I don't know if there's a plan on the screen. Figure 3, APP 048. So in their consultation response, DEFRA have raised a high priority concern, and the applicant's response to this, I've got the applicant's response to this, sorry, on the adequacy of the Bethnic subtidal ecology baseline characterisation in APP 88, including the limited site-specific benthic data. So we should have the plan on screen. Excellent. Limited site-specific benthic data, particularly within the Northern Cable Corridor, the limited use of Bangor University and DEFRA MNR benthic reports, the reliance on sediment type to infer biological communities, and the lack of sediment chemistry sampling within the Northern Cable route. So the Manx Wildlife Trust have said that the area of survey is insufficient as there's no sediment type or biotope samples collected from the Northern Corridor or the east of the array area, the wider ZOI, which makes drawing conclusions upon impacts to the Bethnic ecosystem difficult. So it should be on the screen now, and I think you're talking about the Northern Cable Corridor and the survey sampling spots along the alignment there. If you could just explain your point. I don't know who's speaking for Manx Wildlife Trust.
Lara Howe, Manx Wildlife Trust. You can see from the figure there that there's not a lot of sampling outside of the corridor or of the array area, and we know that there is a 12 nautical mile buffer that has been provided as the maximum design scenario in terms of potential impacts. I'm also aware that this is a very conservative estimate, but I'd expect to see more sampling within the buffer zone, and in light of the recent news that the applicant is looking to use the Northern Cable Corridor, it raises even more questions about further sampling. Obviously, there's a lot more sampling to the south, which would have been the Port Scullion route, but I would ideally like to see more sampling done within the Cable Corridor. Obviously, in our application, we make reference to Beaumont's nudibranch and the nodding hydroid and our concerns around Port Scullion. But that just highlights the fact that actually, you know, it's really important to do adequate and appropriate sampling to ensure that nothing is missed. And as DEFRA referred to the fact that some of the existing data, such as that from Bangor, hasn't been utilised as well.
Okay, so you can quite clearly see the Northern Corridor's got less sample sites. I think that's what you're talking about. So in response to your stakeholder comment, consultation comment, I believe the applicant said the baseline survey will not be updated as part of the examination and that the survey is undertaken a complete. They state the Bethnic subtidal survey area was based on project boundaries at the time of survey, which was redesigned after survey work was undertaken. So I think other consultation responses is that it's unclear to what extent the implications of the project boundary change on benthic characterisation was discussed through the EPP group, the Offshore Environment Tag Biological Subgroup, and the evidence plan process. It says the survey locations were discussed, but it's unclear whether that was before or after the change in scope, which seems to have been altered to reflect, well, it hasn't been altered, but changed to talk about the Northern Loop. So it's very light on detail with respect to the analysis of the benthic subtitle data, which is, I think, what you're saying, Max Wildlife Trust. And you're asking why the specific geophysical data was not collected and not used to map biotopes across the order limits, if I'm correct. So I think these are questions to the applicant, because it does look like there's survey locations missing. So I've got 3 questions, and then I'll come back to DEFA. So can you justify the limited extent of the site-specific benthic data collection within the northern cable corridor, including sediment chemistry sampling, as you can see on the plan there? So if we take that one first.
Ryan McManus for the applicant. So yes, firstly I'd just like to say that the applicant does consider that the survey scope and area and locations chosen are sufficient alongside the data, the desk-based data sources available to us to characterise the receiving environment for the purposes of EIA. With reference to the sampling sites which are outside of the proposed, that was your question, the first question, wasn't it, about sampling sites outside the current boundary?
Justify the site-specific benthic data collection within the Northern Cable Corridor.
Yeah.
I can't actually see any sites in the Northern Cable Corridor, to be honest.
Ryan McManus on behalf of the applicant. So, as alluded to in the representation there, the survey was designed at a point in time when the offshore export cable corridor was broader. So, what we can do is present the figure which shows the original array and export cable corridor before site refinements were made. Before site refinements were made to the export cable corridor. So the cable corridor you can see there is narrower now compared to what it was when the sampling was discussed and agreed.
I'm not sure the panel are interested in sampling on options and corridors and wider corridors. I think they're interested in whether the surveying was adequate for the assessment scheme, and whether that accurately represents the information that you need for the assessment. So I think that's what we're asking.
So they are considered sufficient to characterise the cable corridor as they were considered appropriate at the time when the cable corridor was over a wider area. Okay. And therefore we haven't expanded the boundary of the project. It's been a refinement. So they were presented and agreed as being appropriate to characterise the receiving environment on a wider corridor, and they remain sufficient and appropriate to characterise the receiving environment of the boundary as it now is at the point of application.
Okay, understood. Could I pass it to DEFRA then to respond? Sorry.
Peter Duncan on behalf of DEFRA. I think I would broadly support the position of the Wildlife Trust on it. It seems like a limited scope of survey, particularly in relation to the corridors themselves and the apparent bias towards the south. It's not clear why the sampling protocol was developed like that, but overall the output of it is that DEFRA doesn't see that it really biologically categorises the area in question. It perhaps does a better job of it from a sedimentology or a geophysical perspective, but there's really very little detail in the biology of the area, and that's not helped by the fairly sparse sampling site approach, and what that means is that it's difficult then to assess the subsequent mitigations and monitoring requirements.
So I'm trying to get to the bottom of whether the survey coverage is adequate to do a...
I don't believe it is.
Okay. So are we saying more survey data is required?
DEFRA's position is that it doesn't really properly define the biological characteristics of the area. And
So are you saying more surveys required? Otherwise, it's impossible to determine the effects?
Yes.
Is this something that Maxwell?
David Bellamy, Maxwell Trust. To date in this discussion, we've just discussed about the survey area in a 2D form, of course of the 3D form, and that the sediments so far analysed have just been surface sediments. But we know on the Isle of Man we've got really significant issues with heavy metal contamination, and we've also had issues with radiation contamination on the east coast. So there could be scope here that we could disturb some really nasty chemicals and so forth contained within the sediment. We've currently got issues with this on the west coast on the island, for example. We just aren't confident that that has been thoroughly analysed at this stage.
So, Defa, what would you like to see happen next?
Well, in the context of what we've been talking about recently, noting the Portskillian, I think we need to understand better what is on the cable route from a biological perspective, whether there are particular species or habitats within it which are not picked up currently, and then we'd be in a better position to understand whether there are impacts on it, whether there are sensitive species, etc., and whether the mitigation and monitoring proposed is adequate.
So my concern is also that if you look at the figure, there's a multitude of survey sites to the south of the Skillian route, but nothing to the north of the northern route. So I'm not clear how you can work out not just the impacts on the OCC corridor and its buffers, but also everything to the north. Am I incorrect to assume that, Manx Wildlife Trust?
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust. I'd also add to that, on the eastern boundary, immediately where the red line is, if you go further east, you're into the west of Copeland Marine Conservation Zone. So we've got a statutory protected area in United Kingdom waters that goes right up to the edge of the development site. So I would have really expected that the applicant would have looked at that statutory protected area and see what the impact could be there.
Yes, JNCC have raised that, and so have the MMO. It's unfortunate they weren't here today. So I put it over to the applicant about doing additional survey work.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. I'll pass to Mr McManus in a minute. I think it's just really important that we're all clear that this is one data source that informs the assessment, which is the site surveys. It is not the only data source. There is, as Mr McManus referenced, desk-based work, which has informed the baseline characterisation on which the assessment is carried out. It's not the case that if there hasn't been a sampling, we don't know anything about it. There are other data sources available that the applicant has reviewed and relied upon, and for that reason the applicant considers that the level of site-specific survey work it has done is appropriate and proportionate at this moment in time. The applicant will also be carrying out further investigations pre-construction. At this point I'll hand over to Mr McManus, who can explain in more detail the desk-based survey work which has informed the baseline characterisation.
I understand. So I understand desktop, and we can come back to Mr McManus on the desktop survey work, but am I right? This is the only site survey work. This is the only site survey work for benthic ecology. There's no other survey work.
Brian McManus, for the applicant, it's not the only site-specific data source that we've used to inform the benthic assessment. No, we also collected geophysical data across the entire order limits, which was also used to inform biotopes and things like that.
I understand. Okay. So I'm going to have to pass it to DEFRA again. Given that the applicants explained the desktop work that they have to support these survey locations, do you still think that this is essential to the assessment and it needs more work?
Peter Duncan on behalf of DEFRA. Yeah, DEFRA is not doesn't believe that the current level of assessment and survey and assessment sufficiently characterises the biology and ecology of the area, and given the topic that comes on next, such as related to sediment and distribution of sediment, then I don't see that it is adequate.
I'm going to hand over to my colleague.
So I think, DEFRA, you've made your position quite clear. Ms Sterling, for the applicant, what would be involved in undertaking the additional survey that that DEFRA are requesting, how would you go about doing that? Is there a seasonal aspect to it? How long does it take? Just talk to us about what would be involved in that.
Amy Stilling on behalf of the applicant. That is beyond my knowledge base, but I'll pass to Dr. Carolan, who wishes to say some remarks. Probably answer the question.
Dr. Carolan on behalf of the applicant. We see that the benthic survey, these GRAB locations that have this data been acquired, is fit for purpose for the EIA, and it's broadly consistent with all other offshore wind farm in terms of the density and distribution on the number of GRAB samples for a project of this scale. This being used then to collaborate on the geophysical data to produce habitat maps. So we have habitat maps for the entire area. We could go out and gather additional data. That data, benthic ecology data in terms of GRAB samples, can be got more or less any time of the year because benthic habitats are broadly stable and don't show like distinct seasonality, but would require mobilisation and would come at very significant cost to go and get maybe another few samples that wouldn't really fundamentally change the nature of what it is that we have. So we think that what we have presented is fit for purpose for the purpose of the EIA in terms of broad scale habitat characterisation and to inform the impact assessment. And Ryan McManus can speak to more detail how we take the GRAB samples and how we incorporate that into the geophysical survey to create broad scale habitat maps which inform the impact assessment to identify valued ecological receptors on which the assessment has been based.
Ryan McManus for the applicant. And just before I do come on to that, I think this is quite an important point to cover. The primary aim of the survey was to characterise the benthic environment across the proposed development area. And importantly as well, we spent quite a lot of time consulting on the survey methodology through the evidence plan process, including the survey locations which were shared with the biological subgroup of the offshore environment tag and discussed in early 2024. That included representatives from DEFRA, Bangor University and the Manx Wildlife Trust, and we'd understood it to be agreed that the proposed survey was adequate in addition to the other data sources to characterise the baseline environment for the purposes of undertaking the EIA.
So accepting the stakeholder process, which we've discussed earlier in this meeting today. So we've got two alternatives. One is that the applicant, well, three. One is that the applicant convinces DEFRA that this is not needed at this stage and provides some sort of paper or evidence to explain that. I understand what you're saying, Dr. Carolan, but I think it's important that we get to the bottom of it. That's the first one. The second one is that we do more sampling, but I don't know what the timescales for that would be. Could you do that at any time, or is that a yearly thing?
Depending on vessels. Dr. Carolan, on behalf of the applicant, depending on vessel availability, finances, and a number of other things, you can essentially mobilise any time of the year.
Okay, so that's the second option.
Amy Stilling on behalf of the applicant, just a comment. Yes, at any time of year, but I think as Dr. Carolan mentioned, at a significant cost to survey the offshore environment. It's not the same as carrying out onshore onshore surveys. I would also comment that no specific concerns with the baseline characterisation, have we missed a particular biotope, etc., have been raised, and so mobilising a whole offshore survey on the basis of unspecified concerns with the baseline characterisation, I would argue, is disproportionate.
Understood. Okay. The third option is that surveying is done before construction as part of a mitigation process. Okay, so that you do identify the northern boundary of the northern cable corridor, and you look beyond that because that's an issue that we're going to talk about in a minute, the outside and inside the corridor. So that's the three options. I think, if you just hold 1 minute, I'll just confirm that quickly.
So I think you can see that we're conferring amongst ourselves and therefore we're puzzling over this one. DEFRA's position is fairly strongly stated. It's been helpful to understand what the applicant said in response. Rather than us make a decision on this or recommendation at this precise moment, applicant, could we ask you to respond to DEFRA's point in a hearing note on Monday so that you can consider that and then we can see what you're saying and then that will help us inform our written questions. I think perhaps the way that we want to handle this. I'm just kind of looking down at my... Yeah. Does that seem reasonable? And do come in, Mr. High.
Brian McManus for the applicant, yes, we can do that. And I would just like to add as well that we are proposing to collect further survey data in the post-consent pre-construction phase. And I know we're coming on to this in the item that discusses the outlined biogenic and geogenic reef mitigation plan. Further data collection in relation to identification of sensitive features is a key strategy we are progressing.
So in that note for Monday, will you also, you referred to other wind farms and how others have done it. Please make reference to that because that knowledge will be useful to us as well. And then let us see what you're saying as to our next step. The note for Monday is responding to the DEFRA point about more surveys, and it's capturing a slightly more considered response from the applicant as to their response to that question from DEFRA, which has been made very clearly that DEFRA want more survey work.
Okay, so the applicant clear, you're doing a note to explain why more surveys are not required, I think is the point that we're making. Okay. I think it was the question, the Monday note is setting out their response to DEFRA and how they would address the concerns that DEFRA has raised, and there may be a number of routes to that. Yeah, I agree.
Dr. Kieran, on behalf of the applicant, yeah, we're happy to do that. But we'd just like to confirm as well that during the pre-application consultation, we have agreed the survey methodology with DEFRA, and that is agreed and signed off in the evidence plan process at decision BE-D-02.02, and that's been agreed as the survey methodology being appropriate, signed off by DEFRA, and we can provide evidence for that signatory and that signing. So that will form the basis of where we're starting from as we go forth to propose any additional survey.
I understand, yeah. No, you've made that point a couple of times previously. I think, yeah, okay. I've made that point previously, so if DEFRA would like to respond to that in terms of the EPP process.
Peter Duncan on behalf of DEFRA. I just thought I'd make a quick comment that might help in the development of the process. I think DEFRA's position is that the purpose of this is to understand the impact of the development fairly clearly. In order to do that, you need to know what's there. At the moment, we do not know what's there because of the spatial distances between the sampling, and also the sampling methodology, which is grab sample. You can't characterize that amount of distance with a single methodology. So we're not in a position to understand what's there, therefore understand the impact, etc. So I think it relates to and when the applicant referred to a broad scale habitat survey and biological survey, it really needs to be a fine scale biological survey. We've had experience before where you find sensitive habitats that are quite patchy, and we need to know whether they're there or not, and I don't know that you can do that with a single approach.
I think we're agreed that there were three options, as I've explained.
Yep.
You respond to DEFRA's concerns, you do more surveying, or you look at it a mitigation, a monitoring mitigation. I think the applicant's going to respond for Monday to your concerns, and we can take it from there.
Sorry, can I just pick up on that, the point that the applicant makes? If DEFRA have moved position on this, DEFRA, do you want to make any comment quickly now or not on that?
On Peter Duncan on behalf of DEFRA, on what point, sorry?
It was a very specific reference that Dr. Carolan made in relation to the EPP process.
Peter Duncan on behalf of DEFRA. we certainly did have discussions about surveys, but I think there are a number of questions in relation to which sites were used for which types of data collection. So there's some for contaminants, some for biological surveys, and so maybe that the scope wasn't particularly clear at the time. So we'll come back on.
I think we could probably discuss this for quite a long time. So let the applicant do the note on Monday, and then let's think about what our steps are. And of course, you'll be able to see the note that the applicant produces because it will be published on the Examination Library website.
Okay, are we happy with that to move it on? Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Okay. So, moving on from that point. Sorry, adequacy baseline. The next one is the surveys. No, sorry, moving on to. Give me 1 minute, sorry. Oh, electromagnetic fields, and that DEVA raised a high priority issue relating to the scoping out of EMF effects on benthic receptors. And it's noted that the evidence plan process decision log states that the scoping of the impact pathway for benthic ecology was agreed at the TAG group, and that a position paper was provided to the TAG, I think, by the applicant, but we don't have that. It wasn't submitted as part of the application, is that right? Is that something you're going to submit at the next deadline, or could you expand on that, please?
Dr. Kieran, on behalf of the applicant, we submitted a number of position papers, as I alluded to previously, ahead of the evidence plan. We didn't submit all of those with the application because they're quite extensive.
Okay.
We do have an EMF compliance statement, so we can look at that and we can update it. And we can also bring in the position paper that was provided to the evidence plan. Yeah.
Okay, if you could send us the position paper that was provided, because we don't, I think, have that. That would be very helpful. Okay. So, a question to DEFA then. Do you have any concerns regarding the EMF and scoping out of EMF at this stage now? And do your concerns relate just to benthic ecology, or do they extend to fish and shellfish as well?
Ken Milne, speaking for DEFA. It is wider than it's ecology. It's also all the fisheries as well, obviously. And we do note that the Inspectorate for the East Irish Sea Transmission Project has requested electromagnetic field to be scoped into the EIA document. We also note that the Hornsey provide an electromagnetic field compliance statement, and perhaps we could suggest it's something this project as well could benefit from.
Peter Duncan on behalf of DEFA. I think we acknowledge that it's a poorly understood process or potential impact, and so we were comfortable with discussion in terms of scoping, but I think it is one of those evolving topics, and therefore where new information comes in and it's been dealt with in a different way, then we would welcome a similar treatment for this proposal.
Okay. I'm not clear. So you're saying that there is new literature and information available which will change your view?
I think any new information or approach to it, rather than scoping it out completely, we don't build on information or capacity to assess these things if we don't develop the field. No pun intended.
One thing that you raised in your response was that it may be that they'll be doing multiple repairs to cables and it will be exposed cables rather than buried cables, and that might change your view. Is that something that you want to pursue with EMF, or can the applicant provide any response to that in terms of buried or exposed cables? Perhaps I'll hand to the applicant for that one.
Dr. Kieran on behalf of the applicant. There's three parts. So in the compliance statement that was mentioned by DEFA, yes, we're happy to submit that. Okay. We're happy to update that. That was submitted into Hornsey 4 examination, and we're happy to provide an update to that and make it specific to Vannin.
When would you be able to submit that?
Deadline 1.
Okay, thank you.
I can't say that myself.
Not much sleep between now and the end of March then.
And then in relation to the buried cables and the exposed cables, our aim is to try and to bury all of the cables where feasible. Where we can't bury them, we will protect them. And so the EMF compliance statement remains true to all infrastructure, whether buried or if it's not buried, it's protected.
Okay. So if we have the compliance statement and the position statement that wasn't made public, then perhaps DEFRA can review those, and we'll see where we get to from there. Okay.
And Ryan McManus for the applicant, I just wanted to...
I'm sorry, did you have something to say?
Yeah, the other 2 points that Dr. Carroll mentioned there.
Could you use your name before you speak? Sorry, because the transcript won't show.
Ryan McManus for the applicant.
Thank you.
So the first one was in relation to DEFRA's public consultation response. We've reviewed the information they've provided in there, and I can confirm we will be also providing a clarification note at deadline 1 that addresses the literature that DEFRA have raised within their public consultation response.
Okay.
And the second point was again in relation to the evidence plan process and the fact that we proposed to scope out EMF effects in relation to both benthic ecology and fish, which you mentioned as well, from an early stage, and provided further evidence to support that conclusion in the NoLSE position paper that Dr. Carolyn mentioned. And again, we'd understood that position to be agreed with DEFRA through the evidence plan process.
Okay. Does Manx Wildlife Trust have anything to add on electromagnetic fields? Okay.
Manx Wildlife Trust, not at this time, thank you.
Okay, no problem. Well, you'll also be able to see the papers that they're submitting. Okay. So can we move on from the... So did you have a comment?
No. Is there a problem with the audio?
So somebody's got a phone near a microphone.
If we just crack on then, if that's all right, because we need to get on to fish. So our next question is the approach of impacts with reference to sensitive species and the assessment of increases in suspended sediment concentrations, which is the impact BE03 and the subsequent sediment deposition BE04. So in their consultation response, DEFRA have raised a high priority issue relating to the inadequate assessment of impacts to and within MNRs and to designated features and species. And in the applicant's response to this, they say much of this detail has been provided. And I think we're going to pick up a lot of it, we are going to pick up a lot of this in written questions, but I wanted to raise a number of specific DEFRA concerns relating to the assigning of sensitivity for different receptors, the determination of sensitivity and the lack of assessment for prey species, including nodding hydroid and the Bodemans nudibranch, which is, I think, what Manx Wildlife Trust have raised. It also includes concerns regarding the tendency to selectively minimise impacts for rare and important species and not consider them within the context of the local marine environment and their status within the marine protected area. So it's understood the applicant has used a marine evidence-based sensitivity assessment, which is the MARISA assessment, isn't it, to inform the sensitivity of benthic receptors. But it's not clear how the value and importance of the benthic receptors, particularly in the local Manx contacts, we're coming back to this, has been incorporated into the definitions of sensitivity. So does everyone understand the principles that I'm explaining? Okay. So there's a question to the applicant first. With reference to Table 12 in Volume 2, Chapter 4, Benthic Subtidal and Intertidal Ecology, which is APP 048, can the applicant explain how the value and importance of features within the Isle of Man MNRs are being considered in terms of sensitivity for benthic important ecological features?
Ryan McManus for the applicant. I think as we touched on in the ornithology item, the determination of receptor sensitivity is broadly a combination of a receptor's vulnerability and adaptability to an impact, its tolerance to its ability to tolerate or recover from an impact, and its conservation value and importance, and that designation through marine protected areas such as marine nature reserves is one of the many factors that feeds into that determination of value and importance. And so that is taken into account in terms of the designated features of the marine nature reserves, specifically in this case the nodding hydroid and its predator, the nudibranch, the Beaumont's nudibranch. And I suppose I would just add to this that this was one of the primary reasons why the applicant is seeking the change request to remove the option to route through those marine nature reserves.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Could I turn to DEFRA and then the Manx Wildlife Trust for comment, please?
Peter Duncan on behalf of DEFRA. Again, it's a little bit difficult because the main issue was the proposed routing. I think we felt that the impact pathway was indirect, so there was a series of we can't assess the actual species, so we'll assess something that's close by, and then inferring that it was the same as the impact on the species, and that happened on a few occasions, which tends to reduce using the MARISA approach. It tends to put it to a habitat level impact rather than a species level impact, which tends to flatten out the scale. And as we said, if a species or habitat is considered as a designation feature of a marine nature reserve, then there did not appear to be additional consideration for that status, which is protected under Manx law. And so there is a fundamental difference between, not necessarily in the sensitivity, but certainly in the way that you would treat it if it was inside or outside of a marine nature reserve. And I acknowledge that the applicant acknowledges that, but I think that was our particular concern.
Yeah, I understand.
And then linked to that is the sedimentary processes. It's again a complicated one, but one of the concerns in general in relation to sediment is that the impacts were considered on an individual basis rather than a cumulative basis and a concurrent basis.
Okay.
So if you take the zone of impact from one particular piling event, etc., or one particular cabling event, then it's not necessarily realistic in relation to the process of doing it.
Okay. So you're saying you're not satisfied with what's been done?
No, I think there's still some aspects that remain, particularly in relation to the sediment, notwithstanding the marine nature reserves as well, which is a bit more.
I'm going to hand to Manx Wildlife Trust, if that's all right. You have a comment?
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust. The Isle of Man, of course, currently has 10 marine nature reserves. In comparison to the UK, we would class ours as highly protected marine nature reserves rather than paper parks. And of course, as is well known now, there is a candidate 11th marine nature reserve, the Bulgham Bay and Mackled Coast. That's been through full public consultation. It's also been to the Wildlife Committee, which is a statutory committee under the Endangered Species Act and Wildlife Act. And we hope that will be designated any day now. Therefore, given the amount of publicity, we would expect that that would have been covered through an addendum, given that it has lots of important benthic habitats, seagrass beds, salt marsh, kelp forest, and it supports an internationally important shag colony which are feeding in the benthic environment. And just almost going back to the further point, in terms of the earlier point, what Dr. Duncan said about the lack of data, it's worth highlighting, of course, the Isle of Man has an international obligation to the precautionary principle in international environmental law. But it's worth highlighting that this wind farm is going to be within a UNESCO biosphere reserve. And it could well be, and I'm not sure if this is correct, but it could be the first or perhaps one of the first wind farms, offshore wind farms in the world to be within a UNESCO biosphere reserve. So I think the precautionary principle here has added weight. Other than just being an international obligation, we should be excelling and providing kind of the best level of detail that we can for the Isle of Man.
So I think this comes back to our discussion this morning about Policy 4, Policy 5, their role in the process, the disapplication of the Wildlife Act 1990, and the protection and evaluation of impacts on marine nature reserves. So I think we've put that in a box for a response from DEFRA on Policy 4, Policy 5, and we're going to move it forward from that. So when we have that response, then we can evaluate what next step to take. Okay. So DEF have also, which you've just mentioned, and Manx Wildlife Trust have mentioned, a lot of questions and concerns about suspended sediment, which I think is what you mentioned previously, which is BE03, and subsequent sediment deposition, which is BE04 on benthic receptors, including effects on eelgrass, and the absence of assessment on nodding hydroid, which is, I think, what your colleagues also mentioned, which is the prey species, as we know, of Beaumont's nudibranch. So I think the applicant said they'll respond to this at deadline 1. Is this one of your holdover responses?
Ryan McManus for the applicant. Yes, it is. We will provide detailed response, but I can answer some questions
No,
now.
it's okay. I mean, deadline 1's three weeks away. So I think it comes back again to it's hard to understand the full scope of the application and the full scope of stakeholder responses if we don't have the applicant's response to the stakeholder response. But I think we've already made that point, so I'm going to move on. Does anyone have any more questions about that topic? Please go ahead. If you give your name before you speak, when you speak.
Hi, Julian Barton. There was a study from University of Strathclyde talking about blade edge erosion and micro nanoplastic shedding. If you extrapolate the numbers from that study out to these huge turbines, you're looking at somewhere around 26 tonnes of microplastics and nanoplastics being shed per year into the sea. Also, 33% of that would be bisphenol A, which is a carcinogen used for anti-fouling of the blade edge. Is there anywhere on the radar of the EIA that's looking at that and also the consequences in the sediment, the fish that are around it, and also, of course, migratory fish like salmon and sea trout that come inshore as well? Is there anything on the radar for that?
If you could, you said you were referring to a particular study?
Yes, it's University of Strathclyde blade edge erosion.
Okay, if you could perhaps submit that study to
Sure.
the panel at deadline 1, then we can review that and maybe progress that as the examination moves forward. Okay. Is there any other? Sorry, did the applicant want to respond?
Yes, Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. Just to note that the applicant has responded to this point already. There's a section on microplastics and the applicant's consultation topics and themes that it provided as part of its response to public and stakeholder consultation. I would need to just get the examination
Would you
library
give us
reference.
the reference now? Perhaps you can look at the reference.
Yeah, so it's PDR 005, and there's a section on microplastics, and this sets out the applicant's
That's very
position
helpful.
on that. Thank you.
So that reference will be in the transcript of today. So if you wanted to go back to that reference, and if you still feel it's necessary to submit your information, then please go ahead. Okay. Anything else on this topic? No.
Dr.
So
on behalf of the applicant, just to confirm that we don't use biphenyl A. We've already, obviously, the learned gentleman hasn't read our response to that topic and theme. We don't use any of those chemicals in our leading edge treatment of blades, and we've commented extensively on microplastics, so it'd be beneficial to keep up to date on the examination library materials.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very helpful. So if we move on to mitigation, and as I've said several times over, we know that you're producing more information in the mitigation documents. So I'm just going to run through the issues that we have, and then perhaps you could take that on board with your revision. And if there's anything that DEFA or Manx Wildlife Trust want to add, then please do go ahead. So the biogenic and geogenic reef mitigation plan states wherever reasonably practicable to an extent not resulting in a hazard for marine traffic and search and rescue capability. I wondered if you could define where, I know this is an elusive phrase, but whether you could define wherever reasonably practicable in this context, because it doesn't commit the applicant to avoid all impacts. It's a bit of a catch-all, and particularly when we're dealing with sensitive species and sensitive designations. So the panel will really like to understand the level of certainty the applicant and DEFA, in this case, have in this measure being successful and feasible. For example, micrositing is given in the biogenic and geogenic reef mitigation plan as a solution to mitigate some impacts in the nearshore and the intertidal rocky IFEs are a dominant habitat. So realistically, it will be quite difficult to use that. So in that context, wherever reasonably practicable becomes a bit null and void. So if I hand that to the applicant, please.
Yes. Amy Stein on behalf of the applicant. Just to confirm, I understood, Madam, that at the start you were going to give us the list of points to consider in the interest of time, or do you want us to respond to each of the points now? I'm not sure which one it is.
I do apologise. If you could respond to this one, because this is an interpretation of a phrase within the plan rather than extra content to the plan.
Okay. I don't actually have the wording of the plan. Hold on a second. On behalf of the applicant, the intention of the drafting is essentially where it doesn't impact SAR capability, so search and rescue capability. So to the extent it doesn't constitute a safety issue, then we would consider it practical and undertake the mitigation.
So that's the caveat?
Yes, the caveat is the SAR.
Thank you, that's really helpful. So the second one is for context for the revised plan. Sorry, did DEFRA have a response to that? I'm so sorry, I should have responded back to DEFRA on that. No? Okay. So the second one is, can the applicant outline or give attention to the proposed approach to mitigate for potential adverse effects on marine nature reserves and explain the rationale for this approach and why no mitigation is proposed for species which are features of the marine nature reserve? So if you could take that on board in your plan and approach to mitigation, that would be great. I think we've had that conversation already about the nature reserves, the protected species, policy 4, policy 5, so it kind of flows on from that. And then also related to that is for specific species, particularly Beaumont nudibranch, which I think has been mentioned several times and a lot of stakeholder comments. Commitment CO7, APP 67, makes no reference to what benthic monitoring will be. So I think that comes back to a fuller explanation of monitoring and mitigation. So if you could pick that up as well. And I think specifically for impacts to benthic species and habitats of marine nature reserves. So we keep coming back to this point of the marine nature reserves. If you could take that on board. I think that's everything I have. Does anyone else have anything on monitoring and mitigation for benthic species? No? Does anyone have anything else they want to raise? I'll hand over to my colleagues and check they've got no further comments to raise. Okay. I'll hand over to Mr. Smith.
Indeed, just on probably a minor point, but I was following up the reference on microplastics in PDR 005. And there is a hyperlink in the base of the applicant's summary response there, which is an error link. So by deadline 1, please, can we have the reference that was intended to point to?
Yes, apologies, sir, we shouldn't have included the hyperlink. We'll provide you with the report.
Thank you very much.
Just in relation to monitoring and mitigation, as we discussed before, sorry, Peter Duncan on behalf of DEFRA, that's contingent upon there being something to monitor and mitigate, so it's essential that the baseline and the assessment are adequate or accepted before one can comment on monitoring and mitigation.
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Sorry. Essentially, the commenting on the approach on monitoring and mitigation presupposes that the assessment highlights them as requiring such, and so it's important that the baseline and the assessment process that lead up to that point are adequate, and as we've discussed, there are some queries about the adequacy
Understood.
of the baseline.
So we've done a lot of work today,
Sure.
a lot of work on what Manx data is included in the assessments, whether it is or not included and why it's been included, on the area of scope of the assessments, like the birds and the foraging, and we've picked up a lot of issues in the methodology and the assessment process. So I think if we move forward with the work that you're doing on your statement of common ground, moving through those issues, we've also got a lot of written questions. This is the first week of the examination. So it's in your interests to put forward your concerns and to highlight them so we're aware of them. And we need to look at how far you get with the applicant on addressing those concerns. And that does include looking at surveys, whether they're required in addition to what's been provided, or whether they should be a part of monitoring and mitigation. So this is a process. I'm just alerting you to the fact that you need to contribute and play an active role in the process. Is that all right? Okay, no problem. So if we move on then, if that's all right with everybody. The last section of the day. We can make it, we can do it. So we're on fish. And the first thing, I'm going to skip over uniquely Manx and move straight on to the questions that we have. So the assessment of impacts and conclusions of adverse effects with reference to FSO1, FSO2 and FSO4. I'm starting with magnitude and sensitivity and with the high priority issue raised by DEFRA. In their consultation response, DEFRA have raised a high priority issue relating to the methodology used for the assessment of fish and fisheries impacts. Specifically, receptor magnitude and sensitivity and how this has been determined, how the assessment methodology takes account of the regional importance of fish with no particular focus on sand eel impacts, which comes back to the local context again. In their consultation response, DEFRA PCR 17754, the applicant states that the EIA approach for assessing the significance of impacts for fish and shellfish ecology was discussed and agreed as appropriate with the offshore tag group in the process log. So we've got no detail of what was discussed there or how this decision was agreed, the methodology for the assessment. Is there any minutes of those meetings so that we can understand what was agreed at that time for the methodology? This is to the applicant.
Matters for the applicant, yes, the minutes of the evidence plan meeting are included within the annex to the evidence plan report, which is at APP-182. It's quite a long document, and if you like, we could provide you with the specific page that those minutes are on.
Okay, that's if you could provide the page. No, it's fine, we can find it, don't worry. I've got the document, that's fine. So the decision log states that an updated paper is going to be provided to the tag on this. Was that paper provided?
Ryan, for the applicant. So this is in relation to the fish and shellfish assessment methodology.
Yes.
Yes, it was. So the applicant can confirm we held extensive discussions around the assessment methodology, including the definitions of magnitude and the sensitivity of the receptors screened into the assessment.
Excellent. Okay.
And we took on board feedback during those meetings, made some tweaks to our assessment sensitivity conclusions, and presented the updated paper to the tag.
Are you able to provide that to the examination, the paper, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, moving on, it appears that in further consultation responses from DEFRA and the Manx Wildlife Trust, there's still outstanding concerns regarding the methodology, and you're going to submit the paper, and how this has been applied. In APP 050, Table 8 sets out the definition of terms regarding to magnitude of the impact on fish and shellfish receptors. The definition for moderate adverse effects, moderate adverse magnitude refers to considerable, permanent, irreversible changes to the majority of the receptor, whereas the definition for minor adverse magnitude refers to the discernible temporary changes over the minority of the receptor. But the definition doesn't provide any description of how this threshold's reached, 25%, 70%, so we're assuming it's 50%, but if the applicant could clarify whether a 50% threshold has been used, it would be really helpful.
Ryan McManus for the applicant. So what I might do here is hand over to my colleague, Ms. Pfeiffer, who is the fish and shellfish ecology expert for this topic. But what I would say before then is just that the applicant has applied a structured sensitivity and magnitude assessment framework that identifies where and how long effects are experienced and how long the scale of an impact may affect the long-term viability of a species. And again, this was presented
Understood.
in the position paper to the tag.
If your colleague could clarify about the 50%, if that's helpful.
Again, if Ms. Pfeiffer, if you could put up your hand, then we know who to unmute, as it were. Please. Thank you.
Ms. Pfeiffer on behalf of the applicant in relation to the questions regarding magnitude assessments. I can confirm that in the sense of minority and majority descriptions, we applied the 50% threshold. However, I would like to add that the magnitude assessment did not just look at the spatial overlap, we looked at other considerations as defined within Table 8 of the magnitude descriptions, and this includes the frequency of effects as well as the duration of effects to derive on a final magnitude conclusion.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Do DEFRA have any comments, Magna Wildlife Trust? No, okay. So thank you very much. And so the next questions that we have are related to the assessment of sand eel. So in relation to the application of the EIA methodology for the assessment of sand eel, mortality, injury, behavioural impacts and auditory masking arising from the noise and vibration as a result of construction and decommissioning, which is FSO 1, I think. Both DEFRA and Manx Wildlife Trust have raised concerns that the methodology does not take sufficient account of local importance of the FSF receptors for the Isle of Man. And I think someone mentioned it earlier. So sand eel is a designated feature of Ramsey Bay, Calf and Wart Bay and West Coast Marine Nature Reserves. It's also protected within the Dog Mills designated area, is that right? I think. So sand eels were assessed as having medium sensitivity to underwater noise generated during pile driving, with maximum magnitude of predicted changes to be considered minor adverse. So no significant adverse effects to sand eel at the population level are predicted, and the effects on sand eel are assessed to be slight adverse in significance, which is not deemed to be significant in EIA terms. So, as I understand it, from PCR 177833, DEFRA does not accept the conclusions of slight adverse effect on sand eel from underwater noise as the final outcome. Could I hand over to DEFRA for that?
Peter Duncan on behalf of DEFRA. Yes, that's the case.
Okay. So, Table 18 shows the proportion of sand eels spawning in nursery grounds impacted by piling noise based from Ellis et al. And the proportion of sand eels spawning in nursery grounds impacted by piling noise is shown at 39.63%. So it's a question for the applicant with these high figures. Can the applicant explain the assessment of impacts on underwater noise on sand eel and how it has determined the magnitude, sensitivity and conclusion of slight adverse effects, given that DEFRA are not happy with that result? Is that for your colleague online?
I'll take it initially.
Okay.
Ryan McManus for the applicant. I'd just start by saying that the applicant considers we have undertaken a robust, comprehensive assessment in relation to sand eel and underwater noise, and would stand by the conclusion of the assessment on this. In response to the DEFRA concerns that have been raised in their public consultation response, we are in the process of preparing a sand eel clarification note that we hope will address some of these concerns, and we plan on submitting this note into the examination at deadline 1, but I will hand over to Ms. Pfeiffer to
That's very,
speak to
if
this
the
more.
note covers the concerns that DEFRA have raised, I think that we can accept that. Okay. Is DEFRA comfortable with that?
Yes. It would be useful if the note addressed that similar impact about population levels versus local, population scale versus local scale, given its importance for seabirds and cetaceans, etc.
Does the note address local versus regional?
Amy Stilling on behalf of the applicant. Yes, I was just commenting that that will also be in the table.
It will,
that
yes, I was going to mention that, but I just wondered if the note actually refers to it.
Ms. Pfeiffer should be able to confirm, and if it doesn't currently, then I'm sure we can include that.
Should we just assume that you're going to include an address if local was done or not? I think rather. I'm so sorry, Mr. Hand.
Thank you. Just one point on that. As the turbines are so enormous, the piles are going to increase from the largest in the world from about 55 metres long and obviously thicker, down to 90 metres. So won't the energy required to force the pilings in exponentially increase the shock of the noise? In which case, those percentages you mentioned are going to go up, aren't they? Because you're going to have a much larger sound emanating through the water.
I think we'll just take your point on board. Thank you very much. Thanks. Does anyone have any more comments to raise on that segment?
Amy Stilling on behalf of the applicant, only to comment that the applicant has identified a maximum hammer energy which would be required for the piles that is within its maximum design scenario, and it is that maximum hammer energy which has been assessed as part of the maximum design scenario within the fish ecology chapter and indeed all other relevant ecology chapters. So, yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. So I'm just going to move on to interrelated effects with reference to multiple effects on the same receptor. So, in their consultation response, DEFA have raised a number of high priority issues relating to the temporal and spatial overlap of different activities, specifically with regard to the assessment of spatial and temporal overlap of activities and impacts of repeated disturbance, and that's PCR 17758. So, the assessment assumes that a fish will be displaced from the ZOI due to piling noise and that activities generating SSC will therefore have limited impact on the same receptor. So it's assuming that the fish move. This doesn't appear to take account of the stationary receptors such as sand eel, which are unable to flee in response to the underwater noise. Paragraph 8261 states the sand eel are highly substrate dependent, given their burrowing nature and demersal spawning behaviour, and therefore they may have a limited capacity to vacate the area during piling. So it does not appear to take account for the impacts to stationary receptors like herring and sand eel at particular stages of their lifespan, identified in the Fish and Fisheries chapter. It states that certain activities are mutually exclusive and that underwater noise will result in a displacement of fish. Therefore, if piling and sediment generating activities were undertaken concurrently, the fish would be displaced from the area, therefore not impacted. As I've just said, this doesn't take account of the species identified as stationary in the impact assessment, like sand eel and herring eggs and larvae. So it's a question for the applicant. Can the applicant explain their approach to interrelated effects assessment of fish and fisheries and how it proposes to account for the different impacts with a specific reference to FSO1, which is underwater noise, and FSO4, suspended sediment, affecting the same receptor?
Ryan McManus for the applicant. So, yes, interrelated effects have been assessed within Volume 2, Chapter 18 at App 063, and fish ecology effects are specifically assessed within Table 9 of that document. The assessment considered the impacts of underwater noise, habitat loss, disturbance and increased sediment deposition occurring over the project lifetime, and concluded that there will be no interrelated effects of greater significance compared to when these impacts are considered in isolation.
Could you get a bit closer to the microphone? I'm so sorry.
Yes, I can, sorry.
Hear you.
Would you like me to start again, or?
Could you? Yes, I think it's quite faint. I'm so sorry.
The applicant has considered interrelated effects within App 063, the interrelated effects chapter, and specifically fish ecology impacts in Table 9 of that document. This table considers the impacts of underwater noise, habitat loss, disturbance, increased sediment, suspended sediment concentrations and deposition, and concludes, as you say, that there are no interrelated effects of greater significance than when the impacts are considered in isolation. And that's due to a number of factors, including the recovery time, the short-term and intermittent and localized extent of the impacts, and furthermore, specifically in relation to FSO1, the underwater noise impact, it does consider that the greatest scope for potential interrelated effects is predicted to arise between spatial and temporal interactions between the direct habitat disturbance, increased sediment deposition, and underwater noise.
So, if I understand you correctly, you're saying you have assessed interrelated effects on species that are static?
We've certainly undertaken noise modelling and based the assessment of FSO1 in relation to both static receptors and fleeing receptors within the scope of the FSO1 impact.
So you have assessed interrelated impacts on species that don't move at that location because they can't flee, because the assessment seems to say two different things. One, that they flee, but also that they're static. Am I not? I'm sorry, am I misunderstanding?
Ryan McManus for the applicant. So it depends on what the receptor is. So we have modelled both static receptors and fleeing receptors, depending on the receptor in question. So we mentioned herring and sand eel, which exhibit some degree of remaining static during key life stages. In those cases, we have assessed them as static receptors.
Okay.
And the interrelated effects assessment, it then cross-refers to the impacts which are assessed within the project alone assessment within the fish ecology chapter under FSO1.
Okay, I'm going to hand to DEFRA, because DEFRA have raised this issue, and see if they have a response.
Ken Milne for DEFRA. Perhaps one of these we can take away for the statement of common ground to discuss it with the applicant in more detail.
I think that would be helpful, because it's something that you've raised as a high priority issue. So I think it's clearly something that you feel it's important to get to the bottom of. I don't know if Manx Wildlife Trust have any comments?
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust. I think this is quite useful, just highlighting with a specific example some of the concerns that have been expressed through the day. And in terms of sand eels, parts of the EIA stating that there may be a 10-year recovery time, and yet that impact is not significant. And for such a key species, for whether there are seabirds or marine mammals and other predatory fish, a 10-year recovery time for a single project, when there are so many projects going on in the Irish Sea, I would personally see that as being rather significant. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So is everyone comfortable with applicant?
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. Just to confirm, I still don't think we have actually clearly answered your question. I'm reading the text in Table 9 that you've referred to. I don't think it is as clear as it could be. It does refer to fleeing receptors rather than static receptors. We've discussed this. What I think we'll do through the statement of common ground or through our post-hearing submission is just provide an explanation of essentially what it's meant to say.
Thank you. I think it will really help. I think as part of your discussion with DEFRA, you can clarify it in your statement of common ground. Thank you. So does anybody have anything else to add on that segment? So it's the last segment. And then we'll move on to actions across the whole day, and we'll close things. So it's monitoring and mitigation, and as with the last three segments, I will just run through our observations, if that's all right with the applicants, and then DEFRA and Manx Wildlife Trust can comment if they think they need to. So, so the fish and fisheries assessment, it comes back to the PIMMP again, really, and the underwater UNMP. So double sorry, that's sorry. So it concludes a moderate adverse effect. The significance of, sorry, I'm just reading through. Is the applicant able to provide further detail on the purpose of the plan, the mitigation methodology detailing the types of mitigation that will be applied, detail on who will be consulted in the mitigation plan and finalising the plan? I raised this point yesterday to DEFRA, and when you want to be consulted, at what stage of the process on the discharge of requirements. And that comes back to our conversation this morning about requirements being the tool that would replace a licence in this context. So I think perhaps that's something you might want to take away and think about in terms of the marine infrastructure consent itself. The herring mitigation plan appears to be mitigation for SSC deposition, but this is not clear. It's not clear whether it is also needed on whether the herring mitigation plan will incorporate relevant mitigation measures from the underwater noise management strategy once it's fully developed. So it's the interrelationship between the two. So it'd be really helpful if you could expand that. I think that's the majority of the key comments we had on that document. The last one is, it's also unclear whether the herring mitigation plan will solely mitigate for the impacts identified from sediment deposition during the construction phase, which is FSO4, or whether the mitigation plan will provide a broader mitigation strategy for herring. So if you could take that on board as well as part of the work that you're going to do. And one from the Manx Wildlife Trust on the plan, which is to demonstrate the example mitigation options are presented within the outline herring mitigation plan, APP 207, to demonstrate how these significant effects of direct sediment deposition on herring larvae can be reduced to levels that are not significant. I think it just comes back to mitigation and the principles of significance. I think that's everything I had, or that the panel had on mitigation and monitoring. Is there anything else that DEFRA want to raise before I turn to the applicant to close the segment out?
No, nothing.
No? Manx Wildlife Trust? No? So if I turn to the applicant, the last comment of the day.
Ryan McManus on behalf of the applicant. So just in relation to the herring mitigation plan point, we do acknowledge that there is some confusion with the fact that herring appears to be mitigated through two separate plans.
Yes, that's
and we
right.
have discussed this with DEFRA since the submission of their public consultation response. And we do plan on bringing all of the mitigation related to herring within the scope of the herring mitigation plan. So that covers underwater noise and deposition impacts.
That's really helpful. Thank you for clarifying. Okay. Is there anything else before I close?
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust. I think I'm right in saying from memory that the herring mitigation plan is very welcome, but I would have expected mitigation plans for some other important groups, and one I'd like to focus on is the elasmobranchs, so the sharks, skates and rays. We've got 21 recorded species in Manx waters, and as a collective unit, they are at a global level the most important and endangered wildlife group that we have here on the island, as most of these species are classed at the global level as either critically endangered, vulnerable or near threatened. So as a taxa group, yeah, our small sharks, skates and rays are the most important resource we have on the island, and compared to many other areas, they're treated very lightly in the EIA.
Is the applicant happy to take that point on board?
Dr. Kerr, on behalf of the applicant, we wouldn't be looking to take an additional plan at this stage, no.
I'm sorry, could you just play it again?
We wouldn't be willing to take an additional mitigation plan at this stage, no.
Okay.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. I think the rationale for Dr. Caroline's position is that we haven't identified the need for any mitigation through our assessment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I will turn to my panel members and see if they have anything to add to the session.
May I just follow up on that last point? Manx Wildlife Trust, have you made that request somewhere in your documentation before, and has the applicant responded to it? It feels like one of those end of hearing throwaway comments, but I don't want to lose it. I know concentration goes a bit, but have you raised it before, and has the applicant responded?
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust. Yes, I believe that's the case all through the EPP, and the applicant are aware that 2 years ago we drafted up, and it remains at draft stage because of lack of resource, but a biodiversity action plan for all the elasmobranchs in Manx waters.
And so it hasn't, so the last discussion about it was during the EPP process. It hasn't subsequently in your public consultation response, did you include it there? And forgive me if I should have read it and seen it, but I haven't.
David Bellamy, Manx Wildlife Trust, and also please forgive me, we submitted 11 individual responses. I would have to double check myself, as that was last year.
Indeed, I recall all of those. Okay.
Any more comments from the panel? No? Mr. Smith? No. So I'd just like to close out that section. Thank you for all your cooperation over the day, and hand over to the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Pownell. I think productive discussions all round. What we will do now is we will adjourn for 10 minutes while we review the actions for the day. We've got roughly 35, I think. Yes. So we will take some time to just agree them between ourselves and then relay them back to you. And I think what we will do today is read them out in full for everyone before we close the hearing. So we will take a 10-minute adjournment. The time now is 3 minutes past 5. We'll be back at exactly 5:15. Please be prompt, because the intention is to close the hearing at 5:30.
Now then, everybody, can I call us all back to order, please? It is 16 minutes past 5, and I would like to resume this final session of specific issue hearing number 2 in order just to pass through the actions with a view to finishing by the appointed time of 5:30. There are a lot of actions. I will just verbalise them quickly with a view to obtaining clarity and agreement around the table that they do reflect the positions that each ought. So let's, without any further ado, pitch straight in. The first relates to Portskillion Landfall, and it's an action on the applicant. It is what we are seeking as a hearing submission, so ideally, if achievable, by Monday the 9th. And that is that the agenda for specific issue hearing 2 at item 3A requested a presentation to explain the approach taken to the landfall works at Groudle Bay, Beach, Field and Portskillion. As delivered, the presentation did not address Portskillion. There is a request for a change to the application proposing the removal of the Portskillion offshore export corridor and landfall, but as of the current time, the EXB has not yet accepted this change request, and so the Portskillion proposed works remain in play. Please, therefore, address the agenda and prepare a review of landfall proposals and method at Portskillion on the same basis as the material that was submitted for Groudle Bay, Beach and Field. Following action 2, landfall mapping and a topographic layer for the applicant, and again a hearing submission for Monday the 9th. For the purposes of the agenda for specific issue hearing 2 at item 3A, the applicant was asked to provide mapping of each landfall location in which a translucent tone had been applied to denote the works areas so that the relevant underlying GIS data layers and features could be seen, including buildings, roads, paths, woodland, beach and low water. The applicant is requested to re-provide this mapping for both Groudle Bay, Field and Beach and Portskillion, showing a topographic layer switched on with ideally contours at 10-metre intervals. Is that something that could be achieved?
I'm not sure what topographical information we have to hand. I can check out with our GIS team and confirm. We can provide something. I'm not sure at what resolution.
If
hopefully we can provide.
If the contour interval turns out not to be 10 metres,
hopefully it's better than that.
Then hopefully that will probably do. But the sense that we need is the topography of both of the landfall sites.
Yeah. We can provide. Yeah.
Okay. Then for deadline 1, indicative landfall layout plans. Using the re-provided landfall plans as a base, please provide a record of the indicative component locations and component scales that were taken into account for the landfall design elements that you used in order to determine what the extent of your proposed red line boundary would be in the landfall areas. If there are also particular constraints that bore on your consideration of where the red line boundary ought to be, please also indicate or map those constraints. And that's by deadline 1. By deadline 1, item 4, a comprehensive update of control documents and plans. The applicant to provide an updated suite of outline control documents, plans and strategies which incorporate the additional detail required to control the proposed development in meaningful terms. Item 5, a construction traffic management plan at landfall. When responding to the update of control documents at item 4, please provide an additionally detailed construction traffic management plan informed by observations of conditions at the landfall sites in discussion with DOI. This should include consideration of the feasibility of site access, including analysis of gradients, swept paths and any other potential access constraints, taking account of the largest design vehicle likely to be, or worst case design vehicle likely to be required to enable construction, including AILs if that can be done. Please then for item 6, provide this is for the applicant and DEFRA at deadline 1, provide a table of species in relation to local, and we say here brackets national Manx, so that we understand what local means, baseline data and source. And if the source is not a Manx one, then an indication and a note of where the source was obtained.
So could we just, before we move on to the environmental matters, are there any other actions relating to the first session this morning, which was more to do with landfall and construction and so forth? Any other actions that anyone at the table or else in the room has picked up that we haven't covered, just before we move on into the environmental EIA stuff?
Good point.
Accepting that we're not infallible.
We are distinctly not infallible. Ms. Sterling.
Ms. Sterling, you look like you have a couple up your sleeve.
Yeah, Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant, before Dr. Caroline can say we were not providing a deadline 1. We did undertake to provide a comparison of the trenchless techniques.
Yes, you did. Yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding us.
Okay, I've added that one. In which case, then we can move on to environmental matters. And at what is now action 7, for the applicant and DEFRA to provide a table identifying species, local, brackets, national Manx baseline data, sources, and if the source is not local, then an indication of where it was obtained. Now this we view as something that is capable of being a joint position paper and capable of emerging through the SOCG process. Does that feel as though it reflects what emerged from the conversation that we had earlier?
Dr. Carroll, on behalf of the applicant, I thought what we were producing, so if I can just clarify, was on a receptor by receptor basis, and then we would go through and look at that, how the various different Manx scale or uniquely Manx approach to assessment would be set out. But I think then there was maybe some additions as we progressed through.
There were some additions, then there were some subtractions, and that's what I'm worried about.
Just to be clear as well, obviously we're all note taking in the room. We do have people online who are taking notes. We have the transcript and we'll be providing our oral summary of hearing. So in the course of the first half of next week, we'll be pulling together that oral summary of hearing, and in that we will also identify the specifics of what we said. Obviously it's quite difficult to speak and take notes at the same time.
Sure. I think this is a really important one to get right, isn't it? So I think we agreed we would do, and it's DEFRA as well, a table which set out the locally Manx scenario for assessment across all the topics for all the species, and if that wasn't done and it switched to regional, what was done and why it was switched to regional. I think that's what we decided to do, and I think DEFRA's comfortable with that and Manx Wildlife Trust are comfortable with that, so we can see, and then DEFRA can actually question if it should have been local. I think we added a bit more to that subsequently. I'm struggling to remember what that was. I don't know if anyone else can help me out here, but
I think it would be best to just keep it at that.
I
think
have
for
to
the table,
say,
yeah,
I would strongly urge that we try and take this in stepwise parts, because there were some later additions, but what I then tried to do was to break those out and ask myself the question, do these represent meaningful separate actions,
I think,
rather than to
understood. I think if we could start with that, and I think if the applicant, you say you've got a transcript and people taking notes, if you can find out what the other two things were that I think the chair said we added to that table, and discuss them with DEFRA, would that be all right as part of your SSCG? So I'm really keen we capture this at the start of the examination, so we can move it through and tick it off as we go along. That couldn't be uniquely Manx, that might have been, so is that all right if you both teams discuss it?
Yes, Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant, that's fine. Obviously in our oral summary of hearing we have to cover everything we've said in any case, so we'll put a plan of action against it if it's not in that table.
And rest assured, I mean, what we are proposing to do is to publish the actions, obviously, within the question set as soon as we reasonably practicably can now after these events. And we'll be turning back to our own transcript as well to try and make sure that we are as clarified as we can be on that point. Are we content that I move on to the next one?
I hope so. I think it's a tool to get everyone where they want to be in terms of a common understanding of what's possible. Is everyone comfortable that the table is saying the right things?
Yes, we can look at it.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Okay.
Let's move on then. And the next item, which is now 8, was for DEFRA, and to identify whether there are specific conservation objectives for designated sites and what those objectives are, and if there are none, then a view about what should be used instead.
Peter Duncan on behalf of DEFRA. I believe that question was asked of us in 2024 and we provided a statement to the applicant.
Well, if there's a paper that's already been provided.
Sorry, conservation objectives.
Yeah, I think the question was asked.
Sorry, this is not a reopening of previous items on the. Let's just go through the action points, and then if people remember things like that, that's a really good way of responding to the action point. Otherwise, it will be probably 7 p.m. before we leave.
Yep. No, we do need to trot on. Item 9. Statements of no significant effects broken down at a national Manx level and then the broader transboundary level, and that at deadline 1 from the applicant. 10, a timeline of how the evidence plan process.
Sorry. Can we just go back to the previous action?
So we're not really sure what is required in terms of that transboundary part.
I think Mr. Bellamy asked for that, but I'm not sure it was something that the examining authority, we're not quite sure what that is.
Yes, do you not have that? Okay. Statements of no significant effect broken down at a national Manx level and a transboundary level, which is it's essentially extending out into UK waters.
Sorry, in relation to what? So we've already concluded an EIA at the national scale, protected sites assessment at the national scale, a transboundary assessment at the transboundary scale. So what additional?
I'm trying to remember what it was, to be honest. Yep. Apparently the chair says it was Dr. Bellamy. Dr.
It was a request from you, Dr. Bellamy.
David Bellamy, as well.
David.
The example I used was for kittiwake population in this context. So if we are able to use the Isle of Man
population assessment, then there should be a statement of local/national Manx effect. However, the applicant have been using very broad biogeographical populations, which actually is a transboundary issue, and they haven't been presenting that in the transboundary chapter.
So what's the question? I didn't understand that was an action, sorry.
Well, what I was asking for is a statement at the national Manx level and a wider regional level that there should be effectively 2 statements if there are 2 different data sets being used.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. Without putting words in Mr. Bellamy's mouth, I think when you use statement you mean assessment, and in which case I think that this is covered in the table we've referred to.
I think it is covered in the table. I think that was probably a follow-on discussion from the table.
Okay.
But thank you to the chair for remembering who raised it.
Right. There was then the point about the evidence plan process. This is item 10 now, which seems to be changing before my eyes. But in simple terms, this is meant to be a timeline of the evidence plan process, the point up to which it worked, the point at which it ceased, and why that cessation happened. Simple factual timeline for the applicant and DEFRA, because you have your own perspectives on that process.
Dr. Kjorn, on behalf of the applicant. It may be helpful to expand that to other organisations because it kind of sets out the consultation framework from up to the point of application, then the resubmission of the application.
That's a good point.
Because some organisations didn't engage with us.
I think if we include Manx Wildlife Trust, if they're amenable to that, a three-way evidence-led process timeline, because does the Department for Infrastructure want to also participate, or do you think DEF is enough for that process?
I think we can set it out and list all the organisations, and then the organisations can either validate or reject as appropriate. But we can take the first step for all the organisations in the consultation timeline.
That sounds like a good solution.
If it's by the applicant for deadline 1, and anybody who then wishes to comment on it is commenting on it at deadline 2.
I think DEFA doing their own one is important as well, though. I think if you could do it for the other stakeholders and DEFA does their own one, because DEFA's made most of the comments on the environmental assessment.
Yeah.
I'm just going to call this session to order. We're going to read out the actions. If there is an absolute distinct, you don't agree with an action and that was not what was taken, then let's hear it, but we're not opening matters for discussion again. If you want to expand on an action, go ahead, we will welcome that, but we're not opening matters up for discussion again.
Okay, let us move on. Item 11. Further to the disapplication of the Wildlife Act 1990, DEFA is asked to confirm whether the DMIC provides the protection for wildlife sites and species that it is seeking, and if not, please frame the subject matters and protection outcomes that have not been addressed, and then describe how these could be given effect to within the framework of the DMIC. And to support that, forms of drafting that might give effect to your view in the form of amendments to or additional requirements within the DMIC and or in the form of a schedule to be included in the DMIC amounting to what you described as the deemed wildlife licence. 12. The applicant has made reference to the Isle of Man Strategic Plan 2016 as a source of policy that is capable of being relevant and important for the purposes of decision making under MEMA 2016 section 36.4d. DOI and DEFA have specifically referred to environment policies 4 and 5, and views were provided at SIH2 that the strategic plan is appropriate for decision making in the terrestrial environment under the Town and Country Planning Act of 1999, but possibly not appropriate for decision making under MEMA, and we would like a clear view from both DOI and DEFA there on the standing of the strategic plan for this purpose and for decision making under MEMA. With reference, item 13, with reference to the previous question, again on DOI and DEFA for deadline 1, section 7.8 of the strategic plan refers to the protection of marine nature reserves, and again there was a reference to this potentially being a historic provision, and we would like a view on the current application of the strategic plan and its policies to marine nature reserves. If it is concluded that the plan does not apply to designated MNRs, then please explain how that effect has come about, what specific change in the policy framework has given effect to that change. Manx Wildlife Trust, item 14, referred to a statement on statutory protection of designated sites. And given the content of strategic plan policy in relation to the protection of proposed or designated international sites, MNRs and ASSIs, the need to take these into account. Now, again, we would like a view from DOI, DEFA and indeed MWT about the appropriate interpretation of the strategic plan policy, environment policy 4, and it would also help us to see a list and location plans of any proposed designations that it is being suggested are relevant to our consideration that policy then applies to. And by deadline 1. Similarly, in relation to conservation objectives, there was understood to be a list of conservation objectives for the designated marine nature reserves, and a view that DEFRA would provide that by deadline 1. That the applicant is going to provide an updated planning statement by deadline 1. The applicant and DEFRA were speaking of working together to bring on board an independent marine mammal expert. Now, I had doubts about whether that landed as an action at all, to be honest, but I did just want to validate it. Now, I know the Chair has directed us to not reopen matters, but frankly some matters have to be, and this one will have to be. So can I just return to Ms. Pownell briefly?
So I think the action there was that the applicant and DEFRA are going to work together about how they bring this person on, and they would sort it out between them and they would submit a document.
Okay.
So there was no direct action. They were going to submit the document, but whether or not they had a specialist was up to them to work it out.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant, rather than sort of deleting the action, what you could do, sir, is say that we will report on progress on the statement of common ground at deadline 1 on that.
Place it in the statement of common ground, deal with it there by deadline 1. Okay. The applicant was also to provide a pathway to the completion of a second year's worth of data in relation to ornithological surveys by deadline 1, and that should set out when that second year's work would be complete. The applicant and the Manx back group are entering into a statement of common ground for deadline 1. Bat movements at sea. Examples of offshore wind farm projects collecting baseline data on at-sea bat movements were referred to in SIH2. North Irish Sea Array, Oriel, Codling Wind Park, Dublin Array and Arklow Bank had been suggested as having deployed static bat detectors. Similarly, reference was made by the Manx Back Group to UK surveys at, amongst other locations, Minsmere, indicating long-range overseas migration by bat species. With these examples in mind, the applicant is requested to comment on A, their appropriateness and accuracy, and then to provide a clear justification for its approach of not assessing bat movements at sea, or alternatively to indicate the feasibility of and implications of providing such an assessment at sea by deadline 1. The Manx Wildlife Trust is to liaise with the applicant over the factual matters that it considers to be inaccuracies in the EIA, to submit these to the applicant by deadline 1, enabling the applicant, if necessary, to prepare an addendum or errata statement dealing with factual inaccuracies. The applicant is, and these are some that require quick action now as we see them, to provide a hearing note on benthic characterisation, making reference comparatively to the characterisation approach taken on other offshore wind farms in the Irish Sea, and we would like that to have been provided as on the basis of it being a hearing note by Monday the 9th of March. DEFRA would then respond to that at deadline 1. Does that accurately and succinctly draw together what occurred. I believe it does. Similarly, the applicant is requested to provide an EMF compliance statement and position statement, which we...
Sorry, Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. Can I just confirm we can provide the response on the benthic sampling locations on Monday, but the hearing summary note is in the agenda for deadline 1?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes. It's your background note by Monday, enabling DEFRA to have considered that, and then you're responding, and then DEFRA are equally responding at deadline 1. Yep. And the same story on the EMF compliance statement and position statement. So applicant to provide the background note by Monday, and applicant, DEFRA and MWT to respond at deadline 1 on the basis of that material. Mr. Barton. Is Mr. Barton still with us? No. We might have to allow this one to go. If Mr. Barton hears this, then he made a specific reference to University of Strathclyde blade edge erosion study, and we would like to see that study by deadline 1. On a related matter, the applicant's existing responses to issues PDR 005 has a microplastics line in the table where there is a broken hyperlink, and if possible, by Monday, can that breakage be corrected? Hopefully that's a very simple task, but I think it will assist if we have it done by Monday.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant. If it would assist, we can provide the paper rather than the link to avoid the link.
Yeah, absolutely. Again. That would be even better. Then, at deadline 1, the applicant is to provide minutes for the meeting and its paper on magnitude and sensitivity, which was presented to the tag on fish and shellfish, deadline 1. And then the final action you'll be very pleased to hear, which is now action 31, we've got rid of a couple, for Manx Wildlife Trust and DEFRA to confirm when they requested mitigation plan for sharks and rays, and there was reference to a draft having been prepared, and that I believe was by MWT. So if that can be provided by MWT, and then of course the applicant and DEFRA will have the opportunity to comment on that at deadline 2. Does everybody believe that's a reasonably accurate summary of a large number of actions? You've got one that you'd like to put in front of us.
Amy Sterling on behalf of the applicant, in good conscience, that we did also take away to include an explanation of the static receptors versus fleeing receptors for interrelated effects for fish ecology. So we can include that. We undertook to deal with it in a statement of common ground with DEFRA, but it will of course be in our post-hearing submission as well.
Okay.
When was that for? Deadline 1. Okay,
Deadline
deadline
1.
1.
Yeah.
Analysis of interrelated effects on fish, on static fish.
As long as everybody is clear then that that is the action list about to be closed, speak now, forever hold your peace. Seeing no hands. Ms. Sahai.
I'm just going to seek a couple of clarifications on actions from Ms. Pownell.
Just on 11, and that was on the disapplication of the Wildlife Act, we reached a conclusion that there wouldn't need to be a licence or a schedule equivalent to the MIC, I think, and we decided that therefore we're going to go away and look at, which is what it says here, amendments or additional requirements within the MIC which would reflect and basically duplicate what was in the Wildlife Act 1990 for the MIC. That's where we got to, I think, in that discussion.
That's what the wording in the action says, yeah.
The bullet point 2 is that in the form of a schedule to be included or amounting to a deemed wildlife licence. But I think we'd agreed that we wouldn't need a separate schedule and that we would be using the requirements. So if we could just delete that second bullet, if that's all right. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And the other one was to the bird surveys. I think we'd concluded that they would be available or finished in April. Was that right? So
finished in April and hopefully submitted by May.
So I can't remember what action that was.
So deadline for deadline 1, we were going to submit the first year, and then they conclude in April. So then as soon as that report's updated in May, we'll submit the second year.
Just trying to find which action it was. Oh my goodness.
It's later on.
Is it? Does anyone know which?
Well, I think it's on the recording, so people can check the detail.
Yeah, we'll go back and
okay.
check that.
We'll add that. April and May.
Okay, with those clarifications, I think, and given that we have the added support of transcripts on both ends, but most importantly, that these actions will be embedded in written questions, which will be submitted, which will be published as soon as practicable after the close of these hearings. I think we've got a pretty full list here, and we've got agreement across the board. It's just worth highlighting, and this is something I did not do yesterday, but we will issue that in our timetable, and it is reflected in the timetable actually, that written summaries will be expected from all parties who have participated in the hearing of their oral submission at deadline 1. So I'm just clarifying that. It's not necessarily a procedural direction because it is included in the timetable, but it is worth highlighting that. And of course, the written question, responses to written questions, and indeed the hearing actions, which will be included in the written questions, will be there. I'm just going to look around and see if there are any final questions or comments from parties. Good. Then all that remains for me to say is to thank everyone for participating. It was a long day, but I think we made good progress in moving conversations along, and that's only possible when people invited read the agenda, prepare for the agenda, and then attend and participate. So thank you very much for doing that. And then with just time is 5:48 p.m. and we can close specific issue hearing 2. Thank you very much.